Whoa, what's up? Hello, and welcome back, one and all. It's Midweek Muster time. Look at that. I even buttoned up my shirt because it is the top 8 of Midweek Muster 15. We've got Beasty B, Vortex, kiljardi, starlock, Wham, and the winner of that bottom side semi-final all happening today. Shirt a bit tight, no? It's exactly how your mum likes me to wear it. There we go. We got our mum joke out of the way for the day. Tight? No, it's fine. It's meant to be tight around the arms, buddy. That's what basically doing climbing gets you. Look at these muscles. Okay, anyway, though, we are going to be opening up with kiljardi versus Vortex, which should be kicking off into the draft in a matter of moments. In fact, let me just type it into the title. So I just realized I forgot to do that. So we'll be doing kiljardi versus Vortex. We'll be following up afterwards with the Beasty versus B set. And then we'll dial back around to check in on starlock versus Wham. And then the semi-finals to happen after that. So pretty busy day, basically. We've got 4 best of 5s. I reckon probably about 15 to 17 games seems realistic here today. So busy B. He might be if he continues on through. So we're just going to be waiting a second for the lads to get the draft set up. I'm hoping we haven't got anything dopey like entering into a game. Nah, good boy. Looks like the lads are ready and rolling, ready to go. So we should have the draft set up in a matter of moments. Reminder, by the way, the other semifinals, the one on the upper side, the one between Beasty B, Core, Numidan, or rather, sorry, Beasty B, Numidan, will be happening on Thursday before Grand Finals, okay? So that'll be the plan there. In fact, let me just update the graphic because I knew I missed something there. I forgot to slide Numidan's name through. How starlock 1 versus Louis and Numidan versus Anatand? What happened? Well, for one of those series, you watched the VODs, mate. Go across to YouTube for yesterday and you'll be able to find out exactly what happened between Anatand and Numidan. As for Louis versus starlock, Louis had to forfeit due to a lack of availability, which meant that starlock proceeded through to the quarterfinals. Unfortunate. Really wish it didn't come down to that, but players just need to be really mindful of their schedules, in my opinion. It hurts themselves when they do this, because remember, basically that's going to count as a loss, and that'll affect his ATR ELO ranking system. So starlock just got a nice and healthy bump this week. I believe. They're ready to go. Let me check. Don't tell me old man kiljardi has done that thing where he just sleeps in or some crap. I know Vortex is here in rain. So we're just basically waiting on kiljardi to wake the hell up. Yeah, I was kind of expecting to be punctual here. But yeah, so basically, by the way, we do have the rotation for next week. Midweek Muster number 16 has been released. In fact, I believe, has the Wikipedia page been updated? It has. So what we're going to be doing rotation-wise, switcheroo as we do, we're going to be taking out Frisian, and we're going to be taking out Moving Out. Moving Out, we put it in there. People just played it in a major tournament. We want to see if they actually fancied going a few rounds in it. It very rarely came up. So we're going to replace it with Holy Island, which has historically been the most balanced water map we've had in the game. And then we're replacing Frisian with EGC Lipany, which we would use normal Lipany if it didn't suck. It's pretty bad and inconsistent on its generation. So for competitive integrity, using the EGC version just still makes more sense. It's kind of sad that it's still come to that. I really hope they do just fix that on the ladder. It's a little bit silly at this stage. We shouldn't really be in a situation where we still have to use made up different version of a map. It's the same logic with Pigeon's View. I hate that we have to do it, but if you're being totally real, Pigeon's View is like 10 times superior to High View. It just is. Reality check, like, the design tweaks we made on that map makes it incredibly superior. But I'm hoping with the DLC expansion, maybe the devs just kind of go back and do a bit of spring cleaning on some old maps. I don't know if Altai would ever be viable competitively. Maybe if you just create more cut through sections. I tell you what, one thing I will say is Oasis kind of inspired me. I really like the idea of a map that does have these kind of regular small little mountain peaks that kind of create dividers on the map. you'd have to be very careful about not placing too many of them. Otherwise, it becomes maybe just like a crazy wall of form. But something I really did appreciate about it is like the jukes that are involved, right? The subterfuge, how you can actually avoid your opponent, get around the flanks. Like maybe an alternative would actually just be having lots and lots of blobby little wood clusters. People will likely wall, right? But finally it'll be a map where Japan will be OP. You know, just teleport everything. But in general, like walling's much harder. So I think that might be something to like a map. In fact, let me quickly make a note to Caillou because that lad's switched on. Oh, there he is. I'm making a note for you anyway. So, like, the thing is, like, people complain that they don't like, you know, some people don't like Stealth Forest, right? So, like, I think it's a different way of going in which you can hide information from your opponents, which I quite like. How am I doing today? Not too bad, mate. We've got a busy ass day ahead of us. We've got 4 best of 5s. So, yeah, buzzing. Excited for it. Should be a good one. I think the order of things today will end up being Vortex versus kiljardi, hopping into Beasty versus B, and then follow up with Starlock versus Wham into the semifinals on the lower side. So, like, yeah, we're just streamlining it. And sorry, that is from yesterday. I need to reset the graphics on the draft screen. And then map 1, Anatolian. Okay, where is kiljardi? Let me privately message him. Wait, I've got... Nah, I'm going to open the game. I've just realized what's probably happened here. I swear to God. If he's in-game, I'm going to... Like, we're going to have to start requesting players set an alarm clock. And, like, here's the thing. It's open scheduling, but open scheduling within reason, right? Like, if you schedule you're going to be available at a certain time, you need to try and make sure you're available for that time. I think we had one, I can't remember which player it was, the other week, one of the players, he was lucky he didn't get a forfeit because he overslept by, I think, 3 hours. Peeps wall dry Arabia, there will always be walls. I mean, but like, people don't really wall as much anymore. Which is why I think one of these maps where you have all these little clustered like juke points would be quite intriguing. Oh wait, do we maybe have a draft up? Nice. Okay. They start drafting. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. I can't see the draft. Ah, there we go. There's my boy. Schumer's on it. So, switching over, we'll use the scuff to see my browser view. We might actually be trying out a new browser soon, by the way. Someone has approached the channel to get involved. So we might be checking out a new browser next month. I had a little bit of glance about it behind the scenes, and it seems pretty decent, actually. It's got some quirky features in there. I'll talk more about it next week. During the Brazilian tourney, one of the highest rated players slept for his match. Dude, this is the thing, like, in some cases, these are just kids, right? But, like, the problem is, I've seen it in different esports scenes before, where it mollycoddles and enshrouds them. It protects them from, like, if we're being honest, what it is, incompetency, right? Like, not waking up, and so maybe some people don't like that word, but, like, if you had a job, because this is the thing you need to remember, like, professional players, it's a job, right? Just like when I'm a gaming content creator, you can say, oh, you get to play games. No, it's a job, right? Take it seriously, it's a job. So, like, if you didn't wake up for your job, 1, you'd be fired if it was a frequent pattern. But 2, like, the way that your employer would refer to it is probably incompetency, right? So it is a little bit oof how often I see that type of stuff. And the problem is, because a lot of these people becoming stars in esports are like little kids, right? They just immediately get thrusted into it in a bunch of different scenes. Call of Duty, Dota 2, Apex, so on and so forth. They don't have an appreciation of the hardship, the responsibility, and also the people around them quite often enable the bad behavior. Because they're the star, right? They just get whatever they want. But because they're still a kid, they basically end up with bratish tendencies. Or rather, not even intentionally end up with them. They just don't know better. So, like, I've seen it time and time again, man. Like, it's crazy how badly, like, some of them... I'm not saying these guys do, but, like, in other scenes, definitely. How badly some of these people need, like, a hard, firm reality check. But sadly, like, a lot of orgs don't necessarily hold them to the full, like, extent of it. Like, if you are the crap member of the team, yeah, you'll get the crap end of the stick. But if you're their star player, just like loads of different sports, like traditional sports have this too, you just get so much more forgiving going on in those situations. Love this tournament format. I got hooked on you live. Thank you. I should study. I'll try to do both. Yeah, dude. Like, just one eye. Like, you know what you need? You need, like, a dodgy eye. So one can go off to, like, the screen watching this, while the other one's, like, reading the book. Realistically, how do pro players deal with the prospect of having to end their esports career at some point and find a different career? That is a very deep discussion. Really, the reality is, like, for a lot of players, they're not thinking about what's next. And the sad reality is those type of people usually will just end up back in a standard 9-to-5 job that they would have ended up in if they didn't go and do esports. There's a few different tracks of people. There are those that part-time it to a certain degree. They focus on their studies. So, like, I know players who have doctorate degrees, right? There are those that just go wholeheartedly into being the best they can be. And it's like small percent of the small percent will succeed there, right? And then those people... sometimes they get fortunate enough that, like, the next opportunity, I don't want to say falls in their lap, but it wasn't intended, right? Starting their own organization, becoming a big content creator just because they were that good. They don't really plan these things out, you know? RTC is a classic example of this. Like, I don't think he really ever planned to be a big content creator, but when he goes live, 25,000 people watch. And then there's the ones in the middle, very crafty. They want to succeed, yes, but they aren't ignorant of creating paths to success. So, a perfect example of this, like someone that Keeping Kyle from Dota 2, it's called Melons, was very good at, is any time there would be an interview that the team needed to do, hand up, walked over. He'd done the interviews all the time, and he'd done it on purpose to get himself ready for camera so that he can make his next step to be a pundit, to be an analyst for the game, right? There are other people who take a different angle of making sure their content creation is crisp. So Kezu was a great example of this in Dota 2, where he had a stint on Team Secret, then that ended, and he was kind of in limbo, right? I think that was like at a certain point back then anyway, it was the peak in Kezu's career, and then it was hard to replicate. So what did he do with his time? Did he sit there and wallow? Did he, like, go into the shadow room and grind to be that 0.00001% likelihood of being a star? No, he was very smart about it. He said, I need to make a living. He started streaming regularly. He built an amazing community of 1,000 plus people would watch him. He got sponsorship deals with people like Bitburger in Germany, right? He done really well for himself. So, like, the whole point with those people in the middle is what they're doing is they're thinking about their skill set and how they embolden their skill set and go somewhere else, right? They're thinking about what's next. This is true for a lot of commentators as well. Like, a lot of commentators don't necessarily think about the next step. They think about, like, staying in the starlight. I can be a sucker for that sometimes, although I would say, like, I'm also quite diverse compared to some other casters that I know. But, like, I want to be on the stage. We all want to, right? I want to be able to say in 20 years I'm still an esports host on stage, with my little stroller, my walking stick, walking me out and go, welcome everybody to the World Cup, right? Like, but statistically the likelihood can be quite low. You can aim for it, you can try to grind for it, but, like, it's not necessarily, that you have to just be all about that. So you diversify, for me, creating my own content, creating an agency, sourcing deals for other people as well as myself. These are all wrapped into a bundle that assists each other, looking to lean the channel gradually to being a point where we could literally, new game launches, do watch parties or create unique tournaments, right? So then we keep that tournament-esque aspect, but we bring it into new divergent environments. These are all, like, thought processes that a lot of people in my position wouldn't go through, because the logic that they would give is, if you're not given 100% to being the best caster or the best player, how can you be the best? And while sometimes it can be a fair statement, the reality check here is, like, there is such a thing as, like, a point of diminishing returns. So, like, and once you hit that threshold, it's not a bad idea to diversify a little bit. Sounds like the pitch video to sign with KP as your talent agent as an upcoming esports player. I mean, dude, like, I've given so much free advice to some of them in the past. And some of them are smart enough to listen. And, you know, I know, like, one or two off the top of my head that me, like, okay, yeah, I'm going to start a YouTube channel. I'm going to do some content. I'm going to grow. And they were very smart about that. And there are others that just, like, didn't take it on board. And you can't really do more to help those people, right? You can't force them to come to the river and drink water. They have to want to do it for themselves. So, like, for those type of people, the best thing you do is really just try to encourage them, paint it bluntly, and then based on their reaction, move on or assist further. I had one player who, you know, I bluntly said to him, dude, I love you. Great dude. Really talented player. But what you're aiming for in your, like, lifetime as a player, right? You've got, like, let's say you got, you know, 10 years as a pro player at the top of Dota 2. In those 10 years, a maximum of 50 different players will lift the TI trophy, right? They'll lift that Aegis. Statistically, with the amount of players that are coming and going in the scene, how likely is that to be you? I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm not saying I don't believe that you could do it. But I'm saying if you want to be realistic about this, you could spend 10 years grinding towards that only to fail every time and have nothing, or you could grind towards that while building something on the side that then gives you a future. That's the whole point, is finding a way of future-proofing yourself by knowing what's next. What's my next step? Where am I going? What am I looking to do next? Something that a lot of people don't give thought to in general. All right, let's get ready anyway. First series of the day. I don't know. Maybe that, I don't know if that was enough there for it to be a video in itself. I need to think about this type of thing. I want to do more talking head. I think this is kind of interesting stuff. What does it get you? Oh, it gets you ad-free viewing experiences, which saves you hours and hours of wasted time watching ads. Where's Lidicore been? RL stuff, I think. He doesn't really create content anymore. One and all, we have got possibly the most aggressive series of the week here on the channel. Welcome back to Midweek Muster 15. Vortex versus kiljardi in the quarterfinals. A best of 5 between these two brawlers. kiljardi, starting with a civ that you wouldn't think of brawliness for. Abassids. Meanwhile, English in the hands of Vortex, something he should be warmed up on, considering he just had a whole weekend of only this, not to mention a week of practice before that, where it was relentlessly English picking. English looking pretty good on this map as well. Funnily enough, kiljardi, it would have been his pick, but Vortex snatched it away from him early on in the draft, right? In fact, I'm looking at the order of things. Yeah, 3rd pick coming in for Vortex. So before that, HRE, Roost, Delhi, and Chinese had already been picked. So, pretty solid, sly way of doing it. English has looked pretty stable on this map. I'd say the top picks so far have been English and French, without a doubt. Aber, we've seen some awkward games, right? Like, we had the very, very intriguing Voldemar versus Striker game to kick off the week, which was possibly the most entertaining game at Anton Hills we've had so far. And then we had the core game against Numidan that was one of the grimmest games we've had so far. So maybe we aim for something in between. Would be kind of reasonable. kiljardi, he is going to be moving the mainland. The reason you want to do this is you want to be able to keep the House of Wisdom where you're going to build all your structures, right? And there's not that much room here, so longevity-wise, you might struggle to actually get all of the House of Wisdom tiers for Golden Age. That's pretty bad for Abassids, because if you go to the late game, that means you're missing out on a lofty production speed increase. So, cool thing about this as well, the reason this is so important is you might be able to, like, counter-argue me and say, oh, there's enough room here, KP, for you to get, like, the full structures for Golden Age free. Get 60 structures here. That's cool, but here's the interesting thing about the Starting Island. The Starting Island can be the safest place to build up your farms. So, you build farms, you're not going to get Golden Age connecting all of it. Right? So think of this as, like, later farm area for kiljardi. He might build some farms over here because likely we'll be looking at 2 TC. But the reality is this is the safest area to just embody your full food transition. And that's why we've been seeing English look so solid here, is they just start setting up those farms at an early point when everyone has to move out to gather sheep in the meantime. Abbey of Kings coming. Military wing on the other side for kiljardi. Oh, a little bit rough on the wood. Yeah, he's actually came maybe a little bit too soon with the House of Wisdom. So it doesn't have enough to actually build up the mill yet. And no, this is called Anatolian Hills. But we define on this map 2 areas: starting island, mainland. That's the easiest way to think about it, because this really is like a much smaller area. The main points of contest will always be on the other side of the river. And reminder, there is no shallow here. You have to build a dock, get transport ship out to get across. Now, why that's quite interesting compared to shallows or a bridge is the fact that your sheep are going to be stuck on this side, unless you go pro scouts. Which means, in those cases, you're going to have to take quite a bit of risk with your economy. You might be thinking straight away, go 2TC. In fact, that's what kiljardi is going to do. But going 2TC can leave you vulnerable here. It's important to remember that Vortex has recently shown a propensity for going for all-in feudal plays with Abbey of Kings. And with your opponent going 2TC, it's the perfect environment to do it in here, because of how disconnected his base is going to be. Yeah, and we're not seeing Vortex go into the stone. I don't think you really benefit that much from getting into a TC race here, per se. It's a bit weird against Abbasids. Like, you know, they will be able to potentially get the TCs cheaper if you haven't scouted for the Eco Wing / Melee Wing. And then on top of that, fresh food stuffs is a big deal. Just kind of gives them that extra fine line to flirt where they can go into additional military units while you slow down. You have a hard time reaching Golden Age like this? You have more potential, though, than if you build it at home. Remember what he said, like in the late game, preferably you have all your farms here. This is the safest place on the map for you, because all the objectives that should really matter now are going to be on the mainland. The other reason why you place it here, actually, is to diversify the interest of an all-in for your opponent. If you build TC and House of Wisdom here, he can rush you and kill you. Same logic for other civs. When you divide the landmarks like this, it divides the value of an all-in, right? There's still potentially a recovery arc. And what most players have discovered, actually, is it's better to all-in the mainland, because then, even if your opponent has a recovery arc, they're incredibly limited here. Only 4k gold, no real food to speak of, only 1 stack of stone. kiljardi, he is going to be on the move, but we already have the Lombos coming in, so it is going to be the full infantry comp. He basically went for the Abbey of Kings to guarantee that he'd have a healing aura, so over time, the trades can be beneficial here. Is there any point to making water military? Yep, you can cut the map. You can stop your opponent from actually getting out, because we've seen multiple times, actually, when players get stuck on the starting island, they tend to overgather wood and gold and just not have enough food. Good initial skirmish. Vortex able to chase him away. Spearman basically already dead. That means both of the archers are definitely going to die as well. kiljardi is switching into a horseman. Unfortunately for him, yeah, he didn't see. He did not see the racks. It doesn't look like he got close enough. Otherwise, you wouldn't really want to be going horseman here. It's a good counter to the king, but you're going to run into trouble town with that first spearman. A little bit concerning here, actually. The king can get pincered by, like, 3 horsemen chased down, but just not enough. And on top of that, he actually does accidentally reveal his longbow, so may end up losing troops, but Vortex, here's the spearman. Love the micro. Pulls him away, and he's blind. He runs straight into that spear. Does get the longbow kill, but that's not a worthwhile trade. 90 resources for 120. So positive for Vortex. Meanwhile, he has cleared up all the free units from military wing. And he's already harassing onto kiljardi, who's trying to go 2TC. No. This is pretty doomed right now. He doesn't have anything to protect him. He's got the wood, but he's not building a racks. On top of that, Lombos are on the way. You can't build a TC here. Not unless you pull a lot of villages. I think kiljardi's going to have to build a second TC on the starting island. Oi, oi, oi. I mean, he's gathering the stone. He's committed at this stage. But at this point, you brought your villagers out for nothing. He's gonna try to get it. What? That is wild. King goes in. He's low on HP. You haven't really got the time to shoot him down here. Spearman is going to be able to start cleaning up the horsemen. He is just trying to flood them out. Maybe, just maybe, he can kill this off quick enough. Here's another spearman coming. The king is going to have to shuffle away. Gets the recharge in. More troops are on the way in. It looks like kiljardi may have got a stay of execution here, but it's kept him locked in on just horseman flooding. And Vortex has plenty of spears coming. Could he get back in time? I actually think he could. Those earlier worker kills have kind of killed the timing for kiljardi. He's still, what, about 30 seconds away? I'm a little bit surprised, actually, Vortex isn't going in. He doesn't have the vision, though, right? he does. You know what? The reason why Vortex isn't going in is he assumes that Kiljardi already brought more villagers. Because in this situation, you panic and bring all the villies. So, like, while it seems like Vortex is missing a golden opportunity to end the game, it's because of what he doesn't know. Now, you could argue the scout could have went deeper, which is a fair point. I'm not sure why Vortex didn't send it deeper, actually. I mean, the scout is half HP, so there is a risk Horseman will chase him down, but with multiple spearmen here, I don't think he has to be that concerned. And yeah, Kiljardi done the best at the bad situation, but the reality check is Vortex doubling down the spearman afterwards kind of invalidates the play, right? He has got archery range coming behind this, but that is going to be into longbows, remember. And he's going to try and use the horseman to intercept. Probably his only option here. Siege engineering already on the way. Vortex, someone who's apparently more willing to play the later phase of the game, isn't looking to go deep in game number 1. Yeah, these new maps like Anatolian Hills historically are places where players like Vortex do thrive because of the rapid iterations through games. I don't know how true that's remained more recently. You have to remember Vortex, his bro isn't really playing anymore. It used to be that Lucifer and Vortex were the most fearful, or rather the most scary to face on new maps because of how quickly they go through the new map and figure out the meta. But mainly his screwing partner nowadays is Beasty. I'm not sure what Beasty's screwing process is, per se. Historically, he's been a player who's willing to play the low percentile chances, so if he did get him together to scrim this, I don't know if they would have went as deep into the count of games, should we say. And yeah, I guess you could think of this map as like a tame version of moving out, or more like migration, I guess. Migration is a fairer assessment. I think it's a better version of migration because where migration fails itself, and it's sad as well because I think migration is a really cool map, where it fails itself is the fish. The fish makes it silly. Whereas this map doesn't have more than one shoreline fish. We will get some little boat aggro on both sides as arch ships do come in. Did have to pull the villagers away due to the harassment. We noticed a lot of players building a little bit too close to the coast and getting punished like this. So Vortex had the quick reaction. We're about to scare him away. Meanwhile, we have got a second ram being built. If Vortex can beat his opponent up with 3 rams here, that TC goes down, and there's the third. This is important. It's the golden number. It's hard to actually out-repair triple ram. In fact, statistically, it's impossible with 8 villages. With the old TCs with a little bit more space, you could argue 3 rams may struggle, but not now. So he's going to start moving in. Another interesting thing, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, the King's aura does affect rams, so if one of them gets low, he can just peel it away and heal it up. It's so doing. Little Lombo. Steel Arrow is already there. Undermesh is about to come in, but he jumps a little bit too soon there. Yeah, he needed to wait a few more seconds, but he hasn't got any time to wait. Look at the damage the Rams are already doing. TC about to go down. The Lombo herd has not been thinned enough. Nor is the Spearman. Still 6 of them in here. So Town Center gone. Vortex is only 5 villagers behind, but he's a whole military army ahead. And too far ahead, because Kiljardi's dead. A fast beginning to this expected aggressive series. Yeah. Dude, Vortex, like, it doesn't matter how much you evolve the player. I feel like if there's one civ where Vortex will always still try to play the aggressive party, it's the English. We've seen games where he goes to the late game instead, because he kind of gets forced to, because there's not an opening. But if he senses for a second he can attack, he doesn't hesitate with that civ. So, brilliant start to the series. Not waiting around. Kiljardi did use, theoretically, his weakest civ, right? He's still got a lot of strength here. He's got China, Rus, Order of the Dragon, and Jean. Iobid's is a little bit I feel like in some ways it's a bit more of a blocker pick, a protection for maybe something like Kiljardi's Jean pick. What's the name of that map? The name of that map is Anatolian Hills. 2TC is too hard to pull off? Yeah, like, and reminder, by the way, our reigning champion, the first opinion he had when he opened this map, I remember sitting there and Beasty was like, oh, this is cheesy, you'll just go 2TC every game. And, you know, he's not entirely wrong. A lot of people have tried going 2TC, and it keeps failing. What I'm still curious about is whether he said that to bait people. Right? I'd be curious to get his thoughts on like whether it was really the belief for him or if he was just legit just gigabaiting any of the players watching. Because it's time and time again failed against French, against English. I think we've had some other picks in there that have been able to take it down as well. It's just so greedy. Okay, so let's see. We should be getting ready for game number 2. Didn't recognize the ABBA flag. It's always so subtle, isn't it? We need to get some sort of trim outlier. I don't know if Cal's around to do it. What did he? When did he say that? Yeah, he did say that. He said it when he opened. I think it was. He went live again for like an hour after Grand Finals on Thursday, and I think he said it then. I remember he opened the map because I was sitting there watching. I was like, curious, what's he gonna think? I don't know if calling the map cheesy as all hell is a positive outlook, but yeah. Push-ups. All right, remember there's still seat push-ups. I'm hopefully, do a fourth one. We'll be able to maybe get back to proper push-ups soon. We're only in beginner physio right now, but we're getting there. I think I got like 2 more weeks of that, and then we go to intermediate. I feel like I'll be good to start doing push-ups the moment I'm able to like start jogging again. Just write the word ABBA on the black flag. I mean, or they could just like have come up with a different flag. I don't know. Like, is ABBA's flag historically accurate? I feel like when I see the ABBA flag, it just makes me like think that they're pirates. You know. All right, so let's get predictions going for game number 2. One sec, I need to turn the heater off. Whoa. Okay, I don't know what thing I've got plugged in keeps doing that. You guys can hear that, right? That's Windows being like, unplug, replug. Something I've got keeps disconnecting itself. Ladies and gents, we might have a flip in the aggressive roles for game number 2 of our quarterfinals. Kiljardi now and Jean, Vortex with the Delhi. A matchup that historically has looked pretty damn good for Jean, even if in real life history it never happened. But the interesting thing is the current meta, with the Pro Scouts game being what it is on a map like Dry Arabia. There's a lot of positives to be found here for the French Civ. I have to see if he can reap it. I definitely think Jean can be sometimes a bit trickier than French at the moment, just because Pro Scouts feels a little bit weaker. Jean herself thrives a lot in the Delhi matchup, though, and the reason is Ghazi. At the core heart of it, Delhi want to be into Ghazi, and that's a negative for them, because Jean is able to just reap so much XP in the fights. Now, theoretically, Ghazi can snipe you out, but it's very hard to achieve that a lot of the time. Now, you might be saying, KP, I don't have to worry about Jean. I'm just not going to fight her. You know, I'm going to sit in my base. I'm going to go fast castle. I watched a pro do it on the ladder once. I done it to a gold when I was smurfing, and he had no recourse. True. Well done. Although, shame on you for the smurfing. However, one thing you have to remember about Delhi is if you're not playing the map, why did you pick Delhi? The whole point is meant to be these sacred sites. This is where Delhi feel a little bit crippled and weakened against Jean. There are a lot of civs in the game that can just go fast castle and ignore her. It's true. Delhi isn't particularly one of them. For a start, with the Dome of Faith builds, there's a slow build up of scholars that takes a lot of time. If you rush castle, you just don't get your tech, so it feels worthless. And the other problem is if you choose to rush castle and not touch the map, you're missing out on potentially 375 gold extra per minute. That is insane to say out loud. That is like having an extra 10 villages. And that's where the weakness comes in. It's something that Jean knows they're going to have to come out and play for, and it's something that she can very eagerly contest. You go fast imp to Prince Sultan Elephants every minute. How are those 10-minute plus tech timings going? How's the sheep looking as well? Oh, no. What? Oh, that's wild. So Vortex went straight through the center, cut here. I think Kiljardi done the initial rotation. And by the time he arrived, Vortex was already mirroring him here. and then took the rest of the sheep up here. So Kiljardi only got sheep from this fin strip. Oh, that is brutal. What a sick rotation out of Vortex. I need to get like a drawing tool so I can show you what happened. But like, watch my cursor. Vortex went like this. Kiljardi went like this, it seems. He circled around his base like some players sometimes do. Because with Jean, you need to get those initial sheep and drop them off because she's going to eat them. But for Deli, you don't care. You're not coming home. Vortex completely peeled him apart with that. That's 20 sheep to 4. Now, in a previous meta, that would be GG. Immediately, game would be over. But there is still hope for Kiljardi. Pro Scouts will be his savior here. He's already gathered the gold. Last of the wood should be coming in. In fact, a little bit... Actually, no, he's fine, remember. He's got the discount. So, yeah. Just needs to drop off that final 2 load, and Pro Scouts will get queued up. In fact, love that. Opens with a knight. This is a nice thing about playing Jean of French. For the discount, you can afford to kind of thread that needle where you get knight plus Pro Scouts queued at the same time. And he could not wait a second longer, really. Dry Arabia has 20 neutral sheep. This is rough. This is the thing I've said about like sheep. And it's why I've been really big banging my drum on like creating extra food types for the game. Another reason why I want to see extra food types isn't because I think it will dilute the potency of Pro Scouts. It's because it will dilute the potency of sheep. And that's an important thing to do. Because of games like this. If we didn't have a Pro Scout dominant meta right now, this would be a 6-minute GG. I've seen it time and time again from some of the top players. Wham, I think, done it just a few months ago in a top tier tournament. He had to just GG because he was Jean against Ellie and he got 4 sheep. By the time he teched up, he had like found an extra 2. But when you looked at his sheep count at 6 minutes in, he had 3 sheep. You just can't play the game. That's why I like to say, like, options are important. The importance of those options, though, is to make sure they aren't fully safe. So there has to be some level of risk, some layer of risk. But this is cool. Kiljardi, is he going to go into the ball? That's actually a pretty close sport. Yeah, he could look to leverage this. I mean, he's already going to be leaning north side to guard for the Pro Scouts pull. But Ghazi already on the way from Vortex, so is playing the atypical. Now, one thing that has changed since Jean was dominating Delhi in this matchup is the Dome of Faith over Tower Victory builds. Means that your Ghazi can be brought home and healed up in a way that we weren't really seeing a year ago. Love the choice to go melee. You have to go melee here. Going ranged is death sentence because of Ghazi. Melee is still going to struggle a lot because remember, you are a heavy unit and these guys do get +2 damage against you. The other awkward part is you find the cleave underperforms a lot. It's decent when you're fully saturated, but if you're fully saturated, you die before you get second cleave. And, you know, 20 damage sounds like a lot onto 10 units, but when those units have 135 HP each, it doesn't really feel like it changes much about the battle. Only 1 or 2 food types at some point it's too much. I mean, you iterate by adding 1 food type at a time, and then you can define whether it's too much or not. I don't think, like, having 6 different food types would be that crazy, personally. Because, like, remember, they don't all have to come up on every map. That's the other thing that I think is missing. Is when you create new food types like that, new mechanics to interact with, that's how map creators can get creative again. Instead of feeling like we have to get overly quirky with what we're doing here to make something fresh or new, we can take almost already existing formats like a Dry Arabia or a Lipany and give them a different approach. Like imagine if, you know, you had a different food type and then you basically just replicated Lipany, but instead of it being berries everywhere, it was this new food type. Same logic with what Avali done with Skargard, where it's deer everywhere. Imagine if instead it was new food source, like hippos everywhere. You know what you do? Yeah, I've got it, guys. You do that. What you want to do, you want to have a map that has trees setting up to be like a rectangular shape, and there's hippos everywhere inside, and you call it the Hippodrome. Ah, these jokes write themselves. I know. Now, Vortex is just raw sending on the Ghazi count, but look what it's getting him. 2 Sacred Sites already locked in. Knights are going to try to raid on the other side. Doesn't quite get that kill. Textiles keeps Vortex's villager alive, and now we do have the Spearman transition. Good news for Kiljardi, he did at least scout that. Do Piz get bonus for Hippo gathering because they get Hippodrome? Sadly not. Well, wait, did Numidians eat hippo? Did we bring in the Numidians? Fruit trees that give food or wood? Yeah, that was something we were talking about yesterday. It's like, imagine if you had small apple tree orchards that could be either wood or food, or they give you some of both. There's so many quirky different things we could do with these resource types. Like, Age of Empires 4 as a game has been defined by its resources. We know that. So why not just embolden that? Great fight there. Look at that. Straight away 28 XP. All he got in return was like 1 scout denial, but it's not going to slow kiljardi down. He's still got the deer coming home. The sacred sites are a significant issue right now. kiljardi does need to look to address that. If he doesn't, Vortex is just going to bypass the age. You can already see that he's starting to stockpile here. Neutral farms scattered around the map. It's kind of an interesting concept. It would need an overhaul because I don't think there's a way to utilize neutral farms. Or at least not a reliable way, right? Like if someone dies in a free-for-all, you end up attacking the farms with villagers. But there could be something to that. I've talked before about how cool it would be if we had neutral walls. Because, like, imagine you have a map and some of the areas are cut off by small walls, but you can break through them to get quicker access to the enemy base. Now, neutral-owned walls is possible, we know in crafted maps. I'm not so sure about generated yet, though. Knights and Archers. kiljardi just going for the standard format here. We'll counter what Vortex has, as long as the numbers aren't disingenuous. Scary thing here as well for Vortex, because it's melee Jean. If he sticks in Age 2, there's a growing risk that even if the fight looks even, the XP difference gained from those engagements will win the game for Jean. We've seen, you know, of the two forms, Range Jean can't just win the game upon level 3 in Feudal. Melee Jean is capable of that. The damage is ridiculous. What's going on? We do have pro scouts coming in as well now from Vortex. In the meantime, though, Knights have found their way all the way around the back. Charges are going to connect, but formation shuffling helping Vortex a little here. Wait, is kiljardi microing the injured ones? No, he's just going straight after them. Everything at the back needs to die is the thought process here. So we'll find 2 villagers. Just needs to get out cleanly, and it looks like he should be able to do so. Just about there. Yeah, Spearman not able to get that second strike off. Really the difference between Dome of Faith and Tower of Victory matters. He even comes in for another charge. Okay, that may have been a bit gluttonous, but it's idle time. It's a lot of injured villagers now. And he is still alive. Chivalry now coming through. You have to include a new civ with bonuses on the food type? No, not really. I don't think so. Like, the way I view it is you introduce these new food types, and you start off to see if like, you know, they're reasonable. And then over time, you can adapt civs or add quirks for civs with new civs, etc. You don't have to immediately say, oh, yeah, this civ, like, gathers this new resource 50% faster. What you're doing there is you're forcing a pit to a map instead of letting it see if it organically comes out. Knights did get caught off there. He was chasing again, wasn't quite able to find the kills. And what's that? The idea of, like, a mercenary encampment where you can pay gold to hire a set of units? Yeah, or like maybe you just have neutral objectives that when you take it over, it sends something towards the enemy base. I like that as well. I was playing this game, I think it was Eye of War, if you guys remember, back in September, where like if you took control of, like if you beat the bandits, you took control of the camp, it would then start sending enemy units towards the enemy base. It's kind of a cool idea. Almost had like a slight MOBA-esque creep wave logic about it, but not in like an overly oppressive way. kiljardi now looking for the age up. Oh wait, I just remembered. I got flashbacks to that guy on Reddit who doesn't like me talking about game design because who am I to talk about game design? I don't know. Just a esports caster of half a decade. And I was a dev before this. And I may happen to talk to the devs regularly. And they haven't called me backcrap crazy on every idea at this point. I don't know, there's just so much cool potential for AoE4. Like, I'm just thinking, you know, if you think about the way AoE4 is designed, it's hard to find new maps that twist the shape of it so much from Dry Arabia that it just works on a fundamental level. It's not impossible, but it's hard, as we've seen in the past. But like when you introduce new mechanics to interact with, some of them have can appear in the map, some don't have to. Right? It's like, imagine if you had a different win condition to like sacred sites that could appear on certain maps. Changes the game. Like bridges. Actually, bridges is a perfect example. Bridges need a little bit of an overhaul, but I love the concept of what bridges can do to a map design. I don't like how things look right now for kiljardi. Choosing the age up may cost him dearly. He went Guildhall. Oh boy. Vortex, he's going to dive right in. 3 sacred sites locked in. kiljardi about to be pop locked. He can't defend this right now. It's so many spears and archers. Ghazi diving in as well. I mean, even if you get level 3, this might be that one situation where it doesn't count for anything. She gets sniped straight away. Vortex! What were these rumors about a calm lad, someone who is strategic, tactical, thought about the late game? He doesn't exist here. This man wants blood and skulls for the Skull Throne, and he will only accept Finnish citizens as currency. This is sick. That is crazy. I mean, I'm wondering if kiljardi necessarily needed to rush the age up. It's a tricky one. Like, if you're French, I don't think you rush the age up because you've just got a scaling economy. You just get bigger over time. It feels great. But, like, the way this one played out, I think Guildhall is like, if you have an opponent who's scaling army and staying feudal, Guildhall is way too greedy. If kiljardi could go back and play this game again, I think the big difference he would have made is presence towards the sacred sites. It felt like the really big difference maker wasn't just that you don't scale extra villages as Jean. The other really big difference maker in this one was that you were just giving your opponent so much economy for free. It's crazy how much he was getting off that map with little to no contest. So, 2-0, we may end up speed running through this one at this rate. kiljardi needs to find a way of stabilizing here. He's still got the Chinese. It's possibly his best bet. What does he fear here, though? Like, if this is Chinese versus HRE, I think he's maybe just screwed. Burgrave could shut China down quite easily if we go to Frisian. I think that's kiljardi's big concern, is like the HRE pick is looming over him. He doesn't have great answers potentially here. The main one that comes to mind that could work is like Ibids. But that used to be before the Pro Scouts meta. It's like HRE versus IE was like a 50-50. Now with the Pro Scouts meta, I think it quite heavily leans towards the Holy Roman Empire. So I don't like the idea of no sacred site maps. The point would be to replace it with a new mechanic that can end the game. That's the whole idea. Pro Scouts is fun if you got to give something to civs that don't do Pro Scouts. Yeah, it's like the point is, in a healthy world, what you have is Pro Scouts beats 2TC. 2TC beats what? Fast Castle? And then All In beats Pro Scouts. But the problem is, like, All In kind of feels like it has to beat Pro Scouts and TC to a certain degree. So, like, it's not as simple. This is the thing. Like, when you think about what counts what, it's the same. You have to go through the same thought process as you would with what unit counts what unit. Because it's all well and good saying that, you know, horsemen counter archers. But as we've seen with variant examples like Jignu come to mind, that's not true. Right? It doesn't work that simply. They become soft counters. So it's the same logic. What you want is an environment where certain strategies can at least be soft counters to others. The problem is right now, like, Pro Scouts isn't really count by anything. There's not really anything that feels negative about doing it, right? When you go Pro Scouts, what are you really sacrificing? Like, we've seen people do it all the time. It's like Pro Scouts into full feudal or Pro Scouts into fast castle. I think we've even seen a few Pro Scouts into 2TCs, which is a bit more wild, but you get the point. Like, it's pretty much a catch-all right now. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be going to Frisian next. I think this is going to be the HRE pick. HRE just makes like a lot of sense right now. I'm going to run a minute of ads, by the way, so you guys don't have to worry about them when we're... Oh, crap. I can't. Okay. Twitch already done the auto ads. Yeah, dude. It's exactly what we thought. It's HRE versus China. This is... Based on the games we've been seeing recently, not good for China. It's a more defensive map, so there might be some hope. But, I think when you have more open maps, we've just seen, like, HRE can all-in feudal pressure you, right? But Frisian being, like, with you camping in a corner, he might have some safety. My only worry here is, like, if this is no Pro Scouts, Burgrave, Fast Castle, if he gets enough sheep for that, it's going to be hard to hold. Okay, let's flip the score. Let's get predictions ready as well. Mahodo still hates Frisian because he wishes that he could dock like B. One and all, welcome back to the series of game number 3. Vortex is wasting no time whatsoever. I think the combined toll of the two games is about 30 minutes. And we have a third map that could be just as quick and just as decisive. HRE in the hands of the Spaniard going up against kiljardi on the Chinese. That's right, guys. It turns out that recording from King of the North where he said he was a China main was just from the future. Yeah, he plays actually quite a bit of Chinese now that it's not about PC booming anymore. A good map for China historically as well. Frisian, just a very defensively oriented map, but dangerous in terms of your opponent here. Vortex on the HRE has a threat bomb waiting to be detonated. And that threat bomb is if he gets enough sheep for for lacking Pro Scouts and going Burgrave. Because then if kiljardi goes Pro Scouts himself, Vortex can just vomit out men-at-arms to kill. So very important that kiljardi does not lose the scout race here. And right now, he's shadowing behind his opponent, which is not feel ideal at all. Funnily enough, the berry bush kind of actually helped him out a bit. Kiljardi's kind of pacing ahead here, but at some point there's going to be a cutoff. The problem is, I don't think kiljardi knows that it's 2 scouts. Oh, that is dirty. I love this from Vortex. He's keeping the door open for that Burgrave build we talked about. If it was bad, he just goes Pro Scouts. If it's great, we're pounding all the way to the bank. So Vortex brings the goodies home. Kiljardi is now following in the footsteps of the other scout. Meaning, wait. Meaning nothing. Okay, that's kind of wild, guys. Kiljardi won the scout game. He's got 21 sheep compared to just 19. Now, admittedly, with 2 minutes in the game, Vortex has been gathering quicker off the sheep due to the gathering speed buff. So there's a big discrepancy there. But going 2 scouts, just a 50-50 split, the map is terrible. And China definitely has a slight edge with their ability to see before you see them. But still, what a play by kiljardi. Rotation paying off. Dividends to the maximum, and now Imperial Academy to make sure it gets paid in an even bigger way here. I wonder, does Vortex try to play anti-Pro Scouts now? Because this is the thing, you can't really rush Pro Scouts like China can. Between the taxation, between the supervision, they just tend to get there a little bit quicker. So often if HRE is worried about Pro Scouts, they tend to open with like Spearmen to stop their opponents. This isn't many people onto wood, actually. The Arkham placement as well suggests we're looking at Fast Castle. I mean, is it Fast Castle Pro Scouts, though, is what I'm wondering. Because FC doesn't feel that encouraging with 21 sheep, I want to say. I mean, it would be enough to kind of thread a Burgrave timing. It just wouldn't give you much runway. You always wonder if you should go Pro Scouts in sheep abundant maps. I think it depends on the civ and what your goal is. So like Juji, HRE, I think if you get like 25 to 28 sheep, you can justify no Pro Scouts. Especially depending on the map, like Prairie, Frisian. You know, there's certain maps where there's more aggression enabled. So like I mentioned Juji perfectly for a map like Prairie. Same HRE there. Because there's nowhere for your opponent to hide. However, if you're in a Pro Scouts meta and you're thinking about not doing Pro Scouts, but let's say you're on a map like, I don't want to say Hill and Dale, but the concept of Hill and Dale, a map where Pro Scouts would be good, but the spawn is safe, you're probably going to get in trouble. All right, like imagine Mountain Pass type situations, basically. Because your opponent could just easily finesse the issue. You know, you have this all-in timing, you're on the clock, but the whole awkward issue, and this is why frizzing can be weird sometimes, when you're on the clock, but your opponent has a very good defensive spawn, if you can't get in, you miss your timing entirely. They just come out ahead. The reason why frizzing is a little bit different is because of the way the resources spawn. It cripples you. There's only a few civs that can go without touching the gold, the stone, etc. Chinese is one of them, by the way. And yes, Vortex is going fast castle. This is what we expected. You can tell by the arc placement. Because if he was interested in playing it a little bit slower, he would have dropped the arc closer to the tree line. He didn't bother at all. So this is just going to be an outpost. Fast castle. Is there a world in which he does something crazy and goes Regnants? I mean, would that be that crazy? You know, you have sacrificed a lot of food to your opponent, but in return, you're getting infinite gold. It's not the worst trade-off in the world. kiljardi now with the rats. This does insulate him, right? In the case that Vortex is, for example, going to rush castle and just do the classic knight build, he'll have the answer. I'd be surprised if it was just mass knighting. The weird thing about doing mass knights is it tends to be better actually with Mindwork than Archon because of the barded armor. Love this. Vortex. It's kind of crazy, right? Like when you see someone do double scout, you just expect pro scouts. Instead of just getting the value by trying to harass kiljardi off of his pro scout timing. Love that. kiljardi. Important detail here, what he just done there. We're in a Pro Scouts meta. There is an obsession with just getting all the deer as quickly as possible. That would have killed him. He needed info. He got the info. He knows that Vortex is fast castling. And now he's going to keep the scout here, which is admittedly going to slow down his deer retrieval, but it's going to give him the early insight into what Vortex is doing. And it is going to be the Regnants. Yeah. We talked about it, right? Like the runway here is a little bit finicky. You've only got 15 sheep left. You go fast castle into Burgrave, you're running a very fine line. You can afford like 15-minute arms. I don't know, 20... I'd say about 24-minute arms because you have to equate for villages between as well. 24, 25-minute arms max, and then you're out. And the reason why Vortex is down by extra villages, remember the Imperial officials. There is extra in this, though. Wait, what? Yeah, because Vortex went double prelate. So he went double prelate. He should be missing, like, 2 villages, right? But there is definitely a little bit of idle time in this, because it's 27 villages to 24. So there's 1 unaccounted for. kiljardi? Okay, don't worry, guys. Vortex is back in balance on the village account. The math adds up. Wait, dude, he's not even producing villages right now. He's so busy figuring out where he wants to place the Barbican. Are you kidding me? Oh, this is sick. Look at the gold locations. The problem is, kiljardi, his TC has been idle now for, what, 30 seconds? Maybe longer. So, yes, he's stopping Vortex on the gold, but, I mean, Vortex already got a decent chunk of cheddar in the bank, and he's still going to be able to gather more while the Barbican's being built. Okay, there we go. Villager production underway again for kiljardi, but that was quite the gap. All of a sudden, it's 27 to 28 villages. kiljardi only 1 ahead when he should be 3. Okay, that's kind of depressing, though. Oh, no. Wait, did Vortex maybe think he could go through there? I'm not sure. It kind of looks like it. When you scout this area, you think, oh, yeah, there's just a gap there. And then you can march around and edge it. But he ran underneath the Barbican. Oh, that is brutal. Now it looks like we're going to have to react to this. So Stable's coming in, Archer Rangers as well. Vortex could go for a ram play, but I wonder if like a Siege Workshop, just 1 Treb is worth it. It's tricky because your opponent has got villages out here. kiljardi, he's committing to this. Yeah, we've got Jugnu following up. One negative I always see with this type of production plan is like this archery range was added in after the Barbican. So why not just add it here? Now you could argue he's hiding the play, but in response, you're weakening your timing. Oh, and look who's strengthening our viewership. What's up, MSN? Thank you for the raid, mate. Appreciate you. It kind of looks like kiljardi is semi-thinking about castle right now. I love that he's keeping the door open because an all-in here, if he gets it wrong, could just kill his game. He needs to know what Vortex is doing. Like, what kind of resource pool does he have? What's his potential here? We're definitely not seeing any Regnit's potential, by the way. So far in this series, the person who took the greedy action has been punished and killed every single time. Game number 1, the player who went 2TC died. Game number 2, the player who went fast castle died. Could this be the pattern? Vortex, he chose Castle Age. And kiljardi is choosing the all-in. Scary though. Vortex, did he give her enough for veterancy? No. So he's going to switch marketplace. If he can get veterancy on archers, he should be heavily favored here. Quick wall attempt. Isn't quite going to be quick enough. He pulls the villagers of the shivs. We'll scare him away. Yeah, I do believe if Vortex just commits wholly to archer spam, he has a way out of this sticky situation. And it kind of needs to be archers, guys. He's down to 4 sheep now. Meantime, Knights are going to try to raid through to the other side. That Song Dynasty is starting to build up a lead, you're noticing as well. Vortex at 31 villages. kiljardi now at 38. It works quickly. And kind of tricky. Vortex moving the tree line like that has idled him out a bit. And on top of that, he doesn't have the Archon buff anymore. This is bad. He's got 25 people on wood. Only half of that is getting buffed. And he needs additional archers ASAP. He actually may need to get farms as well. Yeah, they're coming in. I'll tell you what, Vortex getting out of this type of bind, he'd have to be a miracle worker. This doesn't look great. Remember, kiljardi went pro scout, so he's never really running out of food here. He can just keep going all in, which is what he's going to do onto the tree line. Able to cut down a few of the villagers. And starve his opponent out. Vortex does take this opportunity to sneak in a relic and go the berries, though. He's finessing. That fixes the gold problem. Veterancy is on the way. He needs to get his way into a blacksmith undermesh as well, though, because these Yug are still going to trade relatively well into their archers. Kind of tell him he's at least keeping the bulk of kiljardi's reinforcements at home with the Knights. Maybe a bit of an overcommitment here now. The Knights just kind of committing into it. Actually, that being said, no, the spearman count wasn't looking good enough. The horseman kind of deceiving me a little there. So does get the breakthrough, and love that. He pulls away before losing the knight. So now he just wants to take them home, heal them up. He could even just leave 2 here to keep attacking. Ads are hard? No, kiljardi's hard. Look at him go. 14 ahead. This is crazy. I'm starting to lay in for Vortex. Means he is starting to stabilize. Is there an out into castle on kiljardi's mind? Sometimes you can just find that bypass. You have enough juke. It's a bit wonky though against mass knights. What is up, OG Daddy? There you go, buddy. You don't have to worry about ads. That's a smart move. Good job, chat. Always got to remind people when they mention ads, mention subscribing. It's the smart business investment. You appreciate your time, you hate ads, there's a solution. Vortex still doesn't have a clear solution to this yet. Preferably you just get more knights and then Knight Archer breaks this, but the gold is very lacking. It's a slow process. Not to mention the food as well. Zhug, easily able to trade out those archers. Spearman may be a little bit low on count though. Zhug aren't really adding much into this. In a weird way, you kind of need to pull the Spearman back in to bait attacks onto the Zhug. And yeah, I think that's what he's starting to do a little here. He has that one Spearman left alive. Extra trickling in, and Vortex down to just 2 knights. Uh-oh. I'm getting a bad feeling about this for the Spaniard, but a good feeling for the series. With the first game on the board for kiljardi, and you got to be feeling like you can taste it at this stage. He's going to be going with the Siege Engineering. Okay, so sick play here would be Siege Engineering, double ram, kill the farms. The farms are actually the lifeline right now for Vortex. Killing a TC is very difficult due to E-repairs. It's the smaller buildings around it that are high value. How does Vortex have a relic that's not its closest one? Balton, have you not heard of the Barbican to block relics? A classic. You're subbed and you saw the ad, except you're not because you don't have the icon next to your name. Ram's now coming in. Juke already camping onto the production. I think Vortex is just one fight away from a loss here. What's his play out of this? I want to say something like a mango, but how do you afford one? And it's always debatable whether you want to go mangoes against Juke anyway, because they can easily snipe them. You need like 3 mangoes to deter this. He's going prelates. The reason he's going prelates here is to try and heal, but the smart thing about Juging like this is you'll never be able to heal the archers. They'll just insta-die. The knights, like, with this type of vault, can't even begin to commit. And the problem is, by going prelates, you're obviously slowing down your night timing. He did, however, just sneak that relic back. Okay, so it's 2 in the bank. He might not have many buildings left at this rate to even use it with. Because Kiljardi's moving even deeper. Oh my god, the size of this army. Comparative to game 2. Right? Small group of knights, small group of archers versus a lot of trash tier units. You just need to start trading out against those archers. Undermesh is only now on the way for Vortex. It's why it's so hard for him to compete with this. And the blacksmith, no, he's going to lose it before he gets Undermesh. A huge denial there by Kiljardi. We're one step away from a Vortex defeat. This is getting far too uncomfortable. And all of it being enabled by the fact that Kiljardi's still got extra food gathering out here on the ponds as well. Archrange is about to be gone as well. Dive comes through just as Vortex was getting ready for a healthy farm transition. I mean, there's nothing healthy about this, right? That's like someone coughing up blood and going, yeah, I'm so healthy that, like, I've got so much blood, I've got not got enough room for it on the inside. So I have to keep it outside, too. Like, wait, what? This is a death sentence, and he knows it. We're going to be seeing another game. Point on the board. Kiljardi does it. We said it's kind of a tricky matchup, but the interesting part is, like, usually it's a tricky matchup because HRE plays the aggressive party. He didn't play the aggressive party there. He played the greed. And as I said, the pattern continues. He who is greedy shall die. Could this be the first KPMM match this week that isn't 100% win rate? Right? Like, that would be nice, wouldn't it? You know? Like, it's nice to be able to have series where it feels competitively back and forth. Good lord, the 2-0 shenanigans all the way through. I think that next week's will be a little bit tighter because we're going to be having Lipany as a default map. And wait, what are all these, like, little last? Little gnome laugh? Wait, did I have a gnome laugh? I guess the one I just done there is more of like a gremlin. Or is it, wait, isn't it like Nibbler from Futurama? You're like, should not have called it a speed run. He Whammed himself. I didn't realize that was a term. Doesn't sound like a very nice term. And why would I not want to cast a cursor? I want more games, all right? I'm here for the content and length. Got to make this series girthy. That was your dog's name? Nibbler from Futurama. Did it just eat everything? What was the context between the name choice, behind the name choice? Did your dog just like eat anything in front of them? So like my mom and dad, they had the family dog was called Chunky, and the reason it was called Chunky is because it was the biggest puppy when it came out. And my sister, because you know it was her dog who had them, she just called it Chunky because she couldn't give it a name yet. So she just defined it as Chunky so that like she knew which one it was because we couldn't decide on a name. By the time we'd figured out like names we'd like down to a small list, it was too late. She spent so long calling him Chunky that he only responded to it now. So yeah. It's kind of funny, like, now that I think about it, when I'm watching Bluey, and you don't realize until later in, when the parents start getting called by their, like, names, right? Like, was it Curry? Like, oh, yeah, these are all dog characters. Any SC2 pros signed up yet? Yeah. Have you heard of Beasty Cutie? All right, let's get predictions going. Sorry, that's right, Jose. Yeah, I said curry. I was like, that's not right. Chili, you're correct. All right. One and all, we have got a big question mark on this series now, and that question mark is simple. Who wants to be greedy? Because they have to be sensing it by now. A battle between two of the most prolifically aggressive players in the history of Age of Empires 4. And every single game of this best of 5 so far, whoever attacks wins. Whoever greeds loses. So who's going to blink first, boys? Rus versus Byzantines in game number 4. Coastal Cliff's going to be the map of choice here. A pretty damn good map for the Rus Pro Scouts play. The question is whether you rush castle afterwards. We've seen this dynamic between Rus and Byzantines. If you do go for a castle rush, Biz can all-in send it and kill you with some Cairo siphons. There is a counter, though. Would you like to guess what that counter is? It's fighting. Don't just be greedy. Like, seriously, this is another example of that matchup where taking the greedy route could just lead to death. I'm curious if Vortex has practiced the build they have in mind. Numinon is the best executor of the Byzantine all-in against Rus. He was able to slay B in the previous week with it, for example. I have to imagine Vortex has tested it, though, right? Like, if someone was going to look at the flamethrower rams and go, oh, those might be good, it has to be this guy, right? Because when you look at a flamethrower, you think, yeah, that's going to be good for attacking people. And that's pretty much what Vortex love to do. So Grand Winery should be coming. Other side, it should be Golden Gate. Yeah, these two civs have somewhat got stagnant in their approaches. Hippodrome only really tends to come out when you're talking about water-based maps. And that's just because you're not gathering fish on food on land, right? You're gathering fish. And kiljardi did go for the double hunter cabin opening. Notice that he did not go for a triple scout opener. That's because of the design of the map. Coastal Cliffs is not very inviting to triple scout openers. That being said, 2 scouts seems to have done the business. 16 sheep to just 7. Reminder that Vortex will not want us to touch the deer. However, with a spawn like that, dare I say wall off? I don't know, man. This is kind of enticing. Berries and deer in the corner. I kind of wish he went for the Grand Winery. The problem is it's too far out there, right? It would take too long to get over here without wheelbarrow. But preferably, that would have been a sick Grand Winery. Because it's a food drop-off in general, you could drop off for the berries, drop off for the deer, wall here because you'd be in the area anyway and you're good to go. The reason why Vortex didn't want to do it is... And sorry, let me flip the score. Vortex is lead the series. Good catch. So the reason why Vortex didn't want to do it is you want to have more and more villagers generally moving over to your berries on the opening. So if you send 4 villagers out to build the Grand Winery here, it's not going to stop at just 4. You're going to add in the 5th, a 6th, a 7th, an 8th. And without wheelbarrow being an immediate prio there, you're just going to miss out on a lot of gathering. Even with wheelbarrow, you're going to miss out on a lot. Meanwhile, kiljardi doesn't really have to ever worry about wheelbarrow. Rooks, honestly, can you name me another civ in the game that can spend 20 minutes without touching a gold vein and can realistically go 15 plus minutes without caring about wheelbarrow? I'll wait. There's only like one. I'd say usually around like 10 minutes you start to get that inkling to get wheelbarrow because usually you're going horse archers then and you want to try to boom, boom, boom into the tree line. Chinese. There it is. Actually, that's not entirely true, is it, chat? You forgot. China will touch the gold straight away because they don't build an imperial official. But this civ immediately builds 200 cabins and never looks at the vein. See, you guys, like, there's a pro. You're thinking like 4 or 5 minutes in the game. You forgot about the first 2 minutes of the game. You need to gather 135 gold as China. So you will be touching that vein. Unless you're in a team game, and then you can just wait for someone to tribute you. Actually, no, you can't, because I think you need a marketplace for that anyway. So Pro Scout's coming through. Just 35 seconds out. Vortex is going to try to go for the blocker play here. This can be a little bit tough to achieve, especially with this type of spawn. Coastal Cliffs tends to be very generous on the initial deer being close to base. Interesting thing here, kiljardi didn't try to deer shove. That could hurt him a little bit, actually. The first Limitane is almost here. If he deer shoved, he would have had the deer here, which is pretty much just home. There's no easy way of blocking at that stage. We fast forward past the first 2 minutes. Well, I mean, that's not always true. Usually it's the first minute. Nice try, though. Wooden Fortress coming up. I like the position from kiljardi. It's going to allow him to kind of protect the initial deer location. I wonder if he does react with Spimman here. You can't really go archers. You've got to be assuming Silk Road as a follow-up. We just saw it ticking in, so Javelins will be on the way soon for Vortex. So he's going to have to split up. Guys, this is actually turning into a bad spawn for kiljardi because he doesn't want to build any units. Both the deer on the west side, this deer close should have been a benefit, but because he didn't get it now, he's divided between these two options, which are pretty much on top of each other, leaning the same way. It means that Vortex can camp this area here and block everything. Even the third deer stack. Remember, the fourth one feels impossible for you to easily get. Funnily enough, kiljardi did sneak over there for a single deer. Oi, oi, oi. And there we go. kiljardi reluctantly admits he has to build units. Unfortunately, just building archers here isn't really going to cut it anymore. We do see that Vortex has got javelins coming through soon. Probably about 20 seconds out. Is kiljardi going to try to outmass them? I think instead his goal here is to get enough archers before the javelins arrive. It's not a terrible idea. The worry now is, you know, if your opponent rushes system level 3, it's going to be vomiting these bad boys out. Instead, he takes a different beat. We've got the blacksmiths coming in. I quite like this, actually. Gives you an ability to dive, means that your Limitane aren't going to die as quickly to archers either. There's a lot of upsides to rushing Undermesh. So Limitane are going to leave. Archers starting to bulk up a little. He does at least have the Wooden Fortress to buff that further, and it's going to be a triple archer range build. Is this the classic 50 archer kiljardi? It feels like it. Vortex, there it is. Undermesh queued up. He did build the blacksmith in range. Yeah, he just about clipped it for the Dialecticus. I kind of love the way he's optimal about this. Keeps all the space over here for the groves later. Vortex is committed. Yeah, I've never seen him do this before. Right, Baltoon? You didn't experience him doing these type of all-ins on the weekend at all, right? Right? Actually, credit to you. English-French matchup. There's a few games there where you forced him to be Call of Duty camper boy. Oof, kiljardi even feeling forced into the stone. He can make this good, though. Arrow slits plus the castle turrets is pretty good. My worry is Vortex can just go Cryo Siphon, and he's going it. Siege Engineering just completed. Oh, boy. Oh, I've got a feeling we may have another speedy end. The crazy thing is both of them adapted from what we talked about. The greed. Neither player is being overly greedy here. You could argue Pro Scouts is greedy, but it's just organically logical for a Roost player. But both of them are playing feudal. They're starting to read each other well here. Castle Turrets is going to be coming through. Cryo Siphons do have less health than Rams, so die quicker to Archer Fire, but it still takes a long time. Remember, kiljardi, he's only building archers. This Cryo Siphon feels almost unkillable. Castle Turrets does complete. Love that target fire on the Javelins. The damage actually adds up quite a bit here. Villagers are going to have to be pulled to repair, but you have to be careful because that burn can leak over. Damage adding up. Javelins now target them down. Other villagers... kiljardi? He's out of wood! He didn't even realize! Oh my god. Probably about another 3 worker losses are necessary because he didn't actually catch on to that. On top of that, archers need to be careful when they come out because sometimes the Cryo Siphon burn damage overlaps and actually hits the units instead. Repair crew working hard here, but the health bars are suffering for it. Wooden Fortress goes down. kiljardi, he does have archer advantage, but he is so far behind on economy. It's a 10 villager lead. Vortex with 50% more economy at 10 minutes in the game. Oh my god. And yet, kiljardi, he tried to siphon some kills. He found the gold workers. He at least made it a little bit less grim. But even with those 3 worker kills, he's still over 10 behind. Oh my god. It's Biz Eco and the... Yeah, like, Biz Eco sucks, guys. Like, dude, can you imagine having a bunch of people who, like, complain that they need a water break so that every time they should work, they just walk over to this giant thing and just dunk their head into the water? Like a bunch of useless goldfishes? There's no way that could be better than just not feeding and drinking your people and leaving them on the tree line the whole time, right? Wait, what do you mean they work 14% faster? But they keep taking breaks. Wait, so British tea breaks are efficient. Oh. Yeah, kiljardi's gonna need to attack. The problem here is by the time you attack, Vortex should have enough javelins to defend himself. We already have the olive groves getting set up here. Outposts as well. Dare I say rams, Mr. Kiljardi? Should be the next priority after the steeled arrow. Wait, drinking water counts as healthcare? I thought that was just survival. That's like letting someone have oxygen and going, wow, you got a fancy life. Yeah, maybe in like the year 14,000, when oxygen is genuinely a luxury and everyone's using like fabricated air. So kiljardi right now is trying to basically delay his rotations to catch Vortex off guard. The problem is this outpost dismantles all the plans. He's seen wherever he comes. He can't go castle either. We're looking at an all-in attack. Vortex is being slightly greedy with a castle intent, but he's done enough damage that it doesn't feel overkill. And remember, the beautiful thing about being Byzantines, that everyone will hate you for, and they should hate you for it, is the mercenaries. Just by gathering the food for a tech up, he's still going to be scaling an army. And the sad reality for kiljardi is the units that he's going to be scaling are the direct counter to what you're building. Just drink tea while take a break. I mean, you got to have a little bit of a chin wag, right? Okay. Well, that was brutal. Poor guy. kiljardi did at least get the rest away. He's going to be able to catch Vortex out of the base if he wants to here, actually. Not a bad way of attacking. Although, hesitation setting in. He doesn't quite know where his opponent is. Has scouted him now. Golden Horn Tower is now being built. All he needs to do is reach the outpost. kiljardi has 0 answers to an outpost. He definitely wouldn't just dive and kill all your villagers, right? I mean, they'd have to exist for him to do that. Yeah, this feels more like a fizzle to end the series right now. Golden Horn Tower's coming through, and kiljardi's not doing anything to intercept it. Vortex is being hella greedy here, though. He's not producing more javelins, and I'm starting to wonder why. Yeah, he forgot about it. Second or other third groups are getting queued up now. I mean, kiljardi can dive the base if he wants to, but, you know, that's like weighing 35 kilograms and yelling cowabunga as you jump into the pool doing a cannonball. You know, the water might slightly break upon entry. He doesn't really have the lofty weight of me to make a big splash, you know? Vranging down the way, kiljardi. I guess he's going to try to play this out, but this doesn't look great. He doesn't have a tech play coming anytime soon. So for kiljardi, the goal really is to get in and do some worker damage. He does know about these workers at the backside. He could feign and switch. You could open with a ram here and then follow up with a ram here. And your opponent would camp here waiting to react while you dive the other side. But it's going to take time. And time is something kiljardi definitely doesn't have here. Love this as well. Vortex just not giving him any space to breathe. Clears him away, and now you're going to send the troopers in to clear up the ram. So, yeah, just a wasteful 200 wood. Didn't really do anything. The only clear way I can see kiljardi winning this is through inactivity from Vortex. And guys, if there's something we can say about kiljardi, like Vortex rather, someone that he's definitely not is inactive. This is one of the most present players for the first 15-20 minutes a game. He doesn't know how to chill. I wonder if there's an element of paranoia from Vortex, like, okay, where is he and what is he doing? Why is he not attacking me? kiljardi is rotating around the back. Now, positives for him on this? It's kind of a dumb positive, but it's actually brilliant. Vortex has less targets to hit than kiljardi does. So, you know, you can idle his eco, but he can garrison 23. That's 2/3 of his economy. Vortex can only garrison about half. Actually, less than half. Javelins are going to dive in. At this point, he's wondering where the hell is he, and he does see him due to the outpost. Vortex will start to seek shelter. Archer's able to find 2 kills. Needs more. He's going to rotate to the back, because remember, he just revealed himself in the enemy base. Vortex may have just overextended. He's going to move off the gold here. Varangian are now reacting. He needs those worker kills. He knows where they are due to the scout. Vortex yet to pull away with the villagers. In fact, the 4 new javelins should be enough to clean this up. And that has to be game, man. Like, he's going to reveal the knights, but it's into Limitane and Mass Varangian. And they're only feudal knights. The veterans he should win out here. Maybe? Wait. He needs to rally to the outside of the base. But now the Varangian can spread out a little bit. There we go. They look like they're wearing plastic. Archers on the back. Did find a few additional worker kills. They'll be able to mop up this group as well. So, firm handshakes. kiljardi has done a great job of reducing the eco deficit to 4. But Vortex does still have the military lead. And kiljardi needs to find a way out of the age. He's actually recommitting into knights here. Vortex will have none of it. He's going for the Kyro siphons. Yeah, and we have got more spears coming, because that was the lacking issue, right? Like, you saw the knight pump, and he didn't immediately react with Limitane. Got to give it to him, right? This game is still looking really rough, but that was an insane grab. Almost equalizing the villager deficit. Now, remember, Byzantines do have buffs, such as the extra 18% gathering rate. But compared to where kiljardi was before, he went from like a 2% probability to win to like a 8% probability. Vortex needs to be a little bit careful. We've seen before that like multi-Kyro siphons, it doesn't work as well as multi-rams because of the way the damage increments work. You don't get as much value out of spamming 7 or 8 of these. And they do come at a premium compared to others. Knights forced to engage. Wooden Fortress is going to be garrisoned here. The archers just do no damage. The problem here is kiljardi needs knights. Good news for him, the gold spawn on the back is what's kept him alive in this game. If this had been afford gold, the game would already be over. Because he wouldn't be able to afford knights. He might not have the production for it anymore. This is the thing, the Kyro siphons could easily just go for the kills on the stables. Instead, he goes for the TC. What? Oh, wow. That is such a Vortex maneuver. Why wait? Why slowly whittle him down? Send a definitive message. Burn it until they run out screaming. Last stand of kiljardi here, the knights. They're getting their attention drawn onto the Varangian instead. The javelins are just surviving too long. It's going to be a 3-1 victory for Vortex. He will be through to the semi-finals. The question mark is, do you think he can go all the distance here? Crazy as well. Imagine how different this series would have looked if none of the games involved the greedy tech plays. Has to make you wonder. But I wonder who's going to win this week. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll catch you in the next one. Oi, 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 oi. That was a fast series. Well, we finally have a series that isn't just, you know, score 0 on the board. But we didn't get the 5 games. I feel a bit robbed. So, guys, what we've got coming up next, we've still got, I think, half an hour, but we are going to have Beasty versus B next. I don't think B is available for like another half an hour. So let me update the brackets first. Because remember, we're going to be doing B versus Beasty after this. And then after that, we're going to be doing starlock versus Wham. So let me update le bracket. So we've got like half an hour to burn. And we're pretty caught up. We have got the Wham versus starlock series. That should be after Beasty B though. And then let me double check the time I was told. And then semi-finals between Vortex and Wham / starlock will be between 6 p.m. my time and 7 p.m. So in what, 2.5 hours? So we could probably check in on some of the Wham versus starlock games, since we've got a little bit of time to burn here. I think that makes the most sense, right? Just so we get that one definitely covered. But let me type in the scores here. B is a bit of kryptonite to Beasty. It's like when you have these crazy different maps, right? That's where B is going to be very creative. So like Anatolian Hills as an opener especially is going to be very interesting. That's where B should have the biggest theoretical leg up. And starlock didn't beat Louis. Louis got 2-0'd by default because he didn't turn up for his match. So give me a sec here, guys. I'm going to pull the draft up. I'm going to have a look across at what we'll probably be able to do is cover one of the Wham versus starlock games, and then we'll come back to it afterwards. A little bit weird, but like, I guess you guys prefer... Do you prefer that, or do you prefer a pub game? I'll let you guys choose. Pub game or game one of Wham versus starlock? He's very good at adapting. Yeah, he tries to get ahead, right? Yeah, we'll do the first game of Wham versus starlock then. So, let me pull up the draft for you guys. So, map pool, let me reset everything. We're going to have Anatolian, Coastal, Prairie, Frisian, and Dry Arabia. And then, here's the draft. Oh, and I'll pay out predictions on that. So, Vortex taking the fourth game. So, reminder, we've got Vortex and Numedan qualified through so far. We're watching Vortex's semifinals later today. Numedan's semifinals, which will be up against either Beasty or B, will happen on Thursday before grand finals. Okay? So, game one is actually going to be Jean versus OOTD. We've talked about Order Dragon before in this matchup. Like, it's very hard for Jean to get kills. Are there any serious rivalries at the elite level? Players that don't really like each other very much. Beasty and M-Lord? I don't know if I say they don't like each other very much. I think there's definitely been, like, frustrations there in the past. The most obvious one is, like, how Red Bull Wololo Legacy played out. Because of the way that the brackets played due to the Magic series. Because, like, if you look at the time, like, I mean, Marine Lord versus Beasty instead of, like, a Beasty versus Mister. Beasty versus Mister would have been an insanely close series for a semis, right? But Marine Lord was undeniably, like, the GOAT back when Red Bull World Lord Legacy happened. Okay, am I the only one that when I hear the Order of the Dragon soundtrack play, I either get Halo vibes or I get Final Fantasy X vibes? Well and all, welcome back to the channel. We've got Wham watch time. That's right, Wham 01 up against starlock in the quarterfinals. Game number 1, it's going to be OTD up against Jean. Order of the Dragon have looked pretty respectable, actually, into Jean picks recently. Historically, actually, I think they've looked pretty resoundingly successful, even back when OTD wasn't that popular, just because of how hard it is for Jean to get any kills. And I'm curious to see how both players are going to approach this one. We are on the Anatolian Hills, as we always do begin them for Midweek Muster number 15. Wham, already moving aggressively out to pick up the sheep. starlock a little bit lacking here. Well, that's very surprising, actually. You'd expect Jean to be very swift in the outro, but there's an interesting dynamic here to consider. It's actually quite smart by Wham. I think it's part of the reason behind OOTD. OOTD a while back got a wood buff in Dark Age, if you guys remember. The starting resources got increased by 50. That 50 is a big difference. It made the difference for him to get a transport ship in time. Meanwhile, for Jean, you do save 50 wood having to go into a house by building a dock, but a transport ship for an extra 100 wood is still a bit of a stretch here. So later to get out, and it will definitely show itself in the sheep haul. He's only getting about, what, 1/3? Maybe the corners can be generous to him. There's still like, what, 6 or 7 sheep he can pick up. So that'll put him up to close to 20. But Wham already ahead of him up to 16. Likely going to be Wham with about 25 sheep here. B's record against Beasty is atrocious. B only beats Beasty once in tournaments, despite both players meeting each other a lot of the years. Like I said, it's usually a case of if you have something new, something unexplored, B can usually catch Beasty off guard there. B is more of an innovator. Beasty's more of an iterator, right? The reason we're talking about this, by the way, folks, is because Beasty versus B will be happening very shortly. Quarterfinals between those two. Wham, off to a healthy start. Wait, is there a... No, I was about to say, I was trying to figure out if there's a way that you could drop Arkin here and it would clip over. I don't think that works, though. At that point, you might as well just build the Arkin on the mainland. So, Wham, what's the plan? Because you can't transport them across, buddy. Wham, don't do it. Okay, he's going to bring the people over, right? I got worried when I saw that transport ship moving, because, guys, the scout was right there. If he picked that scout up and starlock walked over, all of these sheep would have been his. Is there a world in which Wham does pro scouts to get all the sheep home? That would be kind of bonkers. Maybe it can make sense for an all-in on the starting island, though. With that amount of food, you could just send it. You wouldn't have to worry about French knights raiding you. starlock, he has set up the School of Cavalry on the mainland. And no, you cannot put sheep in the transport. The only way you'd be able to do it is if you use pro scouts and pick them up. So, wait, what was that a miss? There we go. He's going to bring them back. So Mill's coming up now. We'll keep the goodies safe. Man, should be looking at a Rax opening here. Spin makes the most sense. Might be worth actually getting Outpost up here to be safe. I think Outpost is the most efficient thing to do here. It would protect you against the Knights, but it would also protect you against the boats. If you go Spearman, there is a world in which starlock can just open with a Hulk and shut you down. Pretty important as well, because Hulks do 2-hit Gilded Villages. 35 damage per strike. I'd love to see starlock do that, actually. Because another big thing is you have to remember that it's not a Hulk, it's a Warcog for this faction. They spend, what is it, 35 food less to build this thing. Scouts used to steal sheep from the TC. I think you mean they used to steal deer. You guys remember that meta where you just basically dive the enemy TC? Pick up the deer? Oh, God, that was an insane time. That was back when Sarah was just mating roosts always. You had Kalara. Wait, no, what was his name? Kelazor. Kelazor was playing a lot of the game as well back then. But yeah, you could do it with sheep as well, but you basically done it for the deer. Wow, love this. He's got demo archer ship coming. He's trying to control the narrative of the crossing. starlock, this is going to get a bit tricky. He has moved resources out, but you know, when you play Mass Knights, you want quite a lot of villagers out here. Maybe limited to what, only 10? Love this Wham. He's just looking for those initial hits when the villagers come out. Does get a good strike in there. Almost actually kills one. That's sick. So what Wham done there, he was intentionally targeting the front villagers to hit the back one. Because it wasn't a line formation, it meant that the tracking is really wonky. If you guys have tried using archer ships recently, they always end up missing if a target's moving away from them. But if you aim beyond that target, you can still get the hit. So transport is going to go down. It's going to be a triple here. Wham getting one of each boat. And Jean now leveled up. It's going to be range Jean. You can actually kill these boats pretty effectively if they have damage on them. That's why we're going to be seeing the war card come out. The problem is there's already a demo ship in play. And Wham, this is not a water map. Sir, this is definitely not a water map, but he's making it into one. Kind of crazy, but makes sense if you think about it. Order the Dragon have historically been used very well as a water hybrid type civ. They use their economy very well, and then they convert it into boats that put them on equal footing to everyone else. Diving attempt is not going to work out, and it makes it so much worse when you take a Hulk shot to the face also. Love the timing. Arrow slit's completed just in time to get those final hits out. So Knight already low on HP. Demo. Oh my god, the villagers. How did he not lose all of them straight away? He's still going to lose them. Look, the looks of it. Archer's trying to go in. Clutch idea by starlock to go for the repair, but a costly one as well. He's lucky it's only one villager lost there. That was wild. I can't believe it was only just one going down. Starlock is still at least safe on the mainland, but my concerns are growing. Wham is just trying to make this all about water. The more he does that, the worse it is for Starlock. Starlock's goal should be to get a bunch of knights together, dive the enemy outpost, and take it out. He's at least doing a good job of resetting this, so gets rid of one of the offensive Hulks. Does still have the healing on his side. Could he have garrisoned the transport? Oh, what? When the archer ship shots came in? No, because you're just staying in range longer. It's just a lose-lose. I would love to see Wham consider actually bringing more villagers over here, by the way. He's up to 8 now. So to that point, you can transfer garrison if the aggro comes in. It's kind of weird for Starflight, but it almost feels like going archers here would have made more sense than knights. It sounds really odd to say. But then you could basically get enough savings to afford siege engineering, ram in, and clear it. Because that food is really why Wham's able to do this. Remember, these are expensive things. And the food cost on the galleys and the hulks is adding up quite a bit here. Wham, his economy's adding up quite a bit. Check what he's up to. Targeting that castle age timing. Considering the knights, I would be a little bit surprised if it's Regnants. He doesn't really have any way of getting relics easily. Burgrave could give him a dive into the enemy base. So you see what the idea was now from Wham. Cut the map, contain him in his base, and then go for a Burgrave rush to kill all this. It's a pretty crafty maneuver. Unfortunately for him, Starflock has stabilized. One of each boat, Jean nearby to farm XP. It's going to force the reset. I think Wham kind of knew this was coming after he couldn't get rid of the dock. It's just natural, right? Like, if you're going to spend 1,800 resources on a tech up, your opponent should be able to get back on water. And yes, Wham is ready to protect those villages with the transport now. Starflock, I think the most ideal thing for him would just be to bring the knights back across and raid here. This is where the real exposure value is at. Like, your opponent is up to 22 villages. He only has safety for 15. At this rate, it's going to be too late. Wow, I'm now getting those walls up. Where? Oh, where in the hell did that deer go? Want his own Simba scene, it seems. Moment of truth. Has to be Burgrave, surely. Yep, there we go. Burgrave confirmed. It's just so smart. Why even care about the knight threat? Not just that, it's now archers on the mainland as well. Starflock has gotten the wrong idea about what Wham is doing here. Double dock as well, just to guarantee he can never be pushed off. I'm starting to not like the look of this for Starlock. He hasn't been able to find that aggressive line that Jean thrives off of so far. Instead, he's kind of forced into a reactionary phase very early on. Was that worth it? I don't think that was worth it. He divine arrowed the demo ship while it was next to docks. This is kind of another comical element of this, right? It's like Jean hates healing because healing equal no kills and no kills equal no XP. Docks heal. So you're just kind of getting that pseudo healing counter that Jean despises so much. Siege engineering now is from coming in from Starlock, so he still thinks he's got a timing to exploit here. It's hard to back it right now. Like, if Starlock can't get rid of the boats, he can't really ram rush the tower because the villagers will protect it. To make matters worse now, like Wham, he could just transport ship across 1 or 2 melee units, which could easily clean up a ram. Speaking of the melee units, Wham. I think these ones are meant to protect the food gathering, and then he'll probably look for like a Landsknecht or a men-at-arms to dive the enemy base. Two docks heal double? No. But the whole point is your opponent can't just demo rush one, and then you're in trouble. Also, you may be noticing that Wham isn't trying to like mass demo to clear these. It's because of the XP gain. When demos detonate, Jean still gets the XP, right? So he doesn't want to give anything over for free here. Speaking of Jean, Starlock now looking to move in. Can he get rid of this location? Looks like it's going to be a bail. Wham leaves. Demo is going to be a whiff. Archer ship is down, but now there's no explosion ships for Starlock. Does at least deny Wham's. He's got more demos queued up. The outpost is going to be brought down. But now what? I don't know how you're meant to kill the strong ships fast enough here. Demo's coming out. Ooh, no, he'll just switch target. It looked like he dodged death there. But it was a bait and switch. Wham knew it. He either gets one thing or the other. Oh, Springel's now dead. Starlock still not really getting any real XP out of this. That's not true, right? He would have got it from the demos at least. Maybe more here, but he's not in range, so another Hulk does go down. Wham! He's actually built a Burgrave only to find himself going into archers due to a lack of food here. Okay, Starlock. I mean, the food starvation's a problem. I thought maybe Wham had a clearer plan. It is farming, but gradual. It's going to take time to pay off here. One thing he could try to do with the limited gold he's got is Landsknecht. Landsknecht are primarily gold cost. So that's something you could afford, but instead it's going to be the lofty men-at-arms. So now, once again, the goal is to make this not about the mainland. Wham has been fixated on the same thing time and time again. Attack him at home. Starlock would really benefit from a Normandy moment here. Wham's just made it so awkward, though. With the wall up, the fact is you have to get here to get in. That's dangerous, diving that close to a dock that could be spawning demos, and now they make it even more dangerous. You've got armored hulls coming through. So these hulks are about to be unkillable. And not just that, remember, Wham has got stone. He could gather and get in placements here. Yeah, somehow he's gotten back on the food. I can't believe this. That's actually insane. It's because Starlock's just trying to age up now. But when you back off like this, you give a lot of map control that otherwise shouldn't be there for Wham, right? I'm starting to think Starlock maybe didn't realize just how food-starved Wham was. Now, it's not just going to be food he reaccesses. He can now go for the relics. I'm not liking the look of this right now for Starlock. Is he going to now try to ram rush the enemy base? I mean, I get the thought process. If you sit back, your opponent could eventually just go Imperial. You know he must be setting up farms. It's the only reason he wouldn't have like been killed by now. And you don't want to have to go farms yourself. So Starlock is trying to be aggressive, but look at this cart. Look at this interception. He just moved the entire army back home. And that means that he can't actually transpo back and forth now. Are you kidding me? That's crazy. Royal Institute now coming in, but Starflot, this puts him on an all-in course. Because he won't be able to get back now. Make matters worse, he did actually invest the Consecrate into the dogs. So just another little perk lost there. I can't believe this. The way he's played this. And Wham will even dive in onto the workers. Workers that may struggle to actually get out now with the transport ship not being able to freely garrison and pull them across. No, that's gone. The hopes of economy is gone. Starflark has 16 villages out here with nowhere to go. Oh my god. He'll try to run away. But there's no real escape in this. He at least queues up veterancy out of the archery range. That will complete in time. But that is now you essentially with 12 less villages than you're seeing on the count here. A quarter of his economy doesn't exist in this game to work. No, because they're going to keep getting chased. Starflark now truly officially on the clock. 4 Rams to march for, but we've seen how E-repairs can make this a toxic experience. To make matters worse, the Gilded Crossbowmen being prepped. Remember, the Gilded Crossbowmen have more range than the archers. So you can shoot them from beyond the threshold. You can shoot the knights that come in to try and burn this down faster. So Starflark has to take this even slower, rely just on the Rams to move in. Good news is, Rams don't take very long. They hit for 500 into a wall segment. So 3 hits and dead. Kind of like these villagers. Hey-oh. Oh, no. Moves in, men at arms. Hold the choke point, though. Divine Restoration has to be pumped here. MAA are doing a good job of just standing their ground. John isn't being focus fired here. He's going after everything else instead. I like that, though. Like, range John, level 3, doesn't change anything here. Compared to the army. The army's so much more valuable. And the E-repair is invaluable in this game. The Rams are going to fail. And so's his attempt at game number 1. He calls it. Wham, able to turtle his way through to a victory. Oi, 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 oi. Yeah, bit of a tough one there for Starflark. I think Wham just really kept bait and switching him in an unfortunate way for him. So we've got enough time for one more game. That's a little bit quicker than I was expecting. I don't think we've got quite enough time. What we could do... So I think B's getting warmed up right now. What to do? I'm just checking. Oh god, order the dragon mirror. No. So we'll come back to this series, by the way, guys. So Wham leads 1 game, but we'll come back to this one. Because, like, we haven't got enough time to do the full series. We've got about 5 or 6 minutes before the draft begins for Beasty versus B. I think we can just kind of watch a pub game while we wait a few minutes. So let's see who's playing who. Or we doom scroll Reddit. That's an option too. How's my day? Oh, my day was okay. I woke up rather feeling really sick this morning, so just trying to survive through. I'm holding on. I think we're doing okay. But yeah, should be a fun day, right? Because we've got, like I said, the Beasty series. Then we'll finish off the Wham Starflark afterwards. And then we have another live series, which is going to be Vortex versus either Starflark or Wham after that. So, pretty busy day. Aaron has cold? Oh no, I was feeling a lot worse than that. Won't go into too many details. People usually don't like to hear how someone's sick. But yeah, felt a lot worse than that. Let's just say I'm surprised that I am upright right now. Not full laying down. Curled up in a ball. Wait, is that meant to be a spin on Dumu's name? To museum? Oh, dude. I want it to so badly. Just be an old man's joke. It's the way that he's put dirt and then obviously like capitalized M afterwards. I think it's meant to be a tease. Oh, dear. Alright, so... Oh, no, man. We've got like 5 minutes. I think they're probably getting ready to... draft now, if I'm not mistaken. Because Beasty's not queuing up. Let's just have a look here. Alright, I'll at B and see if he's ready. See if we can get him to come a minute or two early. Guys, I'm going to run 2 minutes ads now. So, actually, let's do the full 3 minutes. We're going to do 3 minutes ads now, so that should protect you for, like, full draft and full game on at least. Okay? So, don't go anywhere. Go grab yourself a drink, actually. That's a smart thing. But stay here in the chat. And if you're not subscribed, you can be talking to us for 3 minutes. You can be part of the discussion. Wait, you recognize what names? What? Rogan? So I think... I wonder what maps are going to get banned, actually. Because we said that, you know, B thrives on the chaos of the unknown. Moving out probably gets banned, right? That would be my expectation. I don't know if Beasty really wants to play that. Outside that, I don't know. B's a bit crafty in Frisian. I think B's like dangerous on Frisian would be the alternative. Because he has these really creative builds with fishing that not many other players really do. B was playing AOM and came back. I mean, apparently. Like, I sometimes do wonder if it was like a meme account, you know what I mean? Maybe it wasn't him all along. It's hard to know. Oh, when I'm scrolling through, you're seeing a dodges. Dude, I hate dodging. Like, dodging needs to go in this game. But, like, the problem is with the matchmaking experience currently being so sucky, you can't really get rid of dodging. So they need to fix that first. It's just very unfortunate. Alright, I guess we're going to look at Reddit for a minute or two. Because we're 2 minutes away from when B should be here. So, in fairness, he's not late yet. What's this? Ladder Hero. Oh, it's the one they were talking about where it's just going to be ladder maps. 1st of March? Do we maybe... Do we do another weekend stream? Maybe. We could, like, what? Cast day 1 and then play Monster Hunter at the end of, like, the games for the day? It's not a bad plan. Wait, what's happened here? Oh, no. No, no. As the StarCraft Stormgate Pro, ladies and gentlemen. AoE4 is a complicated game. Dude, his reaction is just perfect. His reaction is just absolutely perfect. Oh, that's brilliant. All right, we have the maps. Oh, that was that. I needed that. That was so good. No, I can tell a laser is going to be an enjoyable experience in Age of Empires 4, you know? I think, like, it's going to bring a much-needed style of personality to it. Oh, I love that. That is brilliant. I can't. All right, so draft underway. What did we say? So, moving out didn't get banned, actually. So, Phrygian, Prairie, moving out, Dry Arabia, Anatolian. So, they're going to need something that is water-oriented. I imagine B's going to be looking at Japanese autos as almost just free picks. This is wild, by the way. Look at the bans. Completely different from both players. Laser found out what happens when you play with Chamber of Commerce. I mean, dude, he's against Ottomans. I don't think I want to see him do School. Actually, no, he can do School Cavalry. We've talked about this, right? Like, Ottomans kind of sucks against French right now because you can't get to the stage of the game where you're good. You just die before you get there. Beasty picked moving out? I think he did. Oh, no. Picked is a strong word. Remember, the way the best of fives work is you ban one each and then the rest go through. But yeah, Beasty, I mean, getting flashbacks from that Wham series, I don't know. Golden Heart's getting banned. But, like, in fairness, I don't blame him. Although it's on the ladder, it's like, it's one of those more crazy maps that B could leverage. I think for Beasty, he's probably thinking with moving out being in recent tournaments compared to Golden Heights, he has more rotations on this map, more strategies practiced here than in the current state of Golden Heights. So I think that makes sense. And then B is just trying to remove a more linear map. Like, everything else here is quite open. Where is my Civ draft? There we go. French JD OP confirmed. Now, that's interesting. He didn't pick Juji. Yeah, that's very surprising, guys. So he's trying to bait B to ban Juji. Something else is like higher priority for him, but he wants Juji removed so it doesn't feel counted. Like what? Delhi Mongols? I think it's because Beastie wants the Delhi pick. So like he knows B has to react with his Juji ban, or he gets it later on. Dude, that's crazy. He's gonna get Chinese at the start of the draft and Juji at the end. Now, I know French and JD in particular have leveled up, and HRE feels like the most robust Civ, I'd say, out of the bunch right now. But China and Juji in this fashion is crazy. And he's also got Order the Dented. Yeah, Order the Dragon really good against Jean. We've seen that a few times now. He can save Juji and OTD to the end, so now it's about, like, what is the prior picks you want to remove? Delhi, like we talked about. Mongols afterwards could make sense. The crazy thing, by the way, is like taking the Japanese way from B. But that should, in theory, be the flex pick for moving out. Do you just go Byzantines as Beastie? B has to take it, right? He's going to probably want his Ottoman pick around now. Yeah, Byzantines and then like Otto or Ibids could make a lot of sense. Mongols is kind of okay against Japan in the right setting, but that's been failing more and more over time due to Coca being involved. However, like we've got a lot of open maps, and Magadai opening can be really strong against Pro Scouts, so there might be some viability there in B's eyes. Doesn't BC have Juji banned? He banned it from his opponent being able to pick it, so he can get Juji here. You can tell because of this French pick here. This French ban, and then he picked. Easiest way to discern it. And there's the Mongol pick. Just really flexible. Really good if you get the Japanese matchup. And like we said, in the Pro Scouts meta, we talk about anti-Pro Scouting civs. Mongols is surprisingly effective in that role. Because they just strip you of the ability to freely go into Pro Scouts, right? Because you can get sniped out. And there's a Juji into OTD picks. So to round out, should be Marlians for B. And wow, dude, he took the Ottomans away from him as well. I don't know, man. I feel like Beasty... I think he won the draft. China and Juji is still bonkers to me. But like the Ottomans to counter the Delhi is not going to be there now. What's B's Delhi counter here? Marlians can be on the right map for pro scouts. I don't think like this is like an outright the game is over because of draft, but I do think that Beasty got an edge here. English to round out. Probably B's thinking maybe English for opening game. Does Beasty have a good answer to English on Anatolian? Maybe Order of the Dragon seems the most likely here. And yeah, once again, remember, like the way this works, it's going to be confusing now because our scene is like a bit more reasonable in the way it's set up for this. So when we switch over, you'll see. So the way to remember this is this guy cannot pick those civs. This guy cannot pick those civs. When AoE2 draft, it's the other way around. It's telling you this person banned the other person from picking that, right? We just find on a UI level, this is much smarter than this. Because this looks like this person's been banned from picking it. But what it's actually saying is this person picked and banned, and picked and banned, and picked and banned. Whereas in the final source, this is a bit more logical to follow. It's like, oh, that guy can't pick those civs, and that guy can't pick those civs, you know? Okay. So, guys, while they're setting up the lobby, I'm going to run another... We'll do another, like, minute and a half of ads. Actually, I think we're going to probably have like 2 minutes at least. Because I think BC going toilet break. So 2 minutes ads now so you guys don't get them in game. Another reason to watch this channel. We're so thoughtful. Wow. One sec, let me just hide that now. Yeah, like in my mind, this method makes a lot more sense, you know, because of the way bans work. If it was a different ban system, this is the thing that's sometimes annoying about targeted bans versus global bans. Global bans, it just doesn't matter. It's like, oh yeah, no one can pick that. It's like games like Dota 2 have a little bit more leeway in the way they could represent it on the ban stage, because like, you know, it's global. In Dota 2, if you ban like, you know, Invoker, neither team can pick Invoker. Sadly, AoE4 just doesn't have enough civs to really justify that. What do you guys think, though? Who do you think won the draft? I've already given my opinion on it. I'm kind of curious what everyone's instinct is here. I guess it's like, I don't want to say reasonable, but more reasonable than it was before that Juji and Chinese go to one player, now that French and JD are looking so good. But it still feels wildly out of place, like the way that this draft happened. Beasty, since he picked most of B civs, does feel like he kind of handcuffed him a lot, right? The Japanese Ottoman picks are like pristine picks for B, especially on these a little bit more wacky maps, like moving out. So like, what's B thinking for moving out? Probably looking at Marlians or Mongols. Mongols less likely. Marlians seems quite feasible there. The thing I really like about Marlians on that particular map is if there's ever a map to utilize the movement speed that Marlians get from the docks best, it's on moving out. Because of the way you build your docks. You build them around the island, but all the fighting is near the docks. So, you know, one big problem with the idea of the Marlians movement speed buff, in a map like Holy Island, it's only ever going to be good for getting your units to the front line, which is okay. But you're not maintaining that movement speed. Like, it's the same logic with Yam. You know, you can argue Mongol Yam is great for getting your new troops to the front line, but when you're fighting, it's not there. But when moving out, because you tend to dock the north and south side, you end up extending that movement speed aura. So you can basically move from one to the other and just maintain it. It's really nice for Malians. He tried to take French and JD from Beasty, but Beasty didn't care. I mean, debatable that he didn't care, per se. So the ban order matters a lot. the thing is, and you can see this in the draft, by the way. The first ban was bees, which means he had the third ban, right? So it goes ban, ban, so ban, 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 ban. So why that's important is you've already got a difference in opening when you've got the ban on GG, right? But then when you see the full-up ban of the French, like Beasty's mindset is like, okay, so like he's very clearly going for the French picks, right? That's his highest priority. So like what Beasty done here that's quite creative is he flipped the script a bit to get rid of HRE, which then staggers B's banning phase so that he has to react with an HRE ban because HRE is just way too versatile. So what he ends up doing there is he gets the freedom, the carte blanche to be more flexible because not only does he now know that B has to go ban HRE in the next phase or be crippled in the draft, but he also knows that B will have to consider a French ban now, a French pick rather now, which skews your draft. Like the idea, the preferable situation, guys, is you ban and then you don't have to touch until the end of the draft. Because the logic there is like, okay, if this isn't banned, for me, I can pick it up still at the end. So like, I think BC done something very creative with the format there. But I believe we are in game. Bloody hell. All right, it's a little bit quicker from the toilet than I expected. Hopping in now, starting predictions. They're only a minute in, so we'll be able to catch up. Okay, there we go. One and all, welcome back to the channel for a classic. It's B&B. B versus Beasty in a best of 5. That's a lot of Bs in that one sentence. But let's see how many is going to be buzzing around as this series goes on because Beasty is opening with the Nesta being Sif. The Chinese. Meanwhile, B goes for Jean. Interesting. B, he drafted very well for this first map, actually. Anatolian Hill is the one where you have to migrate to the mainland to get your food. Solid map for the French picks. We've been seeing Jean and French in particular dominate here. Beasty does something different. And I'm wondering, no IO. So my thoughts was that Beasty might be going for like a Barbican rush here to secure the mainland. Instead, it is going to be classic Imperial Academy. But I'm imagining the idea here is the Barbican will be able to secure the secondary base. Something that a lot of civs have actually struggled with so far. Most cases, what we end up seeing is like 1 or 2 outposts to try and protect you. Which doesn't usually end up as effective as you'd think against all lanes. I think Beasty knows that 2TC here is very dangerous though, right? So far we've seen multiple attempts at 2TC and it kind of kills you. China might seem like they're a very good 2TC civ, but I feel like in some ways you just weaken a lot of your other options by doing it. So see how he wants to approach this. He's almost gathered the resources. Has to be Imperial Academy. Like, there's no other reason you wouldn't have an Imperial official at this stage. Meanwhile, B, already Skull Cavalry coming up, and he's wasting no time. Yeah, we're used to kind of seeing, 3 villages maximum, including Jean. 5 is pretty nuts, but suggests B maybe is thinking about, like, an optimal pro scout timing here. Then again, with only 2 on the gold, he's only really going to have enough for a knight at this rate. Okay, that is crazy. Beasty, he builds the Imperial Academy on the mainland. I mean, I guess it's not insanely crazy to like an extreme, but in some ways it feels a bit wacky because you've got wood and gold still here. So the reason it feels a little bit wacky is like 2 of your taxmen should be coming back here, right? Unless you want to move all your woodworkers to the mainland, you're going to want a guy for gold and a guy for wood. But understand what Beasty's doing here. Where do you get the most tax generation as a long feudal fight goes on, guys? Do you think it's off of gathering food, or do you think it's off of building units? He doesn't want to miss out on that doubling of resources from a blacksmith, right? That gives you 64 gold. He doesn't want to miss out on the 8 gold per military unit produced. And on top of that, he knows long-term there's going to be a lot of food here to manipulate. And he'll eventually end up here anyway. So when he does, look at what he's going to have in range. Gold, wood, stone. There's a lot of extra things to double tax in this area than there would be over here. It's smart. I like it, actually. It just feels a little bit ballsy against French. Because if they just immediately commit towards you, you shouldn't really have much to protect yourself. Beasty, smart, already has the racks up. Actually prioritized it over getting the mill. I love that. So just clubs down the sheep, starts gathering afterwards. First Imperial official now comes out. Supervision immediately onto the Spearman. Isn't choosing to go the static defense route about this. Yeah, so like some of them are quite interesting here. Now that I think about it. This map would have been terrible in Season 8. In Season 8, it would have been way too easy to wall yourself in when you land on here. But now it's like a lot more tricky. Like even just this wall is very expensive in terms of time investment. I quite like that. Other cool thing about this for Beasty, you might be wondering like, no Barbican? Isn't that kind of GG? He doesn't need to rush it because of this. He doesn't need to rush an outpost because of this. Village. Village will protect him. And because B rushed Feudal Age with 5 on the tech up, he still doesn't have level 2 Jean. If this was some sort of fast level 2 Jean, Beasty would be a lot more concerned right now. Because you know it'd be range form and you know your spin would be dying. You should be able to get enough boys out just about to keep this back. How do you guys gamble in the end? You little gambaholics. 84% for Beasty. Bloody hell. Poor B. I mean, it's more of an experimental map, right? We talked about this being the one where you'd probably favor B more than any of the others. Definitely got one of the most powerful sieves we've been seeing here so far. Is Beasty about to give a masterclass, though? B. I'm glad he's not going for the Pro Scouts. I think it would have just kind of sacrificed your attack point here. He's clearly trying to end this game fast. 14 sheep to work with. Other side, though, 24 sheep for Beasty. You only see knights now after watching this from the laser games. Dude, you don't have to just watch a laser games. Watch any high-ranking player play French right now. French and Jean, a lot of their games, they just build knights only. It's crazy how effective it is. In fact, what can make this super effective for B is if he brings the transport ship up here. Right now, Beasty has... Oh, you cheeky git. He's actually, like, he's minimized it perfectly. He's got 14, 15 villages over here. The rest are here. This is really smart by Beasty. Because the whole idea is if B didn't see enough villages here, he could just Normandy onto the starting island. And Beasty would hemorrhage, because he'd be too slow to react. Instead, able to contain the threat. By keeping himself contained here. Jean, in the meantime, being chased down by a single horseman and mass spearman is making it a little bit awkward. Knights are going to jump into action here, but won't be able to stand long against this. Divine Restoration is still on cooldown. She's still being chased away. Good job for the most, actually. B, he did carve down the injured ones well. Jean will survive. Beasty, maybe a little bit overly aggressive. That Stealth Forest muddied things for him. He couldn't see what the hell he was doing. Meanwhile, B had full vision. Yeah, that was crafty. I mean, Scout was coming around towards the end, but he was riding blind into that forest, so really well played by B to manipulate vision there for an advantage. Oh, it's actually going to be Beasty playing more into water. We've got junk ships on the way. It's a good start for B. He's scaling just Knight still. So if he can keep taking fights like that, Beasty's not going to be able to man a Spearman army to defend here. He's turning this into a linear race. Right now, it is looking damn good. This is the other worrisome part for Beasty. You're on a very exposed map. Someone mentioned it the other day, like, Jean may actually just be the Giga Chad on this map because of the fact that you can't just remain safe at home. Jean hates civs that won't come out because she can't farm XP. But here, you don't have a choice. Nice dunk there. Gets rid of one of the horsemen. Beasty, no villager production lost for B. Remember, he loses one villager when he goes level 2 Jean. On top of that, Beasty already has 4 taxmen. He's holding onto a lot of food here. Seems like his gold isn't strong enough. He's shifting more people across. Sometimes you wonder if like this specialized picks is worth it. It feels a bit weird in these situations because your limited resources are just going to run out faster. Looks like Beasty did get enough float together to scare him away. Nice jump in, but that other horseman got in the way. And the knight is going to go down. Yeah, that would have been perfect if it wasn't for that weird little rotation there. Because getting rid of the horseman is what you need. Jean doesn't die fast if you guarantee that. That's why he keeps trying to cycle charge in, but Beasty switched on, isn't going to give it over for free. Divine Restoration is being held right now, but B isn't really min-maxing this, no. Starts to peel back the engine now. This would be the time to pump. He already did, though, and yeah, B That should be enough to hold on. A lot of spinman going down here. Definitely a little bit messier than B was hoping for. One or two of those knights didn't pull away quick enough. Now have to retreat. No archers getting added in there. Still just range on. She is farming a lot of XP. Predator and Beasty not really exposing his economy. I say that one worker kill was achieved here. And now it is going to be full water play. Beasty riding up the river. And B queuing up the reaction plays. Demo's waiting though. This is pretty bad. You're going to probably have to try and finesse a heal here with villagers. Especially now that Beasty sees it. Target fire's coming in. Villagers being pulled. It's not enough though. He even took the risk of going in straight away. Demo's now going to react, but that's not even enough to get the war junk kill. Beasty just outplaying B on the water. Rough situation now because B, he makes that side investment. Beasty wins that trade. All of a sudden, he's still pinning you on water, but he's now closing the lead militarily on land. 13 spearmen, 3 horsemen. This is enough. Jean's going to die. Uh-oh. And now, you may be a little bit stuck, actually. Beasty, he could take out the transport ship. Which means these fights on the north side don't have an upside of XP anymore. I'm just going to try to move her across, but if you transport in here, you could just die. Oh, he tried to springboard for Jean instead. So transpo will make its way across, but guys, no, don't drop her off into that. Okay, she makes it over to the knights. Transport is going to be going down, though. I don't know, man. Beasty's just playing this very, very well. It looked pretty messy the way he was brute forcing those fights earlier, but you see what the intent was now, right? It was all just about getting B to overinvest on the double up and then taking water away from him. Spring ship's still once again not going to die. And Beasty, yeah, he can just cycle them back and forth. Did he select on naval? I think he did. Not really sure you want to be bringing back a 92 HP war junk that is going to be worth, what does it end up being? 53? No, sorry, 43. Maths is hard. Maths is really hard. It's not 43. What's wrong with me today? It's because I'm basically adding the columns on the left. It ends up being 340. So remember, that'd be 34 XP for Jean. So we'll back up now. Barbican was established. Sorry, let me just asterisk that. Barbican was established. Man, this is just all very clean now for Beasty. There's no easy rotation here. There is a small gap to the far north, but it makes it such a long wait to try and get around for B. B now only getting into Chivalry. Look at those health bars. It's not a great position to find yourself in. We have got an archer switch up coming, but BC just looks like he's fully in the driving seat here. Song's going to inflate his eco lead. He's already got horsemen to deal with these archers coming. I'm not really seeing the clear picture for Beasty here. He doesn't know all these moves that Beasty has made. B's got to be like assuming that, like, Beasty probably set up a Barbican somewhere. It's just a very organic play for China against French Jean. And yeah, I think Beasty has really leveled up his early game presence. I don't think you'd mind me saying, like, you go back a year plus ago, there was a roll of the eyes experience sometimes watching Beasty where he would drag games out longer than need be because he knew he was in control. Safe statistical way of playing. Same thing that Marine Lord does, actually. But I think what we saw in the most recent S-tier tournament, what we're seeing in a lot of these games at the moment, is he doesn't just sit on his hands anymore. He's a lot more aggressive, and I think that pays off in dividends. Our ship going to get sniped out. B. A good attack, but one that Jean is not going to get XP for. Yeah, that's the unfortunate reality here. Jean is pinned in the base. Beasty looking for entry. The Knights. Whoa, no, they went hunting. Uh-oh. Village is in trouble as well. Everything in trouble. He did at least reclaim water at the right time, but no transport ship right now. A demo is coming, though. Can he bait this right? He can! Big hit! Beasty, as quick as the reactions were, still loses a handful of spears and 2 horsemen. Every little bit of XP counts now. Could have been a lot worse for Beasty, mind you. If he had just been half a second later That would have been over half the army dead. He says a firm reminder, I'm not dead yet, as level 3 comes in pre-15 minutes, despite how dire this was looking. And now this could be a game changer. Before, when Beasty's army is getting too big, a lot of horsemen, like, she can't deliver. But now, equal on military. Beasty needs a next step. And we can see what the intent is here. He's starting to macro towards Castle Age. Beast still reluctant to come out of the base for good reason against horsemen. Even range John can get sniped out. I wonder if there's a world actually in which... I mean, surely you could just build John's champions here. Oh, wait, that's right. Yeah, they a while ago fixed that so you can't build them in Fuel Age. Wait, was that the... No, I remember. There was a bug, an unintended behavior, and I think it was that if you got level 4 Jean when you were in level 3, back when you built your champions out of castles, they would basically get the stats upgrade automatically. They fixed that, though. Imperial pass down the way. I love this. Beasty's going to be able to see everything this. It's a bit weird sometimes not have Clock Tower in this matchup because Jean's late game comp is usually arbitrary more than Knights, especially with no Pro Scouts. But in this situation, like, you know, eventually he'll want to go Jean anyway, so he'll eventually have the siege answer. And the other thing you have to remember is, like, why Clock Tower feels a bit poopy on a stick against Jean is Divine Arrow. Range Jean can snipe them down easily. Are John's champions stronger than normal men arms? In ways, yes. Yeah. You pay a lot more for it, though. You paid, what, 160 versus paying 125. Sorry, wait, no, that's with discounts. I think it's 200 compared to 120. Shivers out from the villagers. This is ugly. Really ugly. Oh, my God. That's 8 worker kills in total. I think that was 6 in that one fight there. B needs the counter-offensive now. He's an age behind. He lost workers while that was all happening. This is simply unacceptable. Mass Spearman already vetted up. This is what makes China feel so dirty. Even if he dove the base the moment he heard the tech up, the veterancy still would have only been, what, about 24 seconds away. B got his work cut out for him here. Knight's just trying to stay away from the mass spears. Jean gets sniped down, though. The negative of going into level 3 is these spearmen are a more direct counter to you. B does have the numbers, though. Beasty down to just 11 spears. The archers are cleaning house. The champions as well. Doing what they need to with their bonus damage up against spearmen. Beasty about to be stagnating in his own production line. Stalemated out. He has got Palace Guard now starting to arrive, though. The night count pretty much evaporated. No level 3 Jean in play, remember. Didn't have the goal for the buyback. Might not have the chops for the long fight either. It's a 14 villager lead for Beasty. The Lancers are now cleaning house. And B still has no age upcoming with 0 food income. Yeah, he just desperately ran out. And not just that, it got scouted by the Horsemen. So the Lancers now have a target. They know where to go. Top of that, Beasty securing more food for himself. Still got the deers nearby. I think he's still got some hidden here somewhere. Yeah, there's a sneaky deer at the back. Man, if B could just starve the food now, Beasty would be screwed. But with what army? You've got 2 knights, 4 spearmen. If Jean actually didn't die in that fight and instead was able to rotate, she could be the ultimate sniper here. Just dunking on all these villagers. But now he truly has his work cut out for him. He is going to try to directly contest onto the berries. Villagers will be able to get in safely, though. And remember, this is still a feudal army. They can't dive arrow outposts. Not when they're this small in count. Beasty. We talked about him scouting that out, the horseman, before. He knows the deer gathering's over here. There's going to be a wall attempt by B. Unfortunately, it's not going to be quick enough. He needs these walls as well. Food and gold up here. We'll be able to scare him away. So B, quick enough reaction, doesn't lose anything. But Beasty is now going after relics. He understands from this position, like, there's not really much B can do to counterattack. Because he's got lancers in his face, his knights have to be directed to defend. And this is exactly where you don't want to be. Like, when you're down on villages like this, you want to be able to try and attack your opponent. The logic being there's more villages you could kill. He does have military advantage lead, but it is deceptive, folks. Remember, he's got, what, 8 population on water? So he's actually only less than 10 ahead. Oh, Strange is now getting added in. I think for B to stabilize, Arbitrary is like where you want to go, right? You need a reason to go there, though. Because remember what we said about what Beasty done here. He didn't go for clock tower, so there isn't a significant nest of bees threat. You know what would actually be sick? I don't know if you can afford to do it, but if Jean just attacked the starting island right now, you could be killing loads of villagers here. Her base damage is 15, right? So she 4 hits. And you've got multiple divine arrows to shoot in for an insta-kill. Or just a knight. Like, something over here would be so wonderful for B. Like, at this stage, his opponent has to be playing away from the TC in some form or other. Like the style of play this map brings out. I think it's very unique. Like I said, it's, you know, it's doing what Migration done wrong. To me, Migration's issue is there's too much fish. If it wasn't for the fish, Migration would be a very interesting map. But as always, like, fish interaction, boat interaction can ruin the game. This does it right. A key drop from Beasty. Can he do that right? Oh, the walls! He's looking for somewhere. He does find it. B. Let's get to all in this. Backstab coming through. Wait, this is not enough villages, surely. Beasty, he has got textiles. It's not going to work, though. The Tiger Fire's in. The villagers are panicking. Only 3 of them left alive. It is going to be a doubtful castle in honor of his fellow Serbian. Still a big worker lead, but definitely a shrunk one. After the lead Beasty was building off the raids, after the hits that were coming on the backside, this should have been curtains. Somehow, it's like where it just didn't extend after that. He's still trying to raid in the back. The Spearmen are going to be able to raid, but I mean, as much as B is trying, the problem still here is what is the game plan? How the hell do you get out of Feudal Age? I think the main thing keeping you alive right now is that Beasty can't afford to flood Palace Guard. He doesn't have farms yet. That's the big problem Beasty has. Like, ideally, Palace Guard just ends this game. Your opponent has spears, archers, and not enough knights. He doesn't have a granary transition. So B is somehow still alive in this game. Great chase down, great poke damage done. Swing placements are going to be a nuisance, does need to be cleared fast. He doesn't have a great way of doing so. Divine Arrow can speed this up a bit if you want to snipe the tower. But there we go, Knight's now arriving. I don't know, dog. I'm not sure that keep drop was needed from Beasty. The game... The reason why he still got that lead is I believe the Lancers were hitting up here at the same time. Like, that's why it didn't just end up with B having enough, like, economy to catch up. An XP check is going to have Jean sitting at... Yeah, 548. She's still got 2/3 of the way to go. So nowhere near. But B is getting near to a castle play now. His army's a lot bigger. He can finally justify it. He kind of needs to as well. Beasty switching to crossbows should be able to kind of beat this all down at mass. So you've kind of overstayed your welcome in Feudal now. And we do have the granary switch coming through. There we go. So Beasty makes his move, and he's all of a sudden looking healthy. 23 farms and scaling. So B still has a lot of economy he can snipe over here that Beasty's working with. He did go for the defensive keep in the end at home. It does give him all the wood he needs, berries as well, deer nearby. So, like, overall, a fairly decent keep. Wouldn't have been as good as this one, but no, it's an economical keep, whereas the previous intent was the GG keep. You just put AoE for an SSD. It takes a while to load stuff. We are on an SSD. We're literally on the next gen SSDs. That's an issue with the way that it was coded by AoE4. Guildhall now coming through. His own dirty little secret in the corner. So Guildhall offers up a route to recovery. Remember, if you can now stagnate castle long enough, you just get the food pool. The problem is you need to have all the food in the meantime to keep fighting. This is, I think, one of the more interesting dynamics about Guildhall Jean compared to French. Is you can drag the game out, and yes, it's going to cost you food, only to then use the Guildhall to get more food, so you don't really get ahead there. But where you do get ahead from those fights is Jean. So it's kind of like you're griefing your own Imperial timing to buff your level 4 timing. It's a very interesting interaction that only Jean has. Oh, we got PG into the base. And B didn't leave anything here to defend. No, it's just the TC. So tech out complete, but no answer to the palace guys. Gonna need to find one fast. Level relic making it home, so that's 4 for Beasty. Is this gonna be the hair that breaks the camel's back? It's starting to feel like it, right? Like, this is just way too much out of time. B, the one upside he had is that he was never being attacked on the starting island. Now Jean's attention is split. She can't protect both sides of the river. Yeah, I think Jean in this situation plays a lot like Mongols. You cannot attack. You have to defend. Sorry, you have to attack, you can't defend. Knight's now reacting, so we'll be able to mop up the infantry eventually, but the out of time alone is killing him in this game. Meanwhile, Beasty now diving into the base with a nest of bees! Which, by the way, does directly counter Jean as well. You have to snipe him straight away. Beasty now happy to retreat. I mean, the lead he's built is getting insane. He's over 30 economy ahead. 4 relics as well. Beasty just seems to be everywhere. In the main base, on the flank resources, diving towards the main. Oh no, man. B. Oh my. Wait, did he not have that wall up? I'm not sure. I think it was just the sneak in naturally from the PG. Crazy well executed game by Beasty. B is still, once again, refusing to give this up. In fairness, if he can get Arbalest Mass together, Guildhall will eventually give him the route to potential recovery. It's so damn hard, though. He's playing like the sub 1% of the sub 1%. You know, it's kind of ironic. Remember, Beasty used to be that guy to always say, you know, even if there's only like a 1% chance, I'll play it out. Well, B is holding true to that moniker in response to the man himself. Sacred Sight's now locked in for Beasty. More spears are getting added into these formations, so it's actually harder for the Knights to defend. In fact, I'm pretty sure Beasty could just turn and win that fight right now. Guildhall is nowhere near getting him out of this. He's going to have to get his teeth kicked in for like an extra, what, 10 minutes? Look at the costs. He may have just protected his base, but the mainland is no longer his. Army's just too small. I don't know, B's like basically preying on that Guildhall. We've said this before, like Guildhall is one of those landmarks that turns losses into wins if someone doesn't move quick enough with urgency. But credit to him, like Beasty didn't go back, he didn't make 2 TC, 3 TC, he didn't chill. He just attacked. He's now bringing everything across, it feels like. Yeah, this is what we want from him a lot earlier. Just have Jean on the starting island. There was definitely raid opportunities here. I think B's thought process was keep Jean where the fights might happen that you can win a fight directly, just more XP. It's kind of a difference of approach. Do you want to get level 4 or do you want to try and whittle away at your opponent's economy? Probably felt like he couldn't get enough kills quick enough with Jean to offset Song Dynasty. So the cleaner route was to try and directly contest, but this is ugly. Jean goes down. Has to stand still way too long to deploy the boys. And it looks like Beasty is going to be leading in the quarterfinals best of 5 here. Still potentially 4 more games, but The way Beasty just opened this, I'd be surprised if we have more than 3. That was vicious, man. I mean, it's not like B played badly per se. He had timing. He looked like he actually started off really well. But then Beasty's recovery arc was just insanely fast. I wonder if maybe, like, B could have tried to go into archers sooner. Maybe that's the problem there. It's so hard to do, though. Like, you just want to get knights and just keep raiding. Archers slows down your timing a lot. And yeah, the water fight was, like, kind of nuts. Like, getting caught off guard by that, definitely setting back. Guys, I'm going to run a 1.5 ads now, so we're ready for the next game, by the way. And I'll update the score while we're waiting. So, Chinese versus Jean. Where, oh where does he take us next? I reckon... Does B go moving out already? Or is that too quick? He might be a little bit funky to rush moving out here. Oh, sorry. Let me do this as well. I'm trying to remember to do this. John and Chinese, there we go. So now we know what's definitely been used there. Sway B versus Beasty, but always Sway. Okay. Not sure where we're going with that. Looks like next map is going to be Prairie. Very open and Japanese versus Malians. Interesting. There's a Dark Age rush play here that's pretty scary. Oh, that's crafty. Let's get predictions going. Yo, what's up, 0302? 115 stream streak. Holy... Have we streamed that many times? What a crazy man. Holy crap. You, sir, are desperately in need of grass, I think it's fair to say. But I appreciate that you forsake the grass so you can be here all the time. Oh, it is on. One and all, welcome back to our quarterfinals between Beasty and B. There's a new Japanese build on the market. Buy while stocks are high. It's the Dark Age Rush. Against the Malians, B may be in trouble here. All comes down to how far away that gold is, and that feels far away for Prairie. It's out of range for practically all of it, unless he only wants to build 3 houses. Yeah, this is brutal. Remember, Japanese, they just received a buff to the Dark Age Rush play. The racks only cost 75 wood now instead of the 150. Very clean transition, it means, into spamming spears straight away, even if you're a little bit slower on chopping the trees. This could be brutal. What is up, Jones? Appreciate the raid. Now, B, he has to be aware of the possibility of this. He's only built 2 houses so far, so he's being very contained in his approach. I would be very surprised if we see him react with Donzos, though. The problem with reacting Donzos here is Beasty can just spam Shinobi and Feudal Age and kill you. Right, so you stagnate in this age for no good reason. Wait a second. Is B being greedy about... B's being greedy. Important to remember that the Malians did get a buff to counteract these early game rushes. Houses have 50 more health, pit mines have 100 more health. Grand scheme of things, though, because of the ease of adding in Raxes here, Japanese can more freely spam those additional spears to make up the difference. And we are getting the additional spam. B did also go for a double scout opener, by the way. Really smart play. On this map, on Prairie, there's just so much sheep up for grabs. It also means that you can do things like Farimba rushes without necessarily needing to rush into pro scouts. Look at the haul. It's going to end up being, what, 13 sheep to 26. A solid beginning for B. And remember, like, between the extra sheep and the ability to eat cow, you could technically go for, like, a Farimba rush still, even without pro scouts behind it. Beasty, let the assault begin. There is a little bit of risk if B's not paying attention. The villager that comes to repair could get snatched. But you can see, if you come to the edge to repair here, it will be in range of the TC. So it's all about just making sure you're paying attention here. Beasty is hard committing, I believe. Have we got a villager on the way? We have. It's going to be an outpost rush. So Beasty not happy to just, take away a pit mine or a house. He wants to take away all gold access for B. Oh, this is brutal as well. Look at the gold spawns. Behind him here and here. B is somehow going to get to that corner. There's no way you lose a game of Age of Empires 4 with 34 sheep, right? 35 sheep? 35 sheep? No. Saharan Trade Network is going to come in. Okay, so Beasty kind of achieved what he wanted to here. He forced this reaction. This is good for him. He has got the wood for an outpost, and you could still build it over here to stop active gathering. But I wondered if B was going to do this. A lot of players are reluctant to commit into the Saharan. In this situation, I think it makes sense. It's a cleaner counter to this play than having to go into things like Rams, for example, or mass Donzos. Either one's going to cost you a lot of wood, and remember, on Prairie, it's not much wood to work with. Won't be in range to deny the tower? No, but it could protect the pit mine. I wonder, does B maybe go like mass warrior scouts here? Because mass warrior scouts would be able to take out an outpost. One thing that will get tricky is if you leave it too long, Beasty, by gathering gold, will get the stone to upgrade it. And that means you can do things like fortifications. Credit to him, B is doing a good job of ensuring that this is going to be killed. And not just that, Beasty, lingering in range, does lose the first unit of the game. So Spimmer goes down, Saharan Trade Network up. And this is where you assess, was it worth it? Beasty will no doubt say that this was worth. And, oh god, that was painful. Actually, if he garrisoned, he would have got the kill on the villager there. Didn't quite realize it. No, I can't. I mean, it's deceptive because of the high ground difference, right? You wouldn't think you'd be able to reach, but if he had garrison there, the extra shots, I believe, would actually got the kill on the villager, which would have been huge here. So, definitely worth for Beasty. If the outpost doesn't go up, it's still decent because your opponent has been forced to go Saharan Trade Network, but you don't get to stop him actively gathering gold. This way, if he was thinking pro scouts, you've just staggered B's timing quite a bit. In response, I love this. Kura coming in. We talked about Coca if your opponent reacted with Donzos, but if not, Kura just feels a lot better. The hardest thing to do on this map is farm transitions. There's just not a lot of wood. So this offsets some of the frustration for a Civ that doesn't really play well into pro scouts. How did you guys gamble in the end, by the way? Show me the gambaholics. 50-50 pretty much. 54% for B. So a lot of people trusting in the Malian power here. It's interesting, actually. If we weren't in the Pro Scouts meta, you play along Feudal. I actually quite like Japan in this matchup. I think Onibugeisha is underrated, actually, against Malians. Plays quite well against a lot of their units. It's just, if you think about it, like the ultimate counter to Malians is to spam spears, right? It counters pretty much everything they want to do because they don't want to do archers. The funny thing about Onibugeisha is like a better spearman in that situation. Counters Warrior Scouts phenomenally well, counters Javelins phenomenally well, counters Donzos phenomenally well. So B, Ranch is already getting added in. I wonder if he just plays a classic Fulani with Mass Sofa here. A little bit dangerous considering that means your opponent can just rush castle as well, and that would mean Mounted Samurai versus Sofa. Sofa being quicker, sure, but Mounted Samurai packing a lot more of a punch. Rax is now getting added in, so B kind of anticipating what comes next. Smart choice. There's no real slowing him down here. Beasty is very clearly going for that castle. Question is it finally time for the Buddhist nose? Okay, guys, I've figured it out. I know how the Temple of Equality gets picked. We just nerf Floating Gate again. That has to work eventually, right? We've nerfed Floating Gate, like, is it 3 times now? Soon. Beasty with the bauble. Oh no, B doesn't know. And what you don't know can hurt you. Quick reaction there, but... Okay, yeah, Beasty got greedy. He came back in range for a tap with a sword. which meant that actually B was able to dodge death there. Oh, this just has to be so tilting. Because the entire pit mine's in range, right? No? Okay, no. He's good for the moment. He just stopped nerfing the floating gate. I mean, like, I'd rather at this point they just completely rework floating gate and do something else with Japanese to bolster their weak points in the game. That would be a much preferred approach in my eyes. Archer's in position for B. He actually could dive in and do damage here, guys. Does B assume... No, like, he doesn't check. He's getting distracted by the ball play still. Oh my god, this is buying so much time. Maybe B was just waiting for enough archers to try and one-hit villagers, but I feel like more it's a case of he's being distracted so much by the scout. This guy right here is Beasty's MVP in game number 2. Finally, the archers are going to move in. So we'll force the idle time, but because of that delay, look at Beasty's gathering. He's already almost at what he needs for castle. Not just that, B isn't actually attacking the villagers. No. The outpost covers it. So it's definitely like good idle time forced, but you're not stopping Beasty from reaching his real win condition here. Perfectly min-maxing as well. It's one javelin, one pseudo javelin, so it's not really giving you that quick kill potential. Remember, BC wants the extra gold so he can actually enable himself to start the age, and it is gonna be Samurai. Yeah. I mean, it counters everything B has right now. He hasn't made a Musafadi switch. Even if he does, this is the sick part. If you see your opponent switch to Musafadi, you go for Onibugeisha instead. For B, this is going to be tricky. When he sees the mass Samurai, he's going to want to think Musafadi. What you can do to make the Musafadi good is if you actually do Mansa Musafadi via Farimba. But it feels like B doesn't want to do that. It feels like he's very clearly targeting Fulani. In fairness, like, Fulani can give you a similar answer to this Rax comp from Beasty. The answer would be Sofa. But never forget, there is still a spearman unit that occasionally Japanese can build. Fix the monk debuff to auto-split? No. So here's the problem. If you fix the monk debuff to not be targeting the same one, I've highlighted this before, it will immediately become broken. It will just, like that, just instantly it'll break the game. Not capping, not exaggerating. Imagine you had 10 Buddhist monks, and at the beginning of the fight, you immediately debuff 10 of the enemy's 50 army. And then 3 or 4 seconds later, another 10. It completely would break the game. What you could do that would be interesting is if instead of it being an immediate 50%, it was a gradual debuff percentage that increased the longer they cast on the opponent, and then you could maybe introduce splitting. So like a buff and debuff at the same time. Can we get some Japanese accents from KP? Not enough subs. GG. Wololo. You guys ever noticed that the Japanese guy says Wololo in a very European way? Now that you've heard it, you won't be able to unhear it. I could tell you what the Japanese Wololo should sound like, but like I said, not enough subs. So Samurai on the way. B, he has reacted with the Musafadi we talked about, but this gives Beasty the bypass onto Bugeisha next. Javelin scaling as well from B is kind of interesting. I guess it just gives him high pierce damage against Samurai is the main thought here. Keeps the door open for potentially Javelineers. They have different sounds for every Civ Wololols. I don't know why they don't use them. Yeah, because like for Japanese, like, should I do it? It'd be something like Wololo! And you just have to really get in there for the throw. Oh. Or you just go really kind of like I don't know, I want to say almost martial arty. Whoa, lo, lo. No, that's more like a Mongol chant type thing. How would the French sound? Would it be Willulu? Willulu. All right, I'm gonna stop now. I'm insulting each nation piece by piece. And there's the Beasty we talked about. Switch down coming in. B doesn't know how dead he's gonna be in this fight. Waterloo gets denied. Beasty yet to get a relic in the base. Beasty are going to reveal early here, though. They're not vetted. What? Oh my god, he doesn't have the gold. The X-Wave of pressure was going to block him out, so we have a swift strike back in game number 2. Do not write B off. Hey, what? You guys, what? Like, the Japanese Wallo I thought was pretty good. Now insult the others you didn't. Yeah, that was crazy. Like, some people might think that's a bit premature, but think about what's happening there. He's trying to switch Beasty. He needs gold. He's about to get idled off of the gold. Like, his game state was not very good there. He was about to get starved, right? Like, because there's not a way of showing current gold, is there? He was very much in trouble, I think. Like, some people are going to think that was premature, but I'm not convinced. I think Beasty understands what's about to happen. He didn't have enough gold to get Beasty vetted. Therefore, they're going to perform really poorly into like the Javs, Donzos, etc. Wait, I can on timeline? Oh, crap. Yeah, wait a second. I don't use these crappy end of thingies. Free? Actually, never do. I think I've talked about this before. I just don't like the graphs visualization style. 1 second. Where were we? So, last game. Timeline. Gold. That's gold gathered. Where's current gold? Oh, there we go. Gold count. Yeah. So Beasty had that. He had, when he died, he had 200, like about 300, but he'd need 250 for the veterancy, right? So then he'd have like nothing left. And then he was about to get idled off of gold. Yeah. I don't know, man. I think, like, I understand where he's coming from. That's the only gold he has access to. It kills his game. That's cool, though. We get a back and forth series here. So, let's mark it up on the boards. Be doubters beware. 1-1. So Japanese versus Malians. Mali win. British don't even chant. Well, yeah, we would be like, it'd be really kind of upper lip though. Wallo. Wallo. It'd have to be very almost kind of light and inviting. Or you go more like the Gaz from Modern Warfare way, you know, like the team deathmatch, let's do this. Right? But you go more like Wallo. Sounds so dumb. Where's the emotion? Wololo. Yeah, actually, that could work. It's more like an Avet you slag, like, way Rinston thing, right? Like a Wololo! Yeah, that works. That actually works. You know what? Just, I've had enough of this crap. Okay. World's Edge. Call me. Get me in the studio. I'll record all your Wololos. I'll do it right. Oh, you want a Liverpoolian one where it's like, Wololo like? Alright, let's get ready to go. That's enough people offended for one game. Oh no, Scottish is like easy. It's like Wololo. Alright, I didn't go 100% there because I didn't want to like burst people's ears. But let's catch up to live. They're a minute in. Carragher. What? No Stevie Gerrard? They can take our freedom, but they'll never take our Wololo. There you go. Oh, dude, you know what? Actually, if Red Bull ever does a Wololo, I can do that again. That's a good way of beginning. They can take our freedom, but they'll never take our Wololo. All right, so legit, if they ever do a Wololo event in the Scottish Highlands, that should be the intro for the trailer. Welcome back, folks. Well, one and all, we're here for game number 3. I was about to say Wololo again. Beasty with the deli, B with the French. And you know what? That matchup sounds crazy fun. But crazy confusing when you realize that Delhi just got picked on Frisian Marshes. Not really the place that they are most notorious for, especially when you have maps like Coastal Cliffs, Dry Arabia, etc. in rotation. Let's see how Beasty wants to try and approach this. A map that is organically very defensive due to the corner spawning. In theory, you can get more sheep than your opponents because you don't have to bring your scouts home. Beasty kind of went wild here, though. Double scout, and that's sick from B. Unfortunately, there's only one sheep back here. The intent was really cool. Wait, what? Wait, B? B? What are we doing? What are we doing right now? Okay, he's going the right... That was a bit chaotic for a second there. And what is up, Aaron Paul? Appreciate the 1,000 bits, mate. Legend. Thank you, thank you. All right, so B did miss out on a golden opportunity to get one extra sheep. Yeah, it wasn't like the big spawn, like, 4 that you sometimes see here, or 5. Overall, it's going to be 18 sheep to 26. Love this from B, by the way. He's probably thinking pro scouts. He doesn't want to let Beasty get these shoved in for free, and then essentially remove 1 deer stack. Man, look at the spawn, actually. It's pretty good for pro scouts. You've got 1 deer over here, another one over here, and then the widest spread. So it should be very difficult for Beasty to just block you out of that. And good eyes, first sip. So Beasty moved his goldfields to try and snipe. I mean, it's awkward either way, right? But, like, he almost ran back into TC range to die. The reason why B thought he could get away with all that, by the way, is because Delhi start out on the berries. They don't start out on the sheep. So it was a smart read, just a smart counteraction by Beasty as well. School cavalry now coming in. Dome of Faith a little bit slower for Beasty. To be expected when you sacrifice a villager to build a second scout, and also French just get more villagers over time. Should be seeing an immediate first knight here. Yeah, there he is on the way. But the gold gathering as it stands, it's looking like we could be trending towards pro scouts next. In fact, he's almost got what he needs with this wood gathering. Has Beasty want to react to this? I mean, he has to know it's pro scouts, right? Like, it's kind of suspicious the way your opponent lamed the deer here. You could just argue done this because you don't want to give your opponent a free shove in, right? But this is also why Delhi have looked a bit weaker, especially in the French matchup at the moment. It's like with what's been happening recently, we've been seeing quite rough experiences for Delhi because of the rush pro scouts and the fact you can't rush it yourself. You have to somehow block your opponent, but when it's premium French cav, it feels very difficult to do. Do clean recordings of different wall laws and let us play them with channel points between games. I mean, you could recommend that on the Discord. This is exactly what the Discord is designed for. These discussions beyond the broadcast, because I'm not going to remember that by the time we're finished casting this series, and then also the Vortex versus either starlock and Wham series afterwards. Cool idea, though. The problem with those ideas, I do find, though, is like, I've said this before, but it's the same reason why we don't have sub noises when we're in-game. It's probably pushing it a little bit. Right? Like, we keep the notifications up, which some people might find intrusive, but I think is reasonable. But, like, loud noises would probably make it a bit weird. Ghazi opening. Spear more reasonable. The problem with spears here is there's just too much deer to block. Ghazi may have a better opportunity to intercept. He's going deep. B already snatching the first back. Also, on top of that, keep in mind, like, the organic play here for B is knights into archers. So Beasty is kind of insulating himself against the next step while having a pseudo solution for the first. Because Ghazi not only can deny the scouts, they not only will counter the archers, but they do offset most of the melee armor that French knights get. And because you've gone Dome of Faith, you should be scaling scholars anyway, so you'll gradually be able to heal them up. Dive comes in, first blood drawn, nice start for B. Won't be able to get a second, mind you. Remember, the lance charge is what makes it feasible. We do have the rat's reaction. Okay, and I believe he actually went deep enough to see that. So he could just get an immediate pivot. Instead, classic Pro Scouts opener. We see this all the time. When French play Pro Scouts, because they want to keep scaling knights while potentially adding in more scouts, because they have all that extra food because of the deer, it's much more valuable to just keep blobbing knights to keep the advantage. Meanwhile, Beasty, his own Pro Scouts, minute and 30 away. That's what makes this start rough. having 5 of the 7 deer taken from right front of your base means you're basically looking at a 3-1 deer split here. And you can say, yeah, but French paid for it. Sure, guys, they paid for it. But they paid like 250 resources. And compared to you, they got an extra 3,500 resources off the map. Sorry, not 2,450 resources off the map. Bargain. How did you guys vote again on this one? 68% for Beasty. Delhi got that much of the vote on Frisian. Alright, I'm just gonna be blunt. I think that might be a bit of player bias coming into the picture. I don't know, I think French look pretty good here. I say, you know, you go back before Pro Scouts made it, I felt like this matchup was close to 50-50. It felt skill-based. Map dependent, yes. But you can see either winning. But now with the Pro Scouts, it just gives French a very clear line to, like, flirt feudal into castle. If you rush castle and try to go elephants, they can rush castle and go arbitrary as well. It's tricky, man. Momentum bias too. Dude, Beasty just lost the game in just over 10 minutes. Nani? Sorry, was that a little bit too soon? It was a Japanese loss. Archer's now coming in from B. Should have a very clean time for Blacksmith to catch up here as well. Undermesh is on the way for Beasty. It's 1 minute and 30 out. So in like the next 20-30 seconds, you know, he should be up to like, what, 5 or 6 archers? Blacksmith can make a lot of sense. So we'd also give him the Bloom for free. In the meantime, the center though, we've got a melee mosh pit. Nice trying to pull away here. He's slowly winning it out. Unfortunately, his few of the injured knights are hanging around too long. The spearman will clear the way. The scholars get denied. That is a resounding win for B in the fight. Gets rid of both the scouts. Gets rid of like what, 1 or 2 Ghazi, spearman as well, double scholar. That's insane worth for B. Now Chivalry just feels all too delectable to resist. In fact, he already got it. Yeah, Baby's about to get kissed a lot better. Beasty's gonna have to start kissing control of this game away. Wait, did he get Chivalry? Oh no, he didn't. I'm looking in the wrong spot, looking at it. Okay, so yeah, no Chivalry yet. He's gathering a bit more wood now. Like it's kind of on the verge of being just an inherent worth play. Love that little detail. You see what I've done there, guys? He shuffled the injured knights to the back of the formation. Make sure the Ghazi can't thump you on the retreat and then just get 1 kill. He really is trying to just stretch this, right? Min-maxing before he goes into Chivalry tech. It's a little bit dangerous because it takes so long to get. But this is brutal, man. B is taking these deer as well. Beasty, it's a good thing he did get more sheep off the map because he didn't need every single one of them. 16 sheep remaining. A B with plenty of deer to play with. Look at this. Like ships in the night. Remember, Beasty, his scouts, the ones that he rebuilt now, are going for the deer. They're not actually helping the army, so he's riding blind here. And that does allow B to sneak in. Mostly unnoticed, but is he going for the gold? He's looking for the gold. 3 villagers out here. No reaction yet. Beasty, he doesn't have textiles either. Charges around. Does get 1. He can even dive deeper. Beasty in paranoia has to pull away the tree line. And now the counter-offensive is in. Ghazi are going to dive, but I'm surprised they actually got that 1 kill. They're not meant to be as impactful here. Knights are still lingering around. There's only a handful of spears, so he does go in for the minuscule charge. Perfectly done. There was no brace there. Love that. It's such a sick little micro detail. If you wait until you're very close and then A-click just beyond your opponent, you can force a charge, and it means that they don't get the brace out in time. So immediately mops up the spears. Able to back away. The spearmen are now coming home, so great game sense by B to back away at this moment. He knows that he's done damage that Beasty has to be racked in. Meanwhile, in response, he's kept him even. It's a 2-2 kill count so far in this game. Man, props to him. Beasty, yes, he's taking a little bit of damage, but he's making sure he gives as well as he receives. Does need to be careful, though. B, he's now looking to intercept onto the Ghazi. If he can clear the Ghazi, he clears the way to blob archers now. I wouldn't even be surprised if B is considering castle at this stage. He's up to 16 knights. By the time you're about 20, it feels just like an inherent play. Chivalry is also now ticking in. So what does Beasty see as like his winning play here? He knows what the food split is looking like. He does at least get Sacred Sights. That's going to pocket him a little bit of gold. But like realistically, he knows he's lost the deer game by an extensive margin. And he didn't win the sheep game by enough to offset that problem. So it means he's going to be forced to come out of the base sooner. And the tricky part now is like Beasty, I don't think he can afford Ghazi as a result of that. It has to be Archer Spearman. Yeah, you see him double down now. I like the way that B has played this though. Like, you know, the Knights are always scurrying around, barely dying, and then the Archer mass is just building, building, building. So he's already kind of a step ahead of what Beasty's next intent is. That's gonna get chased. That's got the second wave though. Beasty just... I don't know, like, I would agree getting the series. It's fair to say, like, oh yeah, Beasty should be favored here, right? But after that reaction in Game 2, and now this opening in Game 3, B is looking on incredible form this week. Because, you know, we also often talk about, you know, Beasty not dropping a game so far. Well, never had B. Playing MV4 in low graphics is fun. Wouldn't know that problem. Full power AMD, meaning full set of ultra graphics. Sacred Sight's trying to be capped again. It just feels impossible here. Beasty really feels like he's got his back up against the wall. The nice thing is, like, you do have a defensive map behind you to easily camp the corner. The nasty part is, like, what does camping the corner really get you here? B continues to inflate on the night count, and now he's inflating on the economy. He's getting ready for a Royal Institute play by the looks of it. Would feel a bit dangerous against like mass spears in a corner. Guildhall definitely a lot safer. But like we said, you know, Beasty either has to start adding in farm soon or move out of the base. He's down to 3 sheep left. Archers now go for the dive in. Does pull the Spearman very far back here. A little bit of an overextension from B. I think he's jumping the gun here, right? Like, he's rushing in, but the reality check is Beasty needs him to rush in. If you just stay outside the base, remember, French have a village elite building. Your opponent doesn't have Sacred Sights. There's a lot of positives here. Also, think about the castle transition. Whose army is more valuable to upgrade? Has to be the Knights. Feels like he's maybe getting a little bit too angsty. Archer's still trying to trade out, but I love the scholar pull here. Beasty, he's starting to turn this game around with a little fight like this, but B, he goes in for the A-click. He hasn't got many archers though. But the night count is ridiculous. He's starting to flood round. Scholar's stuck frontlining. Spear count is holding firm though, and B... has he just thrown away the lead with that dive? I mean, night count still looks good, yes, but the archer's heavily removed. Beasty now saving up for Castle Age. I can't believe this. B seemingly feeling the pressure of go time getting to him. Jumps in an unideal fashion. I think he wasn't really expecting Beasty to turn and fight in this little area, but it's so good for it, right? It's an angled building that you're approaching from, and then you've got the choke point with the mill in the house. Not many Knights can get in there. The problem here, and you saw him tug down those archers, is once the archer's removed, Beasty just has a solid, easy hold. Sure, you're going to lose a lot of spearmen in the process, but the Knights can never overwhelm you. And now the tech up on the way. Beasty will be first to trigger it. B is looking to follow suit here. He will still have an insane amount of Knights. I had to start wondering from this type of position, do you really still go for a Guildhall, or do you just Royal Institute into this? Royal Institute definitely makes a lot of sense, but it's going to be Guildhall. He doesn't want to have to run the risk of diving this base again. No, so he's going to play the long con. But the cool thing about doing that is with this many Knights, you should be able to guard the relics quite easily. Very important against Beasty, who's up to 13 scholars. You know what he's going to be looking to do here with an immediate tech up. In fact, the first learner boy is already on the way. He's already circling to prevent that. The food carrying is still so uncomfortable for Beasty. He doesn't even have room for farms here, folks. Veterancies have been queued up. The Scholar's actually going a lot deeper. Yeah, and the Scout's moving across, so we'll be able to see that. Remember, Beast still has 3 Scouts. All deer have been picked up off the map. Tech Hub now complete. Veterancies queued. Beasty needs to try and survive into a crossbow timing here, but reminder, the food is about to run out. He has got another berry option here, but this is pretty far out of the base. Remember, the thing that's been saving him so far has been these choke points. So unless you want to build a bunch of Raxes up to this point, you're not going to keep that advantage. So despite these attempts to get a little bit overzealous, he's still very much in the driving seat right now. I love this from Beasty. If he's going to get out, it's going to have to be off the back of a castle drop. So a keep drop onto some extension resources, such as the fish, would change the outcome of the game quite a bit. Still a long way away from that play yet. It's still a play you'd have to make blindly out into the wide battlefield. Knight is going to find the Scholar coming home, so it looks like the Relic Retrieval was going to get denied. He yet to actually go for the Monk play himself. Where do you drop this keep? I'm starting to think Beasty's going to have to drop it in his own base. Just to try and stop what's happening here. The Tome of Faith gets blitzkrieg down. So no more cheap Scholars. So those his tech capabilities as well. He's only got 1 mosque here. So would need to consider a second one if he wants to prioritize some of these unlocks. Like the blacksmith techs, for example. Arbitrary switch already from B. Yeah, usually people think you should just stick knights all the time, but I think this is a very interesting situation where arbitrary makes 100% sense. You're playing on a defensive map. Massing more knights isn't actually as valuable as you think. Arbitrary can end the game more easily from this type of position. Especially when you're fighting these type of choke points where ranged units tend to be better. And in fact, it's going to be perfectly timed because Beasty now has the first of the War Elephants on the way. This is suffocating right now for Beasty. But the keep should be upon us. In fact, wait, no. He's short. He's short 12 stone. It's still not... He's short 5 stone, come on. It's just teasing you right now. He actually doesn't have what he needs for a keep drop. War Elephant has come out. I should give him the space he needs to touch the stone one more time. Meanwhile, B moving out to the center, so he's going for the fat 8k vein. Really ballsy, but makes sense with what Beasty's doing. He's not playing any cavalry other than elephant cavalry. And, guys, these aren't exactly fast-moving units. In Age of Empires 4, we think it's inhumane to put elephants on roller skates. Therefore, they move at their own pace. And there's the keep drop. Yeah, so secures a little bit of food. It's not even actually securing the second stone outcropping, so there's no additional keep drop that can easily happen here. Just have to fight out of range of the thing to secure that. Still surprised by no monastery play by B. There we go. Double monastery. So yeah, he had that kind of idle time of heading out to the 8k vein, so we should be seeing those boys pump soon. Remember as well, this was a Guildhall game. So time not on Beasty's side for what comes next. Nice on the back. Nice raid. Village Fortresses has been queued up, but we're 3.5 minutes out from that. In fact, if I'm not... Okay, it is in range. There we go. I was a little bit worried for a second there. But yeah, he has got the influence range for Scholars. It's just the problem right now is 5 of his Scholars aren't actually researching things. No Faith is back up, so he has got additionals being pumped. Let's see what Hannibal can do. I don't know, man. There's not enough mountains here for him to pass through. Is this really Hannibal? Or is this merely the lion tamer at the circus? Yeah, this guy's going to die straight away. He's been marked for death. It's 23 arbitrary already. there are lakes, though. Geez, she murdered one entire Roman army near a lakeside, and it's all people remember. Oh my god, Beast going sprinkles. The irony is that, you know, from Beasty's position, it would be nice if he could go Springald. Springald's War Elephants is kind of goated, actually, no cap. It's slow, but it's unkillable. The problem is it's terrible against Mass Knights. Drift Kings are operational. We have got the increased Speedy Boys. Sadly, the Relic pickup does slow them down quite a bit, though. Nice going for the charge in. Looks like he will make it home with the 2 just before the Monk showed up. What a timing there. Beasty does get some relics off the map. But the other 3 surely should be going to be. I cannot believe that. Like, come on. I feel like these scholars, when they run, should make like childish vroom vroom noises. Like, they move as quick as warrior monks would. Hello, hello, Marine Lord. Is it time for you to sign up for Midweek Musters, mate? I hear this is where champions come to hone their skills. I'd hate to brag, but actually, no, I like to brag. 3 of the 4 top players in the last S-tier tournament are playing in this. Ooh. What is up, Egglove? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Remember, guys, got this Prime sub. Smash them. Use them. Make sure if you've got an Amazon Prime subscription, you're dropping your Twitch Prime sub in here each month. Supports the channel, and make sure that you're giving more money to something you care about, or assume you care about me more than you care about Bezos and making him an omni-billionaire. I think that's a term. Keep dropping, I'm coming through. And what is up? There we go. A surprisingly decent name, I agree. As well as Shareman. Thank you very much for the Prime subs. Look at that, you guys started a sub train with Prime subs. So it's a Prime sub? Wait, Prime train? Choo choo. Let's add a few more carriages to it. So 5 Springals now. I mean, the Springals are going to kind of be cool for dealing with the Scholars as well, right? Because there's so many layers to the cake here. It's not just the front lines, the range form, and then the back. And what is up? Ratamanjaro, thank you much for the Prime sub. You know, another thought about this. Macabre, smart lad with a Prime sub. When you subscribe like this, in a game that is definitely going up on the YouTube side, you basically immortalize yourself in the history of our channel. These people are smart. Okay, B, I think it's time to get big. 2,000 food ready to be pulled. And he just done it. Is he going to do it in his face, though? That's the question. No, he's going to play it safe. Red Palace over here. It's not going to be like game 1, where we get overly aggressive our keeps and maybe make a game last longer than it needs to. Meanwhile, the keeps of beasties are being aggroed onto. He does lose the villagers on the pocketed fish. Trebs are starting to deal with this. Is the grand final today? No, grand finals are always on Thursday. So the semi-finals after this set, i.e. Numidan versus Beasty or B, will be on Thursday. We are going to have the Vortex versus Starlock or Wham semi-finals today. You never seen someone pick Delhi on this map? I swear I've seen Beasty do it a few times. Sometimes it works, but sometimes it really just does feel weird. Such a defensive map, and Delhi historically such an aggressive sip. Like, I guess maybe the line he was taking is, you know, Imperial Age, Delhi OP, get all these techs free. On a map like this, it's so defensive, I should be able to do it more easily. B has made it anything but easy. Tech up now complete. Arbitrary upgrades coming through. Crossbow stirrups as well as the elite tech on the way. And the elite for the knights. Beastie, he's massing mangoes. Interesting idea. I mean, right now, like, the knights struggle to get in against the war elephants, so it's not the worst of ideas. You have to be a little bit switched on if you just misstep at all. Arbitrary will just gut the war elephants, and then the knights can ride in. But you're seeing what Beastie's doing here, right? We talked about the lack of food. He's trying to offset that issue by going siege intentionally. I wonder if B just waits for biology here. Actually, Incendiary might be even more worth it. The only counter to the Knights right now is the War Elephants. There's only 8 spears. So if you get Incendiary, you kill these guys immediately. You can even think about sniping the mangoes. Speaking of said mangoes. Gonna try to jump in. So difficult though. He's baiting him in range. Look at the red palace! Snipes him straight away. And now the surround. B, he's coming around the back. And Beasty doesn't see it. Mangoes, they get 2 salvos off. And then a salute as they go under. A beautiful surround. B manipulating the vision. And does the damage necessary to go up and on match point on the verge of defeating Beasty in the quarterfinals. Didn't see that one coming. Neither did Beasty. Beauty of stealth for us, folks. Ooh. We are cooking in the kitchen now. So, Frisian Marshes, Delhi versus French. Right side win, a 2-0 now. So French, let me mark them off for you guys as well. Malians, Japanese, and Delhi. All right, that paints the picture of what we've got left here. Beasty. Wait, did not update the win? There we go. Update maps. So, Beasty, you've got either moving out or Dry Arabia. You've still got the flexibility of Ottomans or OTD on moving out. Is there anything but GG for Dry Arabia in his eyes? Against B's Civs, I'm wondering if Order the Dragon's just a bit better for Dry Arabia. Ah, yes. Marine Lord hadn't seen the draft until now. Yeah, we talked about this. This is a very crazy draft, right? Like, who the hell first picks China and then gets the last pick Juji? That is wild. Sushi for a free win on moving out? Is it a free win, though? Against, like, could English work on moving out? I think, because then you're left with OTD or Otto. What does B do against that? I mean, could you Mongol? Nah, I think you biz against OTD / Ottomans, right? Wait, what? What am I missing in the chat? What's going on? Beasty said the map pool is rubbish. Hold on a sec. Rogan? Did he actually say that? We got Golden Heights, like, I don't know, we got a decent amount of maps that are literally, like, standard rated. Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs, Frisian, Golden Heights, Prairie. You can have opinions about moving out in Anatolians, I get that, but the other ones are fine, I know. I get the moving out, and Anatolian might be polarizing, but the others are fine. Okay, so it is gonna be the Juji pick. All right, let's get predictions started. Who likes Prairie? I think some people come around to Prairie again in the current meta. And also, it's like, we put it in because it's in map rotation, so it felt reasonable. We've actually got a pretty good balance of, like, maps that are in ranked rotation currently. One and all, it smells like a game number 5. Surely it has to be. Beasty whips out the most banned Civ in competitive Age of Empires 4 right now. It's Juji time. B on his Byzantines. How will he react? How will he contest? How would he come out ahead? Is it going to end here? Or do we head into the chaotic moving out map to decide this? Reminder of what they've got left on the draft. It would be either Mongols or English versus Ottomans or Order of the Dragon. So some wackiness, some potency to have there as well. We have to get past this map. Looking at the spawn for Beasty. Pretty delicious. The double deer close to base could turn into a negative if B takes a very aggressive line. In fact, is double deer stacked close together on both sides of the map. Quite rare you get this on Dry Arabia. There's always usually at least one outlier. Yeah, it's kind of weird when this is as most balanced, and then you look at the boar comparison, and one's much closer than the other. Grand Winery beginning. The thing that really matters to be here is going to be the olive oil locations. Second berry patch being far forward doesn't feel good. Retracted one behind is also not hidden behind tree lines, so in the mid-game, B may struggle to actually just keep going out to berry batches without getting raided. For Beasty, I think the intent is clear here. A good meditation garden start would be nice, and ooh. Rainlord. When you get defeated in the grand finals, does someone get your spawn luck? What was that? That's a jackpot, mate. Has he scouted at least? Yeah, he has. So he should be able to drop it here and touch the stone as well. Is he going? No, there we go. Yeah, so that's pretty delicious. 36 food, 25 stone, 25 gold, and probably about, like, what, 12 to 15 wood? And how did you guys gamble? 78% for Beasty. Man, it's kind of crazy. Just a few months ago, people would have laughed at his UG pick and said that Byzantines were OP, right? How times are changed. And yes, we slightly amplified the vibrancy of the coloring in AoE 4 because we basically tested it. We sample tested it with groups, and we found that, like, actually people prefer a bit more illumination. Good question, actually, because we do have tight trade posts here. Could that be an option? No, don't. I'm trying to think if there's any matchups where building the unit that your opponent can have feels good. Maybe longbows? Occasionally, if you can, like, longbow against longbows because of the timing. Maybe. But in most cases, I feel like if your opponent has access to the unit, you don't want to race him with olive oil. Right? So, tech out complete. Pro Scout's now on the way. Beasty, like we said, has got a healthy amount of resources coming out of here. B, really, we're waiting to see what he wants to do, and it's going to be a Horseman beginning. I don't think we're looking at Pro Scouts. This is more like anti-Pro Scouts. The reason why Pro Scouts would feel a bit funky, the reason why Byzantines is possibly, like, I don't want to say the worst civ to do Pro Scouts, but one of the worst, is because you sacrifice the value of Grand Winery and olive oil. Remember, if you're doing Pro Scouts, you're gathering from deer, and deer don't give oil at all. So that's why usually for Byzantines, they tend to just ignore the Pro Scouts meta. The crazier part, actually, is I think of all the civs that have been ignoring the Pro Scouts meta, this civ has probably been the best performer. We've seen some really cool all-ins with, like, Kyro Siphon plays to block fast castles. We've seen some great leverage of, like, pressure into fast castle as well. You know, I'm trying to think if there's a civ that doesn't do Pro Scouts that performs as well as Byzantines right now. And I don't think there is. Staff's already coming in. That mini garden, like we said, end up being 12 wood. Yeah, so 36 food, 12 wood, and then 25 gold, 25 stone. Horsemen are getting spammed up. Beasty, are we going to be seeing a Rax reaction here? Looks like he's prepping for it. He's got 8 on the wood. Makes sense. You should be able to get it out quick enough with supervision that the horsemen can't really do real damage. They're at least idling a little bit here, but I think for B, this should just be the archer range follow. What? Oh, he doesn't want to wait. Okay, that's kind of crazy. Remember, guys, if he builds an archery range, he can start countering the spearmen now. But if he waits for the longbows, you have to get extra olive oil, and then you have to wait a full production cycle of almost a minute. It's just such a long wait, such a long gap, that the spearmen would block you long enough to get double deer in. So this is kind of cool from B. But it's not just that, guys. This is a delayed Pro Scouts from Byzantines. Look at the macro and look at what he's building. The archery range is curious, though. He hasn't used it at all. Swarms the first spearman arriving. The scouts are A-clicking into this, but it's not ideal. That's pretty sick by B, actually. 4 horsemen. Good start, but... I'm wondering, like, could B have waited a little bit longer for Pro Scouts? Would the archers have been worth it? Because here's the interesting thing, guys. With the system buffs, you can get your Pro Scouts a lot quicker. Look at the Dialectica's tech speed. It's getting in like 45 seconds instead of a minute and 15. That's a big savings. It's half a minute skimmed off. Reminder that Zhuji and Chinese do it in 30 seconds with supervision. B, still no archers, though. This would have made sense if he knew his opponent was scouting his base and he wanted to make it look like he was doing something and switching. But I'm pretty sure Beasty had all of his scouts at home. He never looked at what his opponent was doing. So apparently, B saw something that convinced him archers wasn't going to work. Maybe it's just the realization that the deer are too close to Beasty's base. Keshik opening? Nah, it's going to be Western. Keshik is... Imagine... how to put this? Imagine you are, like, getting ready to fight someone after someone else has fought them. And you just watch this guy lose in a fight because he brought a knife to a gunfight. And you're like, I'm going to choose your weapon, contestant. I'm going to pick up a knife. Why? You just watched him pick up the gun, right? It's like you need to be countering the spearmen. If you horsemen get countered by spears, your Keshiks are going to get countered by spears as well. It doesn't solve your problem at all. And you'd at least have an argument for Keshiks if it wasn't a Pro Scouts meta, because your opponent would be playing wide resources. It's not. This is literally him. He's got a little bit of gold gathering here, sure, but ultimately this is him. So double longbow on the way from B. Does he bolster this with archers as well? I don't think it's going to be quick enough. If you have enough knives, you'll eventually win. That's not true. If you have enough people wielding the knives, you'll eventually win, because eventually the guy runs out of ammo. But you only just watch one guy fight him. So unless you're pretty sure he's only got one bullet in, you take the gun. Keshiks can recover life-killing deer? Yeah, but like the deer should all be dead by then, right? Shaolin Monastery now on the way. Beasty, just a free pass into castle. I think for B, he had a plan and it hit a road bump. It feels like that's what happened here. I mean, in the end, he played Pro Scouts, but he hasn't really got much to show for it. No, like he's just getting denied. Maybe he can recover this now. Akratoy and the villagers get pulled. What? All hands on deck, I guess. Okay, so he will be able to save some of the deer in the end. This is definitely getting a bit messy, though. Remaining spearmen trying to get the hits in, but longbow will be there to counter. Okay, so how much deer got through? He got 3 over here. I think he took back like 1 or 2 previously. It's still an advantage for Beasty. He got more of the deer off the map. B, it's kind of weird the way this is being played with Golden Horn Tower. If you think Byzantines get Pro Scouts, you're thinking, oh, cataphracts. So he's playing a very different dynamic here. But it kind of shows you how oppressive mass deer gathering is, that he felt a need to sort of block it, even if for Byzantines it's not really on the agenda, unless you're going cataphracts. The Beasty did lose a lot of the cheap army, but we do have the Lancers now coming through. And B, by the way, has yet to build one specific production building. You may have noticed which one. It's a siege workshop, isn't it? No, yes, but the racks. He hasn't got racks as yet. So Limitane are going to be a problem. A dog. Wait, we can produce out of secondary TCs. He only has a primary. So cataphracts are coming in. Okay. This must be about raiding, right? Because I don't know if you can afford enough cataphracts to not just get swarmed by lancers. It is crazy, though. Like, you're safe to assume lancers. You now even have confirmation, and he still doesn't have any anti-cavalry. See, this is why Byzantines need a buff, guys. When can we build Janissaries from the neutral trade posts? Huh? Huh? And cataphracts also got revealed. What worries me about B's play here is he's camping in his base, and Juji are all about timings technologically. We've got multiple relics now being picked up and returned home. Second one up from here. He's got 3 Shaolin monks, 4th one coming. This is going to be a 5 relic game. And B, I mean, you can talk about your system buffs all you want, but between supervision, pagoda play, you're going to be a mile behind here. He has got extra stone gathering coming in, so he's at least trying to be aware of the necessity to buff his systems. I don't know, man. It just feels weird that you're scaling into cataphracts, but staying in your base here. I wonder what B's thought process is behind just not getting Limitane. Especially when you consider that he went for the deer play. So, like, he should, in theory, have better food gathering. Add flamethrower instead for next buff. No, guys. We need cataphracts to get a technology in Imperial Age that allows them to carry a flamethrower around. Also, Order the Dragon really should have mountable dragons in 4th Age. False advertising. You can't call them Order the Dragons and have 0 dragons. Okay? It's like, what's next? Order the Salamander and they don't ride Salamander dragons? I mean, come on. At that point, why am I buying expansions, you know? Beasty, go for the wide rotation around the back, man. Nice little wall. I love this from B. Little tip for people when you're playing against cycling civs that want to raid you. Small walls like this are jackpots. They completely change the dynamic of the game. Crossbow switch up now from B. Wait, is he just... Is the Zerg main trying to play a Terran? He's getting all the pew-pew boys. We've got all ranged. I mean, sure, he's got katas, a few of them, but like this is primarily mass ranged versus full melee. What? And hold up, B, did he snatch one? Okay, well played. He actually secured one of the relics. So BC is only going to be 4. B was able to retrieve one in the end. Every little oil counts. So, Beasty, is this the Pagoda save-up point? Usually this is where most players like to go Yuan. And I think you can get away with it. B hasn't built an army that can really attack anytime soon. So it's kind of Beasty in chill mode if he wants to. He's even also remembered Stop Punk Stone. This is the crazy thing, by the way, about the Meditation Garden. With these fast castle relic gathering builds, by the time you have that objective complete, you've almost got enough stone to immediately build a second TC. Yeah, this is going to be double greed. He's got 3 Sacred Sites, giving him plenty of gold trickle. He can actually, as a result, not touch gold because he'll get enough for Yuan. And then on top of that, he can simultaneously drop 2 TC. This is crazy. What is BC's win condition? Let's move away into... I don't know, like, I'm still scratching my head as to what B's win condition is. You know, if we were in messing around test games where we put 100 cataphracts, I get it. But we're not. We're in the real world where you don't just have pepperoni pizza cheats, Dad. He has to somehow get the food together for mass cataphracts. This is scaling way too slowly. In fact, it's not even scaling at all. It gets cut down. 3 cat is dead. An expensive price, remember. Those are premium units. 330 resources each. Lance is even stopping the walls. B is legit just trying to hunker down for Imperial. Does Byzantine win in Imperial here? The ranged is quite compelling. Mass Lombos in hyper late game, your opponent doesn't have his own real archers. He has Jugnu. He doesn't have hand cannoneers either, so you don't have to worry about that. Streltsy eventually could be good for you. Cavalry is a concern that I think doesn't get enough respect from Juji in the late game. They have great options with the Dynastic Protectors, right? They can either get anti-ranged or they can get anti-melee. Farm's now coming as well. What do you mean bald men with sticks? We don't need more of those. Guys, the problem with having too many bald men with sticks is, like, if you have all bald men with sticks, they're very angry. Then everyone becomes bald men with sticks, and it loses its uniqueness, you know? We laugh at how angry these men are because there's not that many of them. If all of a sudden all the Juji people shave their head... Wait, guys, that's actually how Divine Haze should work. They move quicker because of the aerodynamics. You know, remove the hair, less wind friction. We figured it out. So B has gone for second TC, right? Growth count isn't like crazy. There's a risk he's already being eclipsed. BC's up to 16 farms. Meanwhile, B has, what, probably 15? 9. He has 9 farms. Oh, God. This is a weirdly passive game for B. The problem with what's happening here is Beasty's getting to his favorite phase of the game. Chip raid. Something that Beasty's just gotten better and better as like the years have gone on at is these reactionary attacks, right? I flank you, you need to do something about it. I spread wide, you have to do something about it. He's playing Mascav. We've got horsemen, we've got lancers. We even have Dali horses to make it even easier for them to win fights. Just kind of feels like B really doesn't want to go to that 5th game. He hasn't taken the game-losing fight yet, right? But we have to be real about what happens when we go to that final game. He has Mongols or English. Alto's ordered the dragon on the other side. I'm feeling like maybe B has a problem with BC getting order the dragon there. I don't know, man. Like, I'm thinking about like what you do with Mongols or English, and I'm not liking the odds against OOTD. Because if it was just a water map, English feel pretty cool, but because it's that outside land that can get raided, the men-at-arms are going to likely feel unkillable. So that's why he's playing the low percent chance here. Some small flank raids. The Byzantine Cataphracts just being chased away. He just wants the decap. Once again, it's about dragging the game. Used to always play Mongols only. Always went for tower rush into heavy feudal rampush. Is that still viable? It can be against certain civs with the right spawns. You want to scout for it early though. I think in a lot of ways, Mongols kind of thrive or die off of that ability to do it. They have to find that type of opening. But looks like B not able to find the decap. No. Okay, so we're 20 minutes into the game. Beasty's been moving cavalry for quite a while. We finally have Limitane. This is very delayed by B. One big concern I am having is that you're trying to get into a macro race against a civ that should be eclipsing you. Like, Juji at this stage should just scale a lot better. Because of the effectivity of the granaries now, and also the pagoda threat. It's like, it's felt weird that B's gone for like this static army, but there is a logic. If he can build big enough, he can go all in. That's what he's looking at here. And that's why I'm happy he stopped building the Cataphracts now. Cataphracts is a raiding logic, but he hasn't really raided. Now, B isn't completely free of problems here, guys. There is very much a real issue in this fight, and you're seeing it at the back here. B, 2/3 of his army get countered by Nesta Bees. 3 Nesta Bees is like edging it. 4 Nesta Bees would be the wipe. So has to be aware of that. One of the tricky things for B as well is like he can keep his longbows very far back, yes, but his crossbows don't have the same luxury here. Another thing to keep in mind is crossbows did just get nerfed. They're slightly weaker against general units. Remember, they shifted some of the base damage into the bonus damage instead. So his horsemen barely going to get tickled. Alright, 1s if you think Beasty's going to win this game. 2s if you think B is going to take it. Okay, that is a lot of 1s. There's some 2s coming through, though. I don't think it's as clean cut as Beasty would like here. B has a military edge. And they're both approaching pop cap. Sacred Site may be difficult for Beasty to hold on to. He's going to try, though. B, a little bit hesitant. He's going to back up. Temporarily, though. 15 Landsknechte. Against horsemen? I guess it's not the worst of ideas, but he needs to reach that line. The Nesta B shots come in, though. But it's not the backline. He's moving up now. Shots under the longbows. Good pull away by B. Front line's failing Beasty, though. It looks like it's going to be a breakthrough. And it will be a chase away. The Nested Bees are able to keep the space here. So B will have to reset. But ahead on military after that fight. Problem's now going to be in the remass. Who has more potential there? Beasty, his food income is slightly better, but it's not a giant difference here. He is capped out on the potential for the assistance. However, gaps like this make the difference. Beasty, he gets it on the forward farms. So B essentially losing, like, what, almost half of his olive grove income. Beasty does have a comp issue here, though. He's got all these crossbows, and they don't really feel that valuable. The only reason why Beasty isn't dead right now is the Nested Bees. The Nested Bees being there is what stopped the dive. B, he should theoretically just be able to walk in for the decap, but we have vision that he doesn't. He doesn't quite know what's coming next. He saw Horseman before, he has to assume Horseman again. So B has to wait until he's got Spearman in place. Problem is, he can't wait too long here. No. The vision just about from the outpost sees it, so wall is going to be denied. Beasty will pull away just in time. And oh, you're right, I'm an idiot. He did get the decap. I cannot wait to get back on caffeine next week. 2 weeks should have been enough to purge the system. We'll see how impactful it is. Decaf? Who would drink that crap? I don't drink coffee, remember. I get my caffeine through energy drinks. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, well, we drink, like, green tea and matcha. I just can't stand coffee or tea, though. And yes, I have not had caffeine for, like, almost 2 weeks now. And on top of that, my son doesn't let me sleep through. Wah! Always to wake me up before I get my max hours. You want to know why? I do it to myself, guys. We do these long streams, then I have to go do business stuff behind the scenes. And then I want to wind out the day with like a little bit of gaming and then an episode of Succession. The episode of Succession always turns into like the full extra hour. I can never pull myself away midway through one. Killing myself here. Beasty, GG Library coming in. He has actually got a lot of stone here. Might still be looking at the win condition around the sacred sites. B, a little bit slow on his own tech timing. Not so much that he won't be able to catch up. One thing that's key here for Beasty, this is always rough when I watch GG Library. If you're going to build GG Library, tech. I always find GG Library a little bit odd. And the reason is that it's gold heavy. When you go Imperial, you're already gold heavy. Think about all the tech requirements. Elite techs cost 700 gold themselves. You just spent 1200 gold. He only has 500 in reserve, 700 a minute. What always worries me when I see GG Library first is that it doesn't get used for 4+ more minutes. More Twitch ads than gameplay? Jesus, I didn't realize the education system was that bad you can't count. Poor guy. He probably has like 2 knights right into his base. In feudalization, he goes, I can't believe he's got 20 knights! Foreign engineering company now coming in. Longbow's about to get the volley. A big deal actually up against mass crossbowmen. AC wants 10,000 bolts. I think that's what he's going for. I wonder if the movement speed would be a little bit more valuable, or even more so, the divine defense for the extra range on the Nested Bees. Because remember, Beasty, he's facing off against an army that is almost entirely ranged. I hope he reserves the opportunity for dynastic protectors. I think he still is getting slept on to this day. What's the alternative he could go for? Maybe Cloud of Terror? Cloud of Terror is usually quite tempting here. Especially in this matchup now with Royal Cannons, it would give you the extra range via the Temple of Sun, plus the Cloud of Terror to snipe out the enemy. So tech out complete for B. And he is outraged because he just clicked on this thing and went, huh? Where's the gilded Springald? That was a Springald joke because B is obsessed with them. Props to him for not trying to build them every game here. They've got him marching forward. Elite Tech's slow to come in here, by the way. Doesn't actually have Dialecticus. On top of that, the Lombos are getting left out to dry. Yeah, kind of lacking on gold, actually. So 1,200 back here, but he waited until he snuck out onto the 8k at the top. So has got that long-term play now. So breaks the wall, sends the Limitana in. He's basically just trying to keep Beasty in his base. But yo, we are getting Dynastic Protectors. Okay, guys. What do you think Beasty is building this for? What unit do you think he would want? Do you think it would be the stoic and tanky Imperial Guards that seem like they'll never die and do 1 million damage? Or do you think it would be the flimsy, skinny boy Yuan Raiders? Well, apparently, it's for the Imperial Guards. This is a little bit surprising, though. Imperial Guards are more pop efficient, but for ranged armies, Yuan Raiders are better because Yuan have a lot of ranged armor, and they're very cheap. They also are fantastic raiders against someone who doesn't actually have a full wall in. So, Imperial Guards does feel quite curious here. You're very tanky, but there is a lot of crossbows. So remember what we said, like they don't have that much ranged armor. See? 6 compared to 10 melee. In terms of design usage, Imperial Guards are meant to be a counter to melee army. And then Yuan Raiders are meant to be not just a worker force killer, they actually have decent stats to be an anti-range type army. Still, from like a POV, if Beasty feels like he's just not got enough population space for his army, that's why he's going Imperial Guards. Because these things are like having cataphracts. In fact, the Landstector aren't going to hit very hard because of this. No. They hit for what? Almost 20 damage, so half that damage gets mitigated straight away. Take 34 strikes to kill an Imperial Guard. That may take a little bit too long. That's the B shots. Starts to trim him a little bit. Imperial Guards have now been revealed, so B knows what he's up against here. Things that just don't die easily. Yeah, these things are kind of insane because he has got Dali horses, but down the line, he can also get into Imperial twice, which will give him 20% buff damage as well. I think that might be what Beasty's thinking about here. Radiant Gold is looking good for it. Biology just came in. Instead, he queues up another 10 Imperial Guards. I don't know, man. I think like once you have about 20 Imperial Guards, if you can just get your hands on the Temple of the Sun, these things just destroy everything. They're already up to 425 HP. They already hit for 30 damage. You had another 20% on. They're hitting for 36 on a sword swing. That's Gilded Knight's level of damage. His comp just feels very budgeted now. Yeah, kind of crazy we're not seeing a switch into Limitane here. Bombard is going to start moving in. Nesta Bees, good shots. Armor's going to be diving forward. And the Landstector do try to come through, but look at the health bars. They take so many hits to die. Has to keep stuttering away, though. He doesn't have a second line arriving just yet. In fact, he may have a few too many crossbows, but don't worry. Papa B is here to help with that. Like a hot knife through butter. Starts to swing him down. Lombos do activate the volley, but it looks like they can't stick on top of the targets. Nesta B shots now coming in to counteract the push. And it should be a reset. B getting a damn good engagement there. But understands that he cannot extend beyond his means here. Is it time for Yuan Raid? Is it maybe time for Yuan Raiders? Beasty's gathering gold from B. Oh my god. He massacred the villagers as well. Northside, he found the gold. So while it looked grim for Beasty there, he was getting wins elsewhere. He takes all gold away. B now trying to go into hand cannoneers, but you and what gold source? Oh my god! What is going on this gold vein? Lombos are still holding steady here. Beasty is losing a lot of crossbows. He's actually switching to Zhug. That doesn't work very well against LBs without the Temple of Sun. You need the movement speed to gap close. I can't believe that. The crafty son of a gun. Beasty able to just strike B on the flanks when he isn't looking. And then return fire. But at the end of the day, now we have kind of a stalemate for this goal. There's going to be a push from both players north side. B is going to be first there. He goes deeper. Unfortunately, no. No. Run. Run, little ones. Because one Imperial Guard will kill all of you. In fact, no. Oh, thank God. I was like, if this wall wasn't real. So, Beasty is denied his timing. He needs to burn through the wall. And we do have Limitane being pulled to go up north. That gold is critical for both players here. B was trying a hand cannon air switch. For Beasty, he needs it for Zhug. He needs it for crossbows. He needs it for Imperial Guards. Looks like it's actually going to be a more defensive keep in the end. Limitane do get there in time, though. Even with textiles, this is going to be incredibly tight. Can he actually get it? No, I think that's going to fail. And if he doesn't cancel, it's going to get torched down. He realizes too late there. He's distracted with the push-in. Massacre between the two, but we do have mass bombards now. And was it Cloud of Terror? No. Oh, yeah, right. He took the Dastic plus the crossbows, right? Yeah, you feel a little bit weird about not having it when you got this many cannons, but we talked about the whole idea of you being able to snipe out the enemy raw cannons. So far I had to pull one back there, though, so it didn't quite have the firepower. Emo north side. He's still attempting to get that castle up. We do have raids into the back. Imperial Guards are sneaking into the farms. Meanwhile, front farms are exposed. Cannons trying to deal with this, but the bombards actually go after the landmarks. There's going to be a break-in. Horseman should be able to freely access here. Royal Cannon doing the best it can to hold on, but there's no denying it. Beasty looking firmly in control here. I'm getting that feeling it's going to be a day on moving out to decide it all. Castle is still not up, but it doesn't matter. The GG gets called. B has had enough. Beaten down to a pulp here. And it means all of this will be decided on the chaotic moving out. That is crazy. Beasty just doing such a good job on playing those flanks. Completely just exploited his opponent being a little bit too fixated on the frontal fight. So that means, folks, we do get a fifth game. After many 3-0 stomps this week, we will not end up with another. Oh, no. So Beasty gets the GG win against Biz. What are we going to be seeing for our final game? Let me sort out the predictions for you guys. So that's going to be a Beasty win. I'm going to run a 1.5 ads now, guys, so you don't have to worry about them, by the way. And let me mark the civs. So I think we probably are looking at Order of the Dragon versus what? Do you go English here or Mongols? Feeling like it's got to be one of the two, right? I don't think Mongols is just the definitive choice or English is the definitive choice. I think Beasty, like, it feels like it has to be Order of the Dragon. So B's POV has to be like, which one of them is better against OOTD? I'm thinking like Ottoman versus English or Mongols. Like, is there an upside there? Like, could you actually play Mongols in this map as well? It would just be a cheesy outpost rush, surely. That has to be your only maneuver. But like, your timing is rough because like you can't go like for Nuvu. It's too far away. It has to be English. The dynamics are weird, right? Like, if it was just about the central island, autos maybe a little bit better. The safety of gold, whatever. Plus the cheap docks. But I think the value of like an Order of the Dented Men-at-Arms on the outskirts is so big here. You can just do so much damage to your opponent. And like the English King isn't going to be great at dealing with that, right? Because you could just open spears. Because like who would ever council hall the outskirt island? That would be sick, by the way, if he has the read to like outskirt longbow rush. But I don't see it. It's very unlikely. By the way, we're just waiting on Beasty. I think he's gone for like a toilet break or whatever. So we've got another minute or two. Which is just enough time for people to smash that subscribe button if they forgot to. So helpful. Ottoman equal auto loss. If you focus on the outer islands, not necessarily, right? Because if you focus on the mainland where he needs gold, then you can basically just play Sipahi and shut him down. But I think OOTD is just like safer. It's more robust. Like I said, if we were just looking at Central Island, like I think the amount of docks you build, the savings Ottomans get there is good. The other thing that is like really slept on is like Ottoman Vizier points. So if you drag the game long enough, you get that great bombard in Feudal or Castle Age. The other really big detail that's quite often slept on is Fortifications tech. The Fortifications Vizier point, where it makes Fortifications cheaper and gives them crossbows, really game-changing on a map like Moving Out. Love the vest. Thank you. I wasn't sure about a vest with a short sleeve shirt, but I was like, it works. Well, the accents are? They are like a splodgening of different patterns. So they've got some of the... God, I forgot what we call it in Britain. You know the Sacred Pairs? Paisley. It's got like some Paisley aspects in there. Great Bombard Vizier point, no bueno. Dies too, ease too early. On a map like Moving Out, where you camp under your base, not as much. But yeah, it's going to be OTD versus English. So just got confirmation in. Boys are loading in, so we should be able to hop in just a moment. So Order versus Ing. And reminder, after this, we'll be hopping into Vortex versus... Okay, I'm going to have to spoil it. Sorry, Starflight fans. Wham was able to win that series as a 3-0, so we'll be going to Vortex versus Wham after this, okay? This series went a bit too long. Not that I'm going to complain. Definitely aiming to be, so far, the series of the week. One and all, it comes down to this. A sweaty 5-game series all the way to the 5th. And just like your mother has been saying to you for years, it will be decided by you moving out. That's right. We are on that infamous map where you just can't stay where you start. You have to spread your wings like a butterfly and make for the skies. Or rather, make for the mainland here if you want to ever get gold or stone. Beasty, going to be going to Order the Dragon to decide this. B, very powerful pick in the English. Crazy map to decide this as well, man. Both of them had some pretty interesting picks. B's, I think, was more linear. He had Mongols as an alternative for this final map. Beasty had either Order of the Dragon or Ottomans, both of which have proved quite successful here in the past. That Moving Out felt personal. Yeah, your mum DM'd me. She's like, can you please just ask Brogy Kip 020 if he can maybe get a job so he can subscribe? Okay, I'm sorry. We have got the deep water fish. Remember, it's only one deep water stack. There isn't. These are shoreline. These are always baits. So a little tip, because if it ever does come back, it'll probably be a long while. But we did have this in rotation. And I remember there was 1 or 2 low-ranked players who played this map. And they didn't realize these are shoreline. So there's 16 fish stacks in total. And 12 of them are shoreline fish. And what is up, Hero? Hero's like, I've got a job. I can afford it. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the Prime sub. But yeah, always go for the central one. Otherwise, you're just laming yourself. Because remember, it's 1 food gathering versus, I believe it's 0.66. So huge difference there. We've got B. Didn't Anno do this last week as well? Yeah, so you can tell that they've been practice buddies again. The walls to block. Does them a little bit different though. When we had Anno doing this, he done them long, right? Small like dashes. This is a little bit different. Doesn't block over here though, interestingly enough. That was the weakness of Anno's play against Beasty in the grand finals. He didn't block this piece as well. So what Beasty eventually done is he just built a dock here, and then was still able to play out into the fish. A very aggressive position with the wall here. I'll say very aggressive, quite aggressive, right? Leans pretty deep. So B just kind of trying to control the narratives when it comes to the flanks. Means he could try to go wide for the second fish pack, and his opponent can't really mirror. We do have the pull of the villagers out into the corner. B's been a little bit later on this, and his scout may delay it further. Yeah, what? Oh, wow. Yeah, he's sacrificing the sheep to keep an eye on what his opponent is doing. What's up, Brogy? Well, hello to your mum. I'm sure she's a wonderful lady. She's very polite in that email. Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to the swarm. Arcleaf says he also has a job, he's cheap. Yeah, Arcleaf is just like okay, so you guys ever get the tinfoil hat moment where you hear about like those homeless people that actually like they make a career out of it? They make enough money off of being homeless, like they actually have a house and everything they go back to. You ever heard of those type of rumors? Arcleaf is like that. He's like secretly a gajillionaire. He's like, yeah, but guys, can someone gift me a sub this week, please? Business strategy is like, I need to speculate to accumulate. So, overall, one thing to keep in mind is because of the delay on arriving with a scout, if this does eventually turn into an outward land game, like, B is going to be out of food sooner. Positive as being your English, you can always go farms. It's unlikely it's going to get to that stage, usually moving out. The fact that you end up on the outer island is usually indicative of you, like, lost control of the center. So it becomes a bit more of a Hail Mary maneuver, more often than not. You're a homeless gazillionaire. I knew it. I absolutely knew it. You know, that was kind of crazy for me. I still remember, like, the most polarizing experience with, like, homeless people was when I went to Vancouver. Vancouver, I wasn't prepared for just how many homeless people there were there. It was crazy. Like, you couldn't walk a block without seeing someone on the streets. I was mind blown, man. I mean, it's like a polarizing experience because I'm like bumpkin boy, live in a small town. But I think the craziest part to me is I remember a guy going, like, we were getting ready to go in a club, and a homeless guy was coming by, like, you got any change? And I was like, well, sorry, I literally don't have any cash. Sorry. And he moved on to the next person. And the queue was long, right? So, like, 4 minutes later, he would rotate around again to me and ask if I got any change. And that's when I realized, like, how demoralizing, how depressing, like, that part of life must be. That, like, you can't even have hope or faith that the person's going to give you money. You almost just have to dehumanize the humans you're talking to get money so that you don't lose, like, all belief that you'll ever get anything. Does that make sense? Like, he pretty much was just in a monotonous state to try and get by. It was wild. I've never, like, had an experience like that up until that point. Because you'd think, like, you hear stories about how people dehumanize the homeless person. But in a weird way, it almost feels like they have to dehumanize the people. Because otherwise, you hit that realization, like, man, this other human being doesn't want to help me. Anyway, depressing realizations and deep talks aside, is brought us through to the aggressive point in the game. Archer ship is going to be coming out. Beasty has got the demo Springald ship follow-up. B will be looking to react. We do have that dock we talked about. Beasty, this is the same kryptonite for Anatan, right? He was able to just get out onto that south side and leverage a win. Meanwhile, more villagers being pulled out here. Beasty actually went for the stone gathering, so he's looking... Wait, is this about arrow slits? I mean, you get them cheaper, but that's still a long walk distance. No, it's just going to be about the arrow slits on the outpost here. So he's a little bit paranoid that B might just try to get a trooper out here. He has got the king coming, right? Has he? Where is the king? Okay, he's being transported now. Yeah, so he's going to be dropped off. Good timing by Beasty. How did you guys predict, by the way? 73% for Beasty. I don't know if I'd write English off that quickly. That can be quite a scary save. The problem for Beasty is if he ever slouches, or let's say he loses a small skirmish, there's big ramifications. Because you lose a small skirmish, that's when English can afford to get Admiralty. Admiralty is a game changer. Also, remember, English are getting discounts on all the boats. Saw families walking along the roads that were home. Jesus. Dude, like, that just kind of gave me a flashback of like Caesar Free when the homeless people leave the house. But in real life, that's kind of crazy. The problem is there's like a lot of solutions you could have to like the homeless issues, to the war on drugs, etc. Like, okay, this is going to sound like very polarizing maybe, but like I remember I was talking to one other talent. He had a really good point. He was like, if you took all the money for the war on drugs and instead of like putting it there, put it into like assisted healthcare systems, etc. All the savings from like all the policing of drugs, like you could just basically you could increase the amount of money you have per year as a country by a substantial amount and then provide alternate offsets to try and fix the drug issue. Because like people who want drugs will get drugs, right? Anyway, we're getting like deep down the political cycle here. We're not a political channel. But like, it's crazy when you think about it like that. It's the same like the homeless issue of like policing homeless people. Policing them versus providing ways of getting them off the streets and getting them employment. Like, when you say it like that, the answer is obvious which one's better for the country. So, we had enough time for the weird little trip down political lane because we haven't really had any decisive moments so far. Both of them are just scaling into Springolds. BC's keeping a slight edge. We do have the arrow slits coming through for both players. Land aggro isn't really amounting to much now that the outpost went up, so the king not really able to get any freebies. He could try to fish for them when he distracts on water, but remember that comes at his own tax. If Beasty is distracted looking at water and you're not, you could get jumped there. So chipping down over time, but the reality is he has to be careful because of surrounds like this. Great reaction with the demo. B saves himself just in the nick of time there. That could have been decisive. King in response did die though, and you see the problem of what B's trying to do there. Fight land, fight sea. There are maps where this is more organic and easy like Holy Island, where you just send a few troops in, you A-click and you ignore. Not so much on moving out as you're seeing there. But like, okay, the other part of the whole drug system he pointed out, though, is like, obviously some of those drugs you can just tax. Like, marijuana goes. Because here's the thing, if you think about it. Nicotine isn't illegal, and that's a drug. Alcohol isn't illegal, and that's a drug. Caffeine isn't illegal, and then they're all taxable. Capitalism, baby. Now, who's the big capitalist winner here? Beasty's looking a lot better on food income. No one's getting a clear edge. Like, this is quite balanced, but there is an interesting thing shuffling in for B here. As he scales like this, yeah, you just saw he got it. Admiralty. Once you have a little bit of scale, Admiralty is insanely invaluable. It puts Beasty in a sticky situation where his only real win condition is actually getting demo ships. And because the archer ships have more range, that becomes more difficult. My mum's a drug and she has to pay taxes? No. You pay the taxes for her. When you see her without a sub emote, you are obligated to make sure she's gifted a sub. That's how that works. I'm wondering what Beasty's out is here. This is just so tricky with English. Like we said, because the Admiralty tech, given the extra +1 range, it just means that you shouldn't be able to necessarily win these skirmishes. It also makes it harder to jump people for attacking your docks, because they're further away. That's why you usually see Springle Crews be a decisive moment when docks start dying, because all of a sudden you're not close enough that demos can counter you. Beasty is going to look to strike back, but military lead doesn't really exist for him here. Demos will get denied. Still, once again, even just difficult to keep the galleys out of range. They're the ones that definitely suffer the most against these Hulk plays now. We do at least have gold protected, so no idle time force there. But we've got creeping racks in archery range. This is so expensive for Or the Dragon, but so impactful. And he is going for the Gilded Men-at-Arms. Okay, so I love this read from Beasty. We said, what's the play here? He realizes that long term, you know, outside of just saying I'm going to out-micro him, the water side is good for English. You won't win that long term. But land, where Gilded Men-at-Arms feel nigh on unkillable, is a very, very smart read. He could shut down the gold. That would prevent scaling on Hulks. And that would give you an entry point. Demos do get found. Nicely done by B. Beasty just trying to get crafty. Unfortunately for him, look at what B's been doing with the scout. Yeah, he sees all of it up here. Could he do it? You know, the crazy thing is, like, when you remember how game 1 went, how decisive that water push timing for Beasty was on Anatolian Hills to get in control of that game. Imagine if now you go all the way through the series, you get into game 5, and B beats B. Beasty. B beats Beasty. God, B's too many B's. B beats Beasty on the pure water map. That would be a sick end of the series, considering how it all began. I don't know if I started any more. Someone has to go remix. Men-at-Arms do try to react. The Gilded Men-at-Arms are now already there, so B needs to get substantially more troops to defend himself. Good news is it looks like Beasty is backed off of the fight here. He get the repair out in time. Notice that B has to be a bit careful here. Yeah, he could get caught. If he's not looking, Demo Ship's going to kill. Needs to be very careful about this. There we go. Quick pull away. B immediately reacts. Oh. Does lose almost 2, though. These guys are just so unkillable. The Gilded Archer was a really smart read as well. So B is going to go for the outpost again. We'll get it up in time. But Beasty has got Undermesh and Stilled Arrow on the way. You're going to have to Zerg Men-at-Arms here. Can B actually win that long term? He has got the Aura, so that's going to be enough to reset Beasty. Has got the King coming again. So in theory, if he can turn this into trickled attacks where units don't necessarily die, he can heal up and win. That's his big win condition. It's just kind of awkward for B because he leveraged the Abbey of Kings on the starting island so he could heal his boats quicker between fights. The trade-off now is you don't have an easy, quick way of healing your army this fighting on the outskirts. It's just a very creative read by Beasty. Spring ships are starting to march forward. Gotta be a little bit careful about those demos still coming out. He's gonna keep pushing though. Beasty has to react now by going to the spears. Demo. Beasty, here's pop block. Oh, no. How was that only one? That was uncomfortable. You'll notice that Beasty's starting to run out of territory here, though, and it is going to be a mass migration. Villagers trying to leave because B already got the outposts up in the north and the center. Yeah, so Beasty's now losing the outskirt fight, and he's being forced to send more things out there. This is not looking good for him right now. He is, however, starting to look for a castle play that could recover the game in a very effective fashion. Regnets for an immediate relic, upgrade onto the Men-at-Arms, and all of a sudden, you can win the mainland fight. Wait, why are we calling them true buckets? What? What did I miss in chat? We don't want to miss what's coming next. This is big. He's going to hit him on land at sea at the same time. Beasty. Crazy when you consider he's got the military lead. He's going to intercept the reinforcements here. So some of them already snuck through, though. Demos are being held back. King is going to get sniped. B did not commit. No, he slow rolled this because he didn't want to get backstabbed. So Beasty is able to protect himself on land. And it's actually going to be a Burgrave game. Feels like he needs to be efficient about this. Doesn't trust in the Regnet's plan. I mean, in fairness, I guess the awkwardness with Regnets is there's only 4 relics on the map, right? So it loses a little bit of value there compared to Burgrave. Less upside, whereas Burgrave is more reliable. Dogs are shrinking in quantity, but... And yeah, Beasty actually has some housing issues. I don't know if he's... Uh-oh, the men-at-arms caught him. He's panic rushing the houses up. The outpost should be able to protect him in the end, but it's still forcing some idle time. Does get a worker kill in it. In fact, quite a few at this rate. That's crazy. 39 villagers to 55 now. Damage adding up, and now response attack coming in. B, maybe about to feel the same sting. However, the men-at-arms with the attack speed aura. It really is saving him here. Can't believe this. And B now moving out with the villagers. He's actually going to look to wall his opponent in and set up farms. This game is getting crazy. I'll tell you what, moving out really knows how to deliver. Now remember, part of the villager lead is the fact that these villagers produce slower. They take 3 seconds longer. But still, we're 18 minutes in. Like 56 to 41. There's clearly been economical losses for Beasty in this game. B should be able to get that wall up in time. In the meantime, fishing boats have moved south side. So Beasty will dodge the incoming fleet. The worry right now is we've got Springald emplacements and Springald crews. All of a sudden, Admiralty advantage is gone. You do still have the same range as the enemy Springalds, but they now attack quicker. And soon, they'll likely be having armored hulls as well. B needs to tech up. You can't really wait much longer. Yeah, try to go in for the fight, but it's already too late. Unless you can get an insane hit with the demos. Maybe. Beasty, the archer ships are pretty far away. We'll be able to sidestep for the kill, though. So demos do get denied. It's kind of weird. Usually that this is just a definitive moment for the castle player. But you're seeing how Admiralty really changes the dynamics. The interesting part, actually, is if you peel him back into Outpost Aura, you'll also get an attack speed increase to mitigate the Springald crews. So B isn't dead yet. Like, he can actually turn a fight here. He's got the Network of Castles buff. So look at that. There's less than 0.1 difference in attack speed between the two. Outside, we have got an attempt to dive in here, but the walls are already up, so B's going to slow him down there. We may be looking at a forced white tower build. And the outpost being built up by B goes in for the snipes. Beasty doesn't realize. He's distracted. He's fighting. Beasty. He still doesn't know. He finally pulls away there. But that was, what, 5 extra villager kills? Maybe 6. Does need to get back behind the wall, though. B getting a little bit overextended. And White Tower is indeed on the way up. It will protect him in his corner. Villagers get back behind the wall. And gold is getting denied. Now, he does have Northside gold, but the villager losses are more permanent. Demo push in the meantime. Archer ship needs to protect. It looks like it's going to be good enough. Springald's not able to attack it quick enough. It's going to be move in, snipe on the villagers. So Beasty shrinking the eco difference again. White Tower should stop this dive in its tracks. I wonder, Southside, do we maybe see like a stables play here? Could it just be actually he needs to go into crossbows because there is men-at-arms starting to scale and push on this south side of the map. Okay, so you remember Admiralty? Get ready. Because now Springald crews can put B ahead on range again. Time being, it's going to be Springald emplacements in the outpost. That's actually pretty smart. Crossbows would take a little bit of time to scale here. He also has gaps in his gold gathering and a lot of text to get. So goes to the Springald emplacements. And because he's able to repair the wall here, this should be enough to actually force Beasty back, at least temporarily, while he waits for enough men-at-arms to break through. The funny thing is actually right now, Beasty could be killing 2 of these villagers, maybe more. Just doesn't quite realize it. I just realized English with Admiralty and Spiral Cruise could, like, reach here. Uh-oh. Speaking of English, he finds the fishing. Beasty isn't reacting right now. No, he's distracted. So fishing down. He's going to break the wall in the other piece, though. The Springolds! Sick read. Extra damage in. Manners, remember, you get the bonus versus buildings. So the men-at-arms do get the breakthrough. And we'll look to just dive past, but in the meantime, B is approaching. We still don't have Admiralty here. And no, there's not an edge, a hole on the edge of the map. It's just deceitful on the mini-map. So we'll just keep the men-at-arms here. Spirals are still annoying to try and dive into. He's just trying to catch B not looking. It's just difficult to do because the outposts see into the stealth forest. But still, it is going to be out of time. A lot of it right now, actually, for B. And I believe, is that finally Spiral Cruise? It is. So here we go, guys. Do you want to see what broken looks like? How about 8-tower range of Spirals? Demo. Nicely defended. It's crazy. When you look at the size of Beasty's army, you have to wonder, like, how can he not win this game? It's just so much bio on land. Problem is he just can't get in on what matters right now because of the White Tower. But this is where the game gets scary for B. He secured the corner, but now he has to move out into dangerous territory. And if Beasty finds him with his men-at-arms, curtains closed on the gold income. So that's why you're now seeing him rush into the crossbows. He needs that defense strategy. Look at the damage from these. Yeah, it's once again, it's the attack speed in conjunction with it. E-repairs is going to get activated here by Beasty. That should buy enough time, actually. But there are archer ships here. He actually just pulls them away. It's so hard. You basically brought a shotgun to a sniper wall, right? Kind of how it feels. Beasty, he is prepping the rams on the north side, so he's getting ready to go in. In the meantime, he dives towards the economy. TC is still tricky to get near here. B has got the army now coming home. He's been fishing long on the south side. Meanwhile, for Beasty, there is no fishing, right? He's got 0 fishing boats. So we'll just land economy right now. It looks like B did secure that south side, so the men-at-arms got taken out. He can push forward now with the crossbows if he likes. I'm impressed Beasty's still alive on water, to be honest with you. It's not easy to do, and he's actually finding extra eco damage. He is going to be able to chase him here. In the meantime, Rams now going in. 5 on the march. Remember, B doesn't have any melee units right now. It's all crossbows. I say all. It's not a lot. It's 11 crossbows. BC is mostly behind on eco at this stage, easily because of the production speed. We're at 25 minutes in. It only takes 3 seconds more to produce a villager. But it's 59 villagers versus 67. Yes, BC has closed that gap. It's the fishing that really should make the difference now. Rams are going to be moving in. Men-at-arms trying to be built, but I don't know if it's going to be quick enough here, folks. And those are not Castle's men-at-arms. No, so White Tower in trouble. Wolves are going to be going up in the meantime. B, just not able to find that stab in. And now his fishing is in trouble. Beasty going to be able to take it out. B is at least sniping villagers on the main island. He's starting to move in towards the TC. It just feels like Beasty's move is a lot quicker here. Men-at-arms are just so insanely tanky. White Tower is at least making a big difference here alongside the outpost. So MAA wave will get wiped out. But the Rams do clear their objectives. All static defenses going down. It's just crossbow versus crossbow left. And Gilded Crossbowmen are superior. Not just that. Oh my God. B! This is ridiculous. They're draining each other dry. B down to 56 villagers. Beasty now at 55. Not to mention relics as well. Beasty is ahead. This is crazy. What little villagers are left is stuck in the middle here. He's going for the trebs to try and assault onto the landmarks. Some sort of Ura push all in to try and end the game, but it's going to be difficult with the TC in the corner and the Burgrave still in the outskirts. What Beasty has done so well here has been something that, like, no psychologist should recommend to you, ignoring his problems. The fleet is a problem. The fleet has always been a problem, and yet always he has ignored it. He has dodged it like the plague and refused to engage with it. That's the importance of what he's done here. It has bought him insane amounts of time. No, my bad. I had a video open up randomly in the background. That's gone now. I think there's a stream or something open in one of the tabs. Honestly, that small X script made it sound like I was summoning a demon. Anyway, villagers pulled to try and deal with the Rams. Outpost is starting to fail him here. B is just losing full control. He has tried to go into Horseman, but this is going to be a slow process with the food blockers. Unless he can just clean water now. Still 16 Sprinkle Crews. Beasty just doesn't give a damn about these buildings we're taking out here. We also have trebuchets coming in from him now. I mean, yeah, because he can get a win condition here. Guys, like, it's 2 landmarks. It's literally it. TC, Abbey of Kings. If you Gal can beat him in water, Abbey of Kings is snipeable from the sea. This is crazy. Trebs. Oh, getting rid of the siege workshops, though. Okay, that's sick from B. He's not letting it happen. He still has to solve the issue over here. So I think the real goal with the Horseman play isn't even about winning against the enemy army, the Gilded Crossbowmen. It's about landmark sniping. Well, Beasty now marching forward. He does actually have the sprawled advantage finally. And he utilized it well. He's in range. He does that intentionally so his opponent can't just try to disengage and skirt the fight. Demo stab round the back. The brute force push was sick. B, he's hiding 4 demos in there. Beasty had to give way. He couldn't stand there and body block. So the backstab didn't work. Now B goes for his own counter-offensive here with the demos. Quick on the gap close, but look at what's coming. It's Pals of Swabia. Beasty is getting up to the Fort Phage. And surely that has to be the definitive point. B down at 52 economy. The Rams are now in. He transport ship dropped the base. Springwolves can't protect him anymore. And as close as B has come, there is no stopping the Serb. Beasty looks to make it 3-2. Springwolves now hitting into the Abbey of Kings. The TC is struggling to maintain this. Ram shunts. He needs trebs. Meantime, Fleet gets wiped out. Only 7. Make it 6 crews left. No boats remaining for Beasty. B is not dead yet. But he is on the verge, on the cusp of walking into the darkness. Both landmarks on fire. Beasty now control the mainland. B stuck with the center of the map. Plenty of food, some wood, but yes, but gold. Gold is going to be his problem. He needs to solve for this tech issue soon. Colv's now coming in. Beasty saying, I have a different way of answering your fleet. B needs an imperative victory on this central island to remain in this game. And with Culverins now here, with a substantial 10.5 tower range, that just became insanely difficult. Let the snipes begin. I mean, you can't play near the shore easily anymore. Beasty does have a temporary food issue, but that should be getting resolved. We've got farms coming in. We've got the deer as well. Not to mention the Pumba plus extra deer to the north side. He's got ways. B needs to contain him. Stonewall's now coming up. Looks like the Hulks are going to move in. The TC is down to half HP. E-Repairs is on cooldown, folks. There is still a Treb sieging in here. It does have to back up due to the Culverin, though. Beasty has brought the army across to the island. He wants this done. And B doesn't have the wood income to go and repair the derelict White Tower. No, he's looking a little bit stuck here. Has to pull away. Remember, killing this TC doesn't win the game for B. It just gives him a way of potentially stabilizing on the island. But for Beasty, this is the all-in opportunity. Abbey of Kings barely repaired, TC only on half HP, and now should be the time to ride in. Crossbowmen and the Horsemen, they aren't here. They need to be transported in to defend this. Beasty a little bit hesitant. Remember, he doesn't have the vision we do, but he just checked. He now knows there's so little here. Only a handful of Horsemen on standby. Difficult to min-max with healing when you consider how hard these cannons are going to hit. TC getting sieged again. Village is being pulled for the repair, but you've got so little economy at this stage. It feels like Beasty has done the signature grind him down. Definitely not in the signature way, though, but we're hearing riders. Now on the way in. Body blocks coming through. Men-at-Arms and Spearmen trying to save the day. Villagers are going to get pulled for the repair as well. Can he do this? The Horsemen need to. The Villagers now getting pulled as well. It's do or die. B. He gets the Culverin snipes. Only one left. But the Villagers are getting destroyed because of it. Beasty, he's going to have to ferry across more troops. This is maybe the one way that B can keep himself in this game. Beasty only has siege workshops here. No extra villagers to build production either. So B able to get another stay of execution. But it came at a cost delivered in blood. 102 economy to 45. This is ridiculous. How is he not dead? How did you go on from here? Well, that's probably a good start. He's got Springalds now just hitting into the farms. The Beasty, where did he... Wait. He's already aware. There was a dock sneak. He's trying to get Carrack's back into play. He's getting camped right now. He needs to be a little bit careful of that burn damage. Pull away just in the nick of time. And we got another dock sneak. Beasty is just looking for any way he can to get back onto the water here. Carrack comes out. Where'd the demo go? Wait, did the demo get sniped? What happened? I mean, the Springle ship should win in the end. Yeah, demo will come out now to try and deny them. Villagers will pull for the repair, but there's nothing to repair anymore. Unless you guys have got such strong biceps you can pull it out of the water, it's gone. We'll back away with them. B, I don't know how you get Imperial here. Because he needs Imperial, right? Like, I can't believe he's still alive after this much time of being an age behind. BC at this stage just has too much resource, not enough spend. He can't build culverins here. He has to do a Normandy landing. But look at what he's got, guys. It's 16 spears. He's sneaking out with the docks now. This is important. B isn't looking. Wait, did he select all Navy? Oh my god, no. After 36 minutes to die like this, surely not. Carrack's coming out on the other side as well. The TC and Abbey of Kings is still not fully repaired, guys. Like, this is a death condition dangled. An opportunity to win, waiting for Beasty to take it. E-repairs is still wasting so much of B's limited time here. And now he discovers what's happened, but the Carrack's already been queued up. It's gonna be 7 Carracks in queue. B just has to get as many demos together as he can. Culverins are here as well, though. Demos are at least on the way, but the Culverin complicates matters. Meanwhile, the Rams, they came in with the spears. Go straight after the farms. Carracks are following this up to get rid of the docks first. But the pressure is on for the town center. This is ridiculous. moving out might be uncomfortable to play, but it's hell of entertaining to watch. Dot goes down. No demo coming in. The carrot can move in with full impunity. No threat to it. He needs to repair the landmarks ASAP. Abbey of Kings is going to be where he makes his last stand. But the spearmen are already approaching it, and the carrots are moving in for the kill. And the outcome can no longer be denied. Beasty has all the tools necessary to end this game. An insane series from both players. B making this look incredibly close against the reigning GOAT of 2025 for Age of Empires 4. The unstoppable force for the start of this year. Remains to look unstoppable here. B, he gets a stay of execution. But look at the villager difference now. 130 to 39. This would make for the craziest comeback in the history of AoE 4. It is that doomed. Beasty with a generous donation of carrots. Oh, come on. Does go down. There's just so many of them. They're everywhere. Berkshire comes in at least. So we'll protect his flank. We'll stop the Sacred Site win condition. But B has 0 food income. 0 wood income. He only has gold. What more can you actually do here? Especially with the German version of Normandy upon us. In reverse, they're the ones going by sea. He makes it onto the island. There is a lot of horsemen here, but those are gilded spearmen. You surely don't want to fight them. Okay. No, it's fine. They only hit you for, you know, like 75 damage per strike. It's fine. We still have more carrots just chilling right now. I don't know, man. B just doesn't have the wood income to actually get enough demo ships to clear this anymore. I can't believe this is a quarterfinals. And a quarterfinals done. It will be a win for Beasty. He heads on through for a matchup against Numidan. But people beware. If you think B is a pushover, just point them towards this series. I could not believe how insanely back and forth this one was. Oh my god. And oh my god, that ran beyond. So, guys, did you know? What's KP going to tell us? What do we need to know? What's he got for us? There's another series going on. That's right. It's already underway. We're going to be hopping in midway through the series because it's live. We're going to be having Vortex versus Wham. So bear with me a second and we'll get that stuff ready. We just need to pull the draft and then hop in, make sure the score is active. We're not going to start from game 1 because I know how people get. They want their live games. So we'll have to hop in midway with this one because that series was crazier than I think most people would have ever anticipated. So let me get the draft ready. Map-wise, we have got Anatolian, Coastal, Prairie, Frisian, and then finally it's going to be Dry Arabia. And here's the Civ picks. Going to update the title quickly. So reminder, by the way, this is semi-finals. I'm a little bit upset that actually, like, we didn't have it from the start, but it is what it is. So bear with me a second, and I'll confirm the result of the first game. So game 1 was a win for Wham. He done his Order of the Dragon up against Jean, which is proven super effective. All right, so let me put that point on the board. Win for Wham. We'll hop in to the game in a matter of moments. One and all, there is no rest for me on this channel. We are back for semi-finals time here in Midweek Muster number 15. I need to update the brackets because we've been so fast rapido, but it's Vortex versus Wham. Game number 1 went to Vortex, the Spaniard, and now we head into the second, HRE versus Chinese. What can be a death sentence for China with aggression from HRE, but as we've seen actually in Vortex versus kiljardi, it was his kryptonite, his weakness. HRE greed killed Vortex in that one game up against kiljardi. Could it happen again here? We're going to head to the 4x speed just to catch up live. These boys are a few minutes in. Reminder, by the way, we just had an epic quarterfinals between Beasty and B. That probably is going to be the series of the week, but maybe this one could deliver just as big. Wham, I would call him a stoic defender. Vortex, an aggressive bull. Perfect attack and defender matchup. Have to see how it goes out. HRE, Arkin pretty aggressively located, not near the TC at all. So for Vortex to make sense of this, he either has to set up outpost or this is going to be him taking the forward line. Wham on the other side. How did he do on the sheep hall? Not bad. 23 sheep overall compared to 18. Neither of them went for the double scout opener. The pro scout should be on the menu for both of these players here. And there you go. Vortex already queuing it up. Wham. I wonder, does he maybe not? I think you could just go aggressive here. 23 sheep is quite a lot. Have to see. Raxes are being set up by both players. Vortex insulating himself. He's actually going for the 1-1-1 build here, so we actually might have a feudal all-in off the back of pro scouts. Speaking of which, scout does get the goodies home. Apologies for the 4x speed, but we want to get you guys caught up to live as much as possible. We do have Spearman plus Archers. No immediate play into the Barbican is now going to be coming through. So he builds the initial units to keep Vortex entertained, keep him baited. And now we have a Barbican drop to deny the deer. Okay, that's kind of sick. There's another deer behind here, but now it forces a wider rotation for Vortex. Vortex, who in the meantime is trying to keep Wham contained his base, but the damage is already done. The Barbican is up, and the Pro Scouts play can get stopped. We're going to go down to 2x speed as we catch up close to the live here, just so you guys can digest what's happening, because it looks like Vortex is intending to go for the fast castle build. Or semi-fast castle, shall we say. So he's trying to bait Wham into an overcommitment to Zhug and then come over the top. And with Pro Scouts, remember, that does open the way for a Burgrave build, which is super effective against these Zhug spams. And how did you guys gamble, by the way? 56% for Vortex. Okay, so pretty tight overall between the two. Oh, and sorry, Nomad, I forgot to say earlier, thank you for the Prime sub, mate. I do see you. Smart lad. Always got to make sure you subscribe to the channel, guys. I don't want you guys to have to worry about ads. Also, we do have dope emotes. Yeah, Vortex, this is a full bait and switch, but Wham isn't falling for it. Look at his macro. He's saving as well. It's still going to end up being eventually 3-1 deer stack in favor of Vortex. But Wham has at least offset some of that advantage, and also with the Song Dynasty is slowly inflating his own economy. One big negative of this play for Wham, though, no Imperial Official. He hasn't buffed himself here. So he's missing out on a lot of extra food. What do you think, guys? From this position, who do you think wins? One's if you think Wham wins, two's if you think Vortex wins. I like that. It's looking like a little bit of a split. We do have the Regnets coming through. So Vortex has got pretty free reign and access to at least 2 of these relics. Wham, are we going to be seeing the Imperial Palace here for the Vision game? No, he's going for a Classico. Astronomical Clock Tower. I mean, Wham is one of those people most vocal about Nesta Bees being OP, so it doesn't fully surprise me. Stables is going to be coming in as well. So Wham, this is going to be your classic Night Flood. You can actually beat HRE with that by simple virtue of the fact that like you can get a lot more out than them. And wait, what? He's trying to actually wall it in. The double wall attempt. I'm wondering, like, what Wham's intent is here. My worry is, like, if you play a long game here, your opponent has just got superior food income. Because he's got more to run with before he goes farms. So Vortex is in a pretty good position here. Wham can Zerg Knights for a bit, but the way he does it is very risky. Remember, he's ran out of food almost at home. And the deer's not going to last much longer. I love this, though. This is sick. Monastery out here in the middle, because just look how close most of the relics are. He can deny big. Deers used to have a peaceful life. They never... No, that's a lie. Okay? Because they always had to deal with Roos coming in and shooting them in the face. Deer life has always been hard, man. Don't act like you understand their oppression. They never had an easy life. Now, Boars had an easy time. It's going to be diving towards the gold. Wham! For good reason. Look at where the golds are. Oh my god. He can starve him out. Taxation isn't going to be enough to just Zerg Lancers here. Does have to reset. Vortex has got Knights on the way. He's already clearing the heavy cavalry of the Chinese, and it means the Zhuge Nu aren't going to do very well here. No, Vortex should just be able to turn onto it in a moment. In fact, right now, he's taking advantage of the fact that Wham doesn't have the gold for veteran Zhuge Nu. Now he's easily able to dive in. Village is in trouble. Vortex, we know how he gets like this. When he's in this type of position, he will not let go of the advantage. Can't help but sense that Wham's grip is slipping here. Economy lead doesn't really exist. You know, being 6 ahead at HRE is a fallacy with the Arkham buff. And in the food problems that we talked about, like, this is not looking great. He tries to rush around the goal, but wait, what? I mean, he needs to. He can't play the counter without gold. But now he can't play the counter without citizens. Vortex with the village lead. And Wham, neck deep in Grim Street here. Let's get a new wave of Lancers together to slow this down, but behind this, Vortex already has 2 of the relics home. 5th one, I'm maybe blind. Oh no, there it is. He actually hasn't hit the Barbican. But it's an eco lead now for Vortex. It's so frustrating playing against marching drills, man. Against normal archers, you'd be able to do a lot more damage to these Lancers, but it just takes too long to get on top of your opponent again. Vortex. We do have crossbows now coming in, so he's got the answer to the next piece. Wham's looking a little bit stuck here. He can't play into Zhuge without upgrading the first. The Lancers are burning too much of his gold. I'm not really sure what he's meant to do when crossbows arrive here. Maybe static emplacements could be the saving grace. You can't really go nest of bees when there's still Lancers showing up from your opponent. It would be kind of ballsy, but like the problem always comes down to the gold. Gold that is gradually running out here, down to 2k on the vein. This is classic Vortex, man. We keep talking about how much he's evolved as a player, but it's kind of funny how often today we've just seen the infamous aggression that he's renowned for. Wow, he just calls it. So that is going to be game 2 to Vortex. It looks like another series today that is going to be going the distance. All right, let me mark that one up. So Frisian. We had Vortex of Holy Roman Empire versus China. Win for the left. And let's hop back to the scene. Oh my god, I keep opening the Xbox app by accident. All right. So, let's see where the boys are going to be taking us for the next game. So, Vortex outcome. Dry Arabia. It's going to be Byzantines versus Rus. We've seen how Byzantine can actually get a win here. Multiple times. Vortex definitely knows how to take that aggressive line. In fact, if you remember earlier today, guys, he beat kiljardi in this matchup. That was on Coastal Cliffs, quite similar to Dry Arabia. Where it matters anyway. Let me just double check something. All right, nice. We're a little bit behind, so we're gonna use catch up to get live. They're only 3 minutes in, so we'll be there in a sec. Napkin and Forex is a little bit more easy to follow. What and all, welcome back to our semi-finals between Vortex and Wham. Byzantines versus Rus, a matchup that Vortex has already dominated in this week up against kiljardi. Can he replicate against one of the game's finest? One of NA's finest. It is, of course, Wham on the Rus this time. We're at 4x speed just because we're catching up to 3.5 minutes into the game. But this should be a fun one. Dry Arabia, the most purely balanced of all maps. And the deer spawn's definitely wide. Ideal for Rus to get away with their pro scouts play. Now officially caught up to live. Vortex, we've seen the line you typically take here is to be aggressive. When you're up against pro scout shenanigans, you play javelins into Limitane, you can actually starve Rus off the map. That's at least been the way that he went previously against kiljardi. It's the way that we've seen a lot of players like Numidan absolutely shutter the Rus strategy. And we have got the racks to begin, so it looks like that's where we're going to be going. Wham. How did he do on the sheep count? 11 to 14. So Vortex didn't fall behind in that regard with one scout. I love this. We do have the deer shoving. Really powerful play. Remember, with Rus, you don't have the power of Chinese or usually to rush your pro scouts. But what you can rush, which makes you incredibly powerful, are the scouts themselves from the hunting cabins. So use that. It's a tool in your arsenal to get these deer shoved in, so that by the time pro scouts does complete, you can have the deer pretty much already close to home. Just makes for a much cleaner transition into the second deer pack. Need to make a map with only wolves? I'm pretty sure there was a map like that. There was also the direwolf mod that I really love the idea of, but the problem with the direwolf mod is those wolves clearly are suffering from gigantism. Because they just don't... They don't attack aggressively. I found quite often they just lose like interest too easily. I think wolves could be revamped a little now. I think we're at a point now where they should be. Vortex, nicely intercepted. So yeah, this is usually what you have to do against Rus. Like a little tip, if you guys are playing high rank games against Rus, always keep an eye out for this. If the scouts aren't near your base, they're doing this. So we'll be able to lame some of the deer. Did at least get them like what? About a third of the distance back home. So we'll make for a cleaner timing. Vortex does have the spin on the way, though. And this is cheeky. Yeah, he's going to wrap round straight past the tree line. So he's going to look to block it. And, oh, this is kind of sick. Look at the way the deer have been stacked on top of each other. Can make it quite hard, actually, to get this home. Scout's going to start attacking. Limitane has arrived. Good micro. Vortex with the starter step, but it's too close, man. He can stop the further back one, but the others should be able to get away. No. Mid-swing, the scout gets denied. A Limitane goes down. Bam, handled that phenomenally well, actually. Still gets most of the deer home already. Retrieves the last of them. There's still, what, 2 out here. But now you just split up. Your opponent has dove into the back of your base. So how does he protect the other side of the map? His own. And this is the smart play with Rus, right? This is the frustration of trying to block pro scouts, actually. Your opponent can just play your deer next because you overextend on his side. And then when you have to fall back, what's meant to be the easy to get deer can be left until last. That has to feel a little bit tilting. We do have the javelins on the way, and Wham is going to be playing pressure build. Correct read. Archers, knights is what you want to be doing early. Knights before the Limitane count gets too high. Once it's too high, the archers aren't going to be able to clear the way quick enough, and the javelins will just reign supreme. So a healthy approach here. And also those knights can potentially intercept the javelins when they're running across. So how'd the predickies go? 50% each way. Damn, that's what I like to see. Perfect balance. No bias that someone is just too dominant. How's the vision looking in the game right now? Yeah, because he's pro scouting, he's not really seeing too much what his opponent's doing. Apart from this. Don't mind me, boys. Just getting out of here. So he actually gets critical info. He knows about the blacksmith. He understands what this timing could be. This could easily be undermesh into siege engineering. Because Cryo-Siphons are insanely effective in small quantities. One Cryo-Siphon is a lot more impactful than one ram. And you expect it to be, considering it almost costs 50% more. Import lines? I wouldn't mind having lines. I don't know, I'm a big fan of just adding all the extra guy units to the game. I want to see all these extra mechanics. We were talking about it earlier today. I think there's just so much extra potential that could exist on the mid-map in AoE4. It's also a healthy way of just evolving the game. Like, introducing not complicated to understand or too foreign game mechanics. But, like, we've seen this with the Pro Scouts meta. With the Pro Scouts meta shift, it essentially flipped a lot of the dynamics over what was most powerful and what was not, right? Like, Byzantines really fell down the rungs compared to things like Chinese, Yuji, Rus, HRE, etc. because of that Pro Scouts change. It's just an interesting show of how you can actually alter the game without simply putting out a statement that we're nerfing Byzantines olive oil gathering or something. Which overall actually I think makes people a lot happier. It makes them feel that they didn't get scammed on their civ, on their main. So Vortex. Spearman count is looking pretty scary. Wham's going to struggle to get these knights in. But what he can do is focus on raiding. Notice he's not doing a fast castle build at all. This is full commitment to the age. He has to, because if Vortex sees any weakness, he'll immediately be queuing up siege engineering and going. This could be good for Wham, though. He has scouted the back resources. Funnily enough, he's actually not picking up the deer. He's just gathering the info. So, like, if there's a way of just slivering out the base like this, you could get some kills in. So where's the get off the pony point here? Like, where does Wham feel like he can actually just get away with the Krieg? Because at the end of the day, as Rus, you do want the out. The tricky thing against Byzantines is, like, technically your timing should be once this olive oil here runs out. Because adding in olive groves gets very expensive. There's going to be a window where Vortex's push is going to be weak because he adds in too many groves. And that's where Wham can get away with a tech play. Another problem in this game is still just how blind he's playing. I love the board detail, though. Vortex isn't really playing a flank type attack. He's limited on vision. He actually needs to keep the scout here because this army is way too valuable to allow it to get flanked. Now, I'm a little bit worried about this flank raid idea. No, because look what Wham's done. Do you guys see where he's touched gold? Because I don't. These knights are being produced off of passive resources and Golden Gate tickets. There's actually nothing to attack at the back here. He's trying to at least stop the scouts, and it is working. I don't know, is food really the problem right now for Wham? And yes, he lost a villager on the board. Okay, so like, of the options for Vortex right now, this is the best thing you can be doing. In an ideal world, you block that deer rotation and you find a tree line or a gold. But sometimes the spawns just don't help you like this. The time in the center are going to start getting sniped, but there's just so many that Wham needs to take out. And we do have the knights right around the back. Okay, what keeps disconnecting, reconnecting on my PC? Does anyone know how to disable that noise on Windows 11? It doesn't even give a pop-up. Maybe I just leave it in, so every once in a while people comment on YouTube going, "Did you hear that sound?" Fun fact. I remember like one YouTuber telling me he'd done that intentionally. He would leave, like, he would basically just put a random gaming noise in his videos so that people would comment down below asking what the noise was. It's pretty smart. Because in YouTube's eyes, that's like interaction. People are positively, well, not positive, but they see it as a positive that they're interacting. System sounds? Yeah, but it has other sounds that you want to hear. Nice. Oh, God. That's not acceptable losses. Wham has got a tech play coming behind this, though. He's forced pressure home. Vortex is camping, but he's not falling behind, guys. We've got a castle coming from both players. Vortex has been taking so much better engagements. Yeah, and the interesting thing is they both have, like, advantage values, right? Like, the pro scouts, the extra deer gathering rate has really helped Roos not fall behind here. Militarily, Vortex's army is favored right now. But things can change with this. High trade house now on the way. Honestly, Meta Arms Flood makes a lot of sense for Wham. Your opponent has Limitane Javelins. He can get camels with a tech up. MAA is your go-to. And yeah, Wham is still on passive gold. And it is giving the Meta Arms. Welcome to the Roos life. Because now with the high trade house, you're even less likely to want to actually actively touch gold. What a civ. All right, how many minutes into the game you think will be before Roos actually gather gold? Like, you know, pick out a pickaxe and actually go at it. I reckon like 19 minutes, maybe 20. Actually, maybe more. Because your opponent's going to keep spamming Limitane is your assumption. My thought is like by 19 minutes, you might force him to go Varangian, and then you want crossbows. Doesn't feel great but on crossbows and javelins, but like it's your cleanest answer. Up in on the other side. Vortex immediately queuing up the first of the monks. Wham, yet to add in the monastery. It's now coming. Tomorrow? That does sound believable for the Roos, actually. High Trade House is going to be generating, what, 126 gold per minute? Add in the hunting cabins. You got 23 here. He did lose the other one, so about 150-ish resources overall. But then remember, it's not always just this. You get your gold from gathering from the food sources as well. The hunt pays you. That's how you're able to kind of sustain without touching gold going into mass men arms. Not just that, veterancy undermesh also coming through. There's the switch we expected. Vortex now going to the Varangian. All's going up. Anyone getting the feeling we might have a bit of a long game here? Yeah, we had that stare down. Neither was found wanting or too greedy, so now we just have that kind of drag out phase. Villagers idle off the tree line. Javelins are going to dive deeper here. Wham isn't safe yet. No, he needs to react to this. Men at arms are now coming through. I can't believe all the deer haven't been gathered yet. This is actually kind of crazy. Vortex, given the appropriate credit, he's done an insane job of containing the pro scouts threat. The fact that there's a whole deer stack still left at 15 plus minutes. In fact, there's more than a whole deer stack, right? Yeah. Like 1.5 deer stacks across the map still. Good thing Wham did go out for the boar, because I think otherwise he'd be out of deer by now. In fact, oh, there we go. So 15 and a half minutes in, I think it was, he went on the gold. Because now he's going to night production. Limitane count is still looking healthy, though. Javelin's trading out with the backside. Men-at-Arms are getting surrounded. We aren't seeing a rescale into Limitane, though, so the timing on this for Wham might be super sick. Sure, he's going to lose a lot of archers, the initial men-at-arms, but all the javelins are going to die afterwards. In fact, it feels like they're dying right now. Yeah, the knights intercepted all. They're going to find the monk. And Vortex forced to retreat. He does so from a weak position, unable to easily protect himself. Vortex now realizes the mistake. We'll go into additional Limitane. We do have the camels, fortunately, on the way. Debuff is going to be important here, up against the knights. Still, he's given over a lot in response to this. At a critical time now, Wham can rush the remaining relics. One already home for each player. Second one seems like it's there for Vortex, but the pressure wave coming in, it might be difficult to stand firm on the front of your base. Oof. Wait, where's the rest of Wham's knights? I think they're spreading out. And they're finding targets. Farms, as well as the berries. About to be in trouble here. Vortex doing his best to react to these flank type raids, but Wham trying to just make it uncomfortable considering that Vortex doesn't have mass olive groves yet. Seems like he's a little bit distracted dealing with these other troopers. Does at least get the warrior monk trying to dive in. To be 2 worker kills, more to happen. In the meantime, Knight's in the corner. Should get mostly cleared up. Actually, this could get rough if he goes north straight away. Yeah, but he doesn't want to risk it because of the health bars. I think Wham can actually go 2TC from here. In fact, is he gathering stone actively? Yeah, so we've got 2TC following this up. Vortex, meanwhile, is he thinking the same? It's only system level 2. He would have committed to 3 by now. So we've got a likely 2TC on 2TC play. Wham has to throw the game hard to lose it. I wouldn't completely write Byzantines out from this position. I see your temptation on why you think it's that simple. Like, you can argue the easy scaling into, like, the later phase for Wham, right? Like, Roos with the passive gold, etc. Can just tend to get ahead. But at the same time, Olive Oil is no joke. And you have got the Camel contract up against a Civ that likes to play cavalry in the late game. Dare I also mention the potency of... Nah, I'm not even going to pretend. Grenadiers aren't really going to be that big of a threat. But there is like an interesting thing in the late game for Biz, which is to play into siege engineering. Foreign siege. Foreign engineering. The whole point in that landmark, why it's so good, this one right here. Foreign engineering company is phenomenal because of the camel armor. The javelins also get their damage buffed. But the most interesting part is in late game, Roos like to play siege. And royal cannons from the foreign engineering company can counter that. So don't write Vortex off just yet. He does have a problem though. He still hasn't built a second TC. His army isn't significantly larger here. And a Mango now showing up for Wham. Gonna try to dive in. Not much of a front line here. Wham trying to protect himself in the retreat, but the Mango feels like it's going to be forfeit. Might as well try to kill what you can, but the archers just can't really protect this. Vortex, all of a sudden, an opportunity to go on the offensive. At a much needed time as well. Wham! 10 villages ahead. Question now is whether Vortex can dive. Okay, so that was a pretty sick read on the fight. It looked like Wham was posturing a bit too aggressively. Switching to siege is interesting. I don't disagree with it per se. But his time into attack, it's almost like Wham was assuming Vortex had gone 2TC as well. Had he looked back at this replay and seen that his opponent was one town center, I wonder if Wham actually would have committed so hard out into the middle. Because what's there at this point? The relic's already been taken. You know, gold supply, you're fine. You've got double back gold. Triple, technically. Your starting one's still there. Instead, now what you find yourself in is an awkward situation. Easily scaling into crossbows, but the javelins is a significant threat. On top of that, there's not much of a front line to protect the Mangos. So Sacred are trying to get locked in by Vortex. Dive underneath the TC. Mango isn't turning around yet. He's going to go for his shots now. Let's be careful with the crossbows. He is in the middle of production, and Horsemen are on the way, but they aren't fettered up yet. Vortex does get the critical information. He knows it's 2TC. We still don't have a reaction of his own. Instead, we have got siege engineering in the way. It's going to be Kyra Siphons coming in. Interesting that Wham's going into men-at-arms still. I think he just wants to keep some diversity in his comp. Food income is stabilizing for him as well. Like, we've got a decent number of farms behind this 22 so far. Vortex seeing at, what, 18 farms? A little bit weaker in that regard. He's very much leaning on the mercenaries to carry him through. But it's getting harder, right? Like, everything's being built to directly counter them. Men-at-arms, horsemen, all your worst nightmares. Yeah, it just doesn't feel like Vortex is in a position to break this base right now. And my concern is he's seen 2TC, and his reaction has been to try and go all in. Now, we talked a lot about how Vortex has evolved into being a more rounded player, not just an all-inner. But this feels like an attempt to all-in. I'm just not really seeing the way you get in quick enough. So, for him, he needs a fallback plan. It could be that Sacred Site win condition is feasible here. We're pretty deep into the game, though, and you haven't even started the clock. No, he's going to commit. Triple Kyro Siphon. If it was the farms exposed, I could see the Kyro Siphons paying off quite a lot. This might be a little bit tricky, though. At this stage, it doesn't feel like it's good enough to just kill the town center. Your opponent is almost 20 villages ahead. Now, to match that up, Vortex does at least have the system levels coming in, but that's only now happening. Remember, he was holding a lot of stone and not doing anything with it. So we're finally going to be seeing the buff levels, but yeah, it's been 2 for a long time. Military Academy as well. Vortex is trying to go for that classic Zerg effect. Might be a bit of a stretch to keep the pump pushing with just under 1,000 food income. We have got Boys Forward 2 coming on the other side. Wham. For him, he understands the game state now is just chill, right? There's no rush for him because he's seen the line Vortex is taking. He could be a little bit paranoid that there's going to be some sort of greedy play, but considering how big Vortex's army was when he attacked last, Wham's probably quite safe in the assumption that like it wasn't an eco play out of Vortex. And this is scary because if Vortex doesn't go soon, there's always a growing risk that Wham plays for the next stage. So he's going to reveal himself. Wham backs off before he quite spots the Kyro Siphons. Do you have double mango here? Choke point play could be big. Who won in B versus Beasty? It was Beasty, but it was, credit to the lads, an insanely tight series. 3-2 in the end. Horsemen are trying to sneak around. I like that Wham isn't just fully camping. Cavalry should just give you that mobility to go around the flanks. We'll be able to sneak in. Yeah, a little bit of an overchop here. Awkward for Vortex. I don't think he has... Okay, he has got teardrop shields, yeah. So we'll better chase down. But still, it's forcing him back home at the worst possible time. Vortex is on an all-in collision course. Needs to hit that timing. If he waits just a little bit too long, Wham could actually save himself with a Spaskaya play. And a keep drop now. Hello. Whoa. That isn't going to be quick enough. He has to cancel. That's most of the eco lead. If Vortex could get these. Wham is reacting with the army, but remember, he's bringing mangoes out, and they are slow to react. Meanwhile, Limitane, with the shield drop, they can easily just chase this down, but it seems like there's maybe a little bit of a formation shuffle. Yeah, the one Varangian is slowing him down here. And the horseman damage is going to start adding up. What? Well, he pulls the Limitane to deal with it, but that's not enough. And right now, he's distracted. He's going all in. Mangoes have to stand their ground. Berserk has been activated. Vortex sends in the Kyro Siphons. He needs these mangoes gone stat. A good split by Vortex. There's no high-value target for the siege. And it feels like Wham's defense is starting to fail him a bit here. Vortex has cleared everything but the siege. Meanwhile, the raid on the other side did find several worker kills, yes, but now Wham has to make up for a huge army deficit. And I'm not really sure how he's meant to do that quickly here. I mean, food income looks good, but maybe production seems like a bit of an issue. He's got 5 archer rangers, 4 stables, and there's 40 javelins staring him down. Damn, this was so elegantly executed by Vortex. Didn't overreact to the horseman raid on the backside. Understood that Wham was trying to buy time for a later phase in the game. And read his timing perfectly. When he's basically pop capped, it's a go. No waiting around for an aid. No waiting around for a greed. He goes full Assassin's Creed. Wham pretty much just trickling troops to try and stabilize here. Villagers are being sacrificed to try and repair the TC. Has cleared most of the melee, but it's still mass javelins, and that's perfect for sniping villages. He's moving for the farms. Yeah, you're about to say bye-bye to the villager lead. Has to slow down. We do have another wave of horsemen coming. Remember, if these farms get reached, Wham can't counter. He won't be able to afford any cavalry. Villagers running straight through the middle again. Not just that, guys. That was wave 1. What do you do about wave 2, wave 3, wave 4? Because remember, Olive Groves are set up for Vortex. He's not going to run out of food. In fact, to guarantee that, he's moved up to Wham's berries to take them away. Just fully counting the production as well. Wham, it feels like he needed that keep drop at home. Doesn't get it in the end. Instead, Vortex will get the win in game number 3, now on the verge of a showdown in the grand finals up against either Beasty or Numadon. Whew. Well played, sirs. So let's mark that one up. Where are we at? Dry Arabia. Byzantines versus Rus. So 1 away. 2 potential games to go. Coastal and Prairie. The irony of Rus dying to a move out for gold. True. Like, oh, now I remember why we never take this stuff. Gets us killed. Does Wham force Coastal? Is he prepared for an English pick? He's got Malians. So in theory, yes. Let's have a look. See where the lads are taking us. What's that YouTube saying? Drug policy is exactly what Portugal did and went from the highest rate of EU addiction to one of the lowest with massive spending reductions. Yeah, because like the thing is, if you're not trying to war on drugs, you can put you can put a lot of money instead into educating people and then also funding rehabilitation systems, right? Versus just criminalizing it constantly. It's a very interesting thought. Didn't know that Portugal had done it though. That's pretty cool. How are Mongol looking lately? I don't want to say terrible, just not outstanding, shall we say. Mongols are situational. I think they've been situational for a long time, and overall, I think that's fine. It sucks for people who play ladder and just want to, one trick their civ like an English player would. But I think overall, it's a civ that functions fine. It's just not going to work in every single circumstance. Okay, we're just waiting on the lads to get the game started up. Guys, I'm going to run 2 minutes of ads now while we wait for Vortex and Wham to get into the next game. JD has already been played. It lost. In fact, let me mark them up to make it clearer to people. So, Rus have been used. China's been used. And Order of the Dragon's been used. HRE, Jean, and Biz have been used. Okay, so we're going to Prairie. It's actually going to be Malians versus Delhi. Isn't this a matchup with Pro Scouts that Delhi can win? Malians can win. I think so. More recently, it's looked okay. Let's get ready to roll. Let me get predictions up as well. This should be the last series of the day, by the way. And then what I'm going to do, and this is why, by the way, you guys want to make sure you're paying attention to Discord and Reddit, because that's where it gets announced, is we'll figure out the scheduling on when we can do semifinals on Thursday into grand finals. Okay? One and all, we have a historically dominant matchup for Vortex here with the Delhi pick into Wham's Marlians. Map's going to be Prairie. Let's get into it. Semi-finals upon us. Winner of this will be through to grand finals, a best of 7 showdown with either Numadon or Beasty. Marlians has looked quite interesting recently though, guys. With the arrival of the Pro Scouts meta, actually not as hard counted as they once were. We've seen some really cool Farimba plays that can dismantle the Delhi plan. Curious to see how Vortex wants to answer for that. Doesn't seem likely we're going to be getting Tower Victory. This feels like a bad map because of the lack of wood for archers. So most likely we're looking at standard Dome of Faith. I have to imagine Ghazi to follow up. Yeah, so far we've been seeing this map seems best when you're up against Marlins and you're able to outpost rush due to Prairie just having so much value on that initial gold. But I don't know about you guys, but I don't think I've ever watched a Delhi player in pro play in the last 2 years outpost rush. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I'm quite sure it's a rare breed. Love Delhi's unique playstyle, fast aggression, and map control. Interesting. I can tell you're a Delhi main based on that statement. Okay, 1s if you like Delhi, 2s if you hate Delhi. I feel like any Sith who has to play, like any person who has to play against Delhi doesn't enjoy it. Oh, guys, the poor Indian Empire. How dare you? It's not a fun experience to be on the receiving end of Delhi because I think what a lot of people don't like about them is they force their game condition. The classic take sacred sites has always been like a very polarizing detail for people because it just means you can't play your game. You're always having to react to what someone else does. Difference with this meta is I think the changes to Dome of Faith made it more toxic. Like a lot more toxic. Because now the problem you run into is like it's not as much they're going to end the game by forcing you to play Feudal Age. Most people just hate dealing with elephants and the fact that they get tens of thousands of resources and free techs across the game. They're not Indian? They are. North Indian. They're part of the Indian Peninsula. If you're talking about the origins, the Delhi leaders originated from the remains of the Middle Eastern kingdoms. Yes, I nerd history a bit. So, Wham, pretty much as safe as can be. This is kind of the overkill thing about going for the big gold vein full. Look at his gold. Do we eat meat or golden ingots at this point? Oh, that's kind of crazy. And completely unforced commitment into Saharan Trade Network isn't your usual expectation here. Usually when you see Saharan Trade Network, it's because you get forced to do it. Now, I know a lot of people are going to start screaming Wham is trading here because the trade route is in line. I don't think it's about that. Trade against Ghazi is very, very dangerous. I think what this is really about is him just being able to freely gather gold without any pressure at all. I'm wondering, in fact, if this is Pro Scouts rush into just gather deer and then fast castle with little interaction. Other side, Delhi will be opening the Ghazi as expected here. Pro Scouts hasn't been prior rush, right? He obviously wants the wheelbarrow first. It's going to take 3.5 minutes afterwards. You know, what I'm kind of wondering, actually, is Sofa's recently got buffed. Is there a world in which he adds in Sofa and Feudal Age? Because something I'm thinking about here, actually, is like, you don't even necessarily need Pro Scouts. You're probably going to do it, right? But the interesting part is with the amount of passive gold, 135 here, you can kind of just start slinging yourself cattle for aggressive Fulani timings. It does make you wonder why the hell not go Mansa in that case. It's definitely an option. Do you have the mill in place? Is he just rushing Fulani? I mean, he's waypointed the mill across already. No, there we go. Okay, it's going to be Pro Scouts. So confirmation in. I think it makes sense. Like, the thing about being against Delhi, you could just ignore Pro Scouts. You could fast castle, sure. But what you're allowing Delhi to do is get all the deer for free. The crippling weakness of Delhi in the current meta is because they can't get pro scouts quicker than like, twice the wait time of a standard civ. They end up having to take the scraps off the plate. They don't get the full meal. That's where they're weak. That's why when you look at their performance in EGC's S tier tournament, they were at something like, I think it ended up being a subpar 15% win rate. He was super greedy? Yeah, because he can be, because it's the Saharan trade network. It pretty much protects almost all of them. There's only like one spot Vortex can stab at the far backside. I think he knows that if he goes to that attack point, he's not going to be blocking pro scouts at all. And guys, this is a hard map to block pro scouts on. Look at the deer. They are spread so wide. And this is going to be the crippling weakness of Vortex, right? Because Wham, there's two ways you can go about this. You can either punt out to all the different locations, only some get intercepted. Or you punt out to individual locations, knowing that Vortex has to spread fair. Do I ever climb ladder myself? No. I think I've talked about this before. Like, currently we stream about 120 hours a month casting high-level pros. As much as I love AoE 4, it's nice to keep it, like, not over-explored, if that makes sense. Right? I don't want to burn myself out on it. So instead I play, like, other games. We have said before, by the way, that if we end up getting 750 plus average viewers on Twitch, if we reach that threshold, we'll start doing a Road to Conk series. Overall, there's less deer. I believe it's slightly less deer. It might be like 26, I want to say. So it's 3, 6, 9, 12. Actually, no, it's more. It's 30. There's 30 deer on this map. 28 on a standard map. So not only is it harder to block pro scouts because it's everywhere, but there's more deer. Vortex is going to be going for the sacred sites. Wow, I'm just looking for the decap. And we have got sofa play. I love this. It's really smart. So here's why it's such a good play. You're on a very open map. Delhi can't contain themselves at home. Even with pro scouts, Wood is going to move out of the base gradually. Especially considering he's going Archer's Ghazi. Do you know how expensive this is on pro? It's dangerous what he's doing. So Wham knows there's going to be exploitable opportunities there. The other thing is, even if he misses on that attempt to attack, sofas will transition into castle well. Much better than anything Vortex will have. There's an average viewer goal. Is there a sub goal? I thought it was more interesting to attach it to average viewers. I don't know. Maybe we should try to come up with some sub goals per month. I just don't know what you guys are after. Same with the Patreon, actually. I'm eager to find out what people want. Because I want to feel like people who support the Patreon get value out of it. So far, it's just been, if you want to give me money so we can keep doing our content, go for it. But I'd like to find ways of actually like giving people something back in response. Anything I do against some of the people you cast, I feel like you know how they play to a T. So they probably beat my ass in. Because you have to train it up, right? Like, there's a lot of RTS that's muscle memory. And almost, like, subconscious habits that is good. That can be good. That you basically refine. So, because I don't really play many RTSs off stream, because I mainly do AV4 and spend so much time, I'm not like, keybind rotations, I'm not there. But I'm confident I can get there. I've got there before with RTSs. It's like decaps. Not going to be working out. He only gets the south side one. Vortex. Pretty scary on the frontal assault here. Sofas did receive a buff recently, guys. I believe it was a slight health increase in Feudal Age, and also, I believe, +2 extra base damage. So, more threatening than they have been before. It won't just flop as dead as easily. You have to remember, Vortex's comp doesn't directly counter them. The Ghazi get bonus damage against them, yes, but you haven't got a Spearman to contest this right now. Wow, you can see what he's skirting for. Starting to add in the ranches, so Castle Age clearly the prerogative. This is dangerous, though. Remember, we saw a similar situation against Vortex's Delhi earlier today from kiljardi with Jean. He chose the age up, it killed him. Vortex is scaling for an all-in. He's not playing your more atypical Delhi where they look for Castle Age. This is all about the kill. To make matters worse, Undermesh still not there yet. Saharan Trade Network definitely offers up some layers of defense here. I wonder if there's a world in which Vortex rushes Siege Engineering. Like, switch the order just to get it in fast. 1 or 2 rams breaks the Saharan Trade Network, and then you crack this puppy open. You can give us AoE for DLC leaks? I don't know about that. What makes you think I have all the leaks? Wait, yeah, I'll just make up leaks for 500 subs. There we go, boom. Will there be new civs? I hope so. My worry is, like, they've tried not to hype up the new DLC, but I think in our minds it is hyped up. So now if it's, like, very underwhelming, it could have a reverse effect on AoE4. Because, like, maybe the logic is that it's going to be a small DLC, and the devs want to do, like, you know, every year 2 DLCs, 3 DLCs. The problem with that is, while that can be very healthy because it gives regular content, the negative is people don't know or expect that because it's not the way that the devs have operated so far. So you see the problem? Like, you can make it work, but you take a very big initial hit because people's behavior has to be changed first. Someone whose behavior never truly changes. Vortex still continue to scale here. We do have Spimmer now getting added in, but Wham is ready to pull the trigger, folks. And this is a lot of Sofa. Grand Fulani Corral now coming in. Although, sue it for false advertising. I guess it's not full, it only has 1 L. Wouldn't mind a DLC in similar size to Mali Ottomans. I mean, those are 2 unique new civs, right? I've got this creeping feeling it's going to be like 1 unique new civ and 2 different variants. I think that's enough if there's some gameplay mechanic overhauls and at least 2 campaigns off of it. Will there be an even harder level of AI? Yes. We're going to call it Beast AI. It's not really AI, it's just Beasty Cutie. We're going to lock him in a basement and give him 4 PCs to have to play on. And you will just randomly get him when you select the AI. Tech up complete. Did Vortex miss his timing, or has it just begun? Spearmen are starting to blob up a little bit. The sofas haven't been upgraded just yet. He still has a window here. It's difficult if you go through the Saharan Trade Network, though. And I think that's exactly what he wants to do. He's trying to starve off the gold. I mean, sofas... they're somewhat reliant on gold, but the thing is, it's not a Fulani, so he needs more gold for the cow as well. And yeah, it's going to be the dive. Darzi torches out. Saharan is not going to last long against this. He's going to have to fight. Import armors isn't there, though. He's slowing this down. Every second counts. Import armors just 25 seconds away now. Vortex is committed at this stage. So far, are getting whittled away up. He's pretty much frontlining with the archers to guarantee that the melee units that can win this are protected. He needs to keep some archers alive, though. If they all die, villagers will repair. Vortex just maintaining the current military count. Starting to get whittled away a little bit here, though. Saharan Trade Network now on fire. It's a 5,000 HP landmark. It doesn't fall easily. Archers sniping down the injured sofas. Vortex on point with the micro. But he needs that final flurry of torches to end this. Down to 500 HP. He commits. Sofa count not looking good, though. Only 10 left. And the torch power is there. Villagers have to bail. And the archers need to target it down, but maybe he just needs to put everything onto the sofa mass. Villagers being pulled here. Wham. Luckily, is not the target fire for the archer mass. It's all about the sofa. And now, all of a sudden, Wham with no gold in reserve. Only a pit mine of income. But no front line to worry about. Archers left over. Vortex, he just doesn't have enough spears here. Wham gets the spacing. Pushes him back. But can he keep him pinned? Wham has threaded a needle here, folks. This is insane. He was just 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 deaths away from that being a snowball effect. 4 Archers are still trying to take down each of the sofas. Remember, they're being reduced down to a mere 1 damage per strike. So it really comes down to spears. Ghazi's to be the game changer, but you can see Wham is just intentionally targeting them down. You know what? I think he may have done it. He may have broken out of the hole here. He's back on the gold. The Saharan trade network is gradually getting repaired. Vortex is starting to stockpile for an age up, so definitely not over. But Wham, definitely not dead. If Vortex could maybe just double blob on spears. I think he's paranoid about a transition, but like my question would be, what transition? On a map like this, your opponent's not going to switch archers. It's very rare on Prairie. The Spearman, in theory, could just win the game for him. I think he just really feels like it's easier if he can get to castle, though. Wham. Maybe overextending now. It's good to fight into his base. He got a lot of space here. He's down to just 4 sofas. House of Learning is now on the way for Vortex. Keep in mind, the reason why Vortex keeps investing like this, he wants to pull the relics afterwards. It's all about positioning on the map. If you can contain the sofa, bog them down in a fight, then you can easily follow up by getting the relics for the win. And the spin count, oh dear. Wham. He's trying to target fire down those spears, but that's a heavy hit. I do love the fact that he's making sure he's dealing with a direct counter. These archers take 195 hits to kill him. This is ridiculous. House of Learning now in. Vortex still maintain the military lead, but it has shrunk, remember. And also, this is an infinite play. Sofas are food and gold. That's never going to run out for Wham. Now, this is kind of tricky. Yeah, Donzos were camping the flank relics, and Vortex never pulled for the other resources. We do have elephants on the way, but Vortex isn't safe in his base, so elephants can get ignored here. I mean, war elephants are just the organic reaction into Sofa. It's actually very hard for Malians to counter war elephants. Because guys, like, chat knows, I'm sure enough you've listened to me ramble on about it enough times in the past. What's the counter to war elephants? It's a thing that Malians don't have. Crossbows. Crossbows is the natural counter. You're left with Donzos and Musafadi. Both of which get concussion when they try to headbutt an elephant. The only kind of pseudo count you have is Donzos with their javelin throw. If you have enough of them, you can snipe an elephant, sure. It's not as reliable as crossbows. Invisible Musafadi warriors. Yeah, and you just make like squeaky noises, so then the elephant freaks out. Very smart. Spears did bonus now. I'm still not convinced it's enough. So, if you have like, what's the maths on it? So, a war elephant has 750 resources put into it. So, if you have 10 spears against 1 war elephant, when you surround it, I'd agree. Where war elephants get really jarring to deal with, despite the spearman bonus damage against them, where they get really awkward to deal with is when you have a front line. Because think about it this way. If I have a line of troops here, right? Let's say I have the line. Let's say the line is this wide, the tree width. I have 1 elephant, 2 elephant, 3 elephant, 4. You have 40 spears. 40 spears is not immediately going to get around the back of me. So when we go into attack, I can hit you, then back away, and then you're going to chase me, and I'm going to hit you again. The whole point is if you play like that, elephants don't get surrounded. And that's why they still beat with spears. There are exceptions to the rules, such as Phalanx tech for Abbasids. But Malians, like I said, their play is a bit different. They get the javelin throw. Okay, Vortex, 2 relics already home, 3rd coming. Wham is also getting relics. It should be a 3-2 split in favor of Vortex. And the walls are up, so he's protected on the flank. This is good. Vortex needs to basically try to linearize the map. You're not going to react well to flanks with war elephants, right? Sofa's always going to outmaneuver. So yeah, funnily enough, the player renowned for his attacking is forced to defend here. Until at least he reaches critical mass. I love this as well. Stone gathering underway. He's going to turn this into keep drops, which will also extend his villager lead, remember. Wall is going to be broken through. Vortex needs to run. Run, elephants, run. Did he get Mahoots already? No. It's ages away. So that means villager losses. Good discipline from Wham. Backs off quite early. There's a really good keep drop location here, guys. It secures wood, gold, and stone for more keeps. So, wouldn't be surprised if that's what Vortex is looking for. Wait. No. He goes for the food on the far west side. Unfortunately, the sofas were waiting. Vortex takes the greedy idea, gets punished for it. I mean, I get where he's coming from, right? Like, he hasn't got any farms right now. He can't easily afford to get into them. And he's spending a lot of villager interest going on to stone. Or elephant. Punts that boy down the line. We have got crossbows, so Wham. There is a transitional play here into javelins, theoretically. It's just tricky because the war elephants are then not solved for. So instead he's going to be going archers. But remember what we said about archers. Archers is difficult to scale on this map. You just don't have much in the way of trees. Wham needs to build walls. Not quite. So the reason why Wham isn't building walls is because he's the aggressive party. If Vortex ever gets to the stage where he can get into your base, you've done something wrong with the build. Or he goes too adventurously and you do this. Yo! The villagers get found! Shiv's out. So the war elephant is at least getting to fight, but heavily outnumbered, and the villagers! So many lost to that! He needs counter damage now. Vortex, he chose this timing to head into the enemy base. This is now officially do or die. So far behind, a 20+ eco lead. Then we add in the Fulani. If Wham can just hold this push, he wins the game. Runs coming in here. Saharan Trade Network is whittling away at the archer crossbows. Wham with a decent amount of archers of his own. Now, he doesn't have a direct counter to the war elephants. It's basically poison arrows he's relying on here. But even with that being an uphill battle, the economy makes it justifiable. Vortex still hasn't cleaned up the sofa. This game looks over. He does get a keep drop on the north side, but he's got a long way to go. No village fortresses, no hope here. And with only 2 war elephants and limited spears, you can't really go for a landmark snipe either. No, on top of that, the A-clicks, the war elephants are attacking buildings. That allows him to just peel apart what's meant to be the backline and guarantees us a game number 5 again. Woo-hoo-hoo. Canadian cooks. So Delhi versus the Malians. Love the idea of like massing sofa there. It's just so different. Really, really cool idea. Not something you'd really expect to see quite often as well. So win for Wham. Deciding game. What does that leave us with? Let me mark it up on the thingy. On the overlay. So Marlene's Delhi gone. So that leaves English or Mongols and Ibis or Abbasids for Coastal Cliff. There's no way he'd do Abba, right? Abba feels really bad on Coastal because of the further away stone. So like you're a Civ that has to 2TC and you can't 2TC easily. Meanwhile, Vortex have to be imagining English here. Especially if you think it's Ibids, because then your opponent can't play Desert Raiders. Mongols are a little bit more tricky. Historically, Mongols have really very much struggled against the camel boys, the Ibids. Wham has 5 sofas, 1,200 food and spears. Okay. Oh, you mean earlier? Because like the sofas were kind of starting to whittle away at the force. He was trickling troops. There is an argument that if he just doesn't commit into the castle play, he could have won. But like, you know, hindsight's 2020. He has, you know, one has full vision, one doesn't, right? It's definitely not as linear as you'd like. I generally see what Vortex was aiming for there. I just don't think he was expecting the sofa to hold on that well. And then, like, because you don't very often see mass feudal sofa. It's very rare. It's more of a newer Chen build with the recent patch. So, like, I don't think he's really played that one out fully. So he just assumed that, you know, I'll be able to break it, right? Quick enough. All right, let's get ready, though. Game 5. Hold up, one and all, welcome back to a deciding game between Vortex and Wham. And am I seeing that right? Are we a dirty little Dark Age Men-at-Arms rusher on coastal cliffs? That's ballsy, man, and maybe a little bit risky with the gold spawn. Wham has got retracted one on the Ibids. However, look at the TC positioning. This is nasty. Vortex can actually block the gold, even harass the food a little bit here. Oh, that's sick, man. Cool idea. English Dark Mage Men-at-Arms rushes kind of fell off pretty hard. You can usually justify 1, 2 can sometimes feel a bit overkill, but has he scouted the spawn? Yeah, he knows about the gold location. 1 should be good enough, but 2 has to be a little bit tempting here. Because 2 MAA camp here, you're not getting them off. You're going to have to react by getting archers. We see Dervish out of Wham. Dervish is usually quite sick. It's a little bit awkward against English because if you think they're going to go longbows, the Dervishes die. They can't fight. So that's something that Wham needs to be a little bit mindful of. Judging by the way he's gathering on the berries, if it's not Growth Wing in Feudal Age, there's Growth Wing for Castle Age. Yeah, he's intentionally split it up so he doesn't burn them too quickly. Has anyone fell victim to the 5 English villagers pull taking your gold? In the early days, yeah. More recent times, maybe Don tries to do it against people with limited success. It's quite a played out strategy at this point. And wow, Vortex actually went around the backside of the tree line. Yeah, so didn't take the short route. But there you go. Idles him out. Wham has got the gold required. If he goes logistics, he can just keep gathering gold. Yeah, there it is. Dervish coming in. So, Vortex will be looking to scout this information. Yeah, so he does get a glance of it. And at this stage, like, you're not expecting an advancement wing. You can check the gold. You know your opponent's gathered enough. So it has to be logistics. So element of deduction there. Vortex knows what he's up against here. Now, I'm wondering if we have a Council Hall build. Because that would block Dervish. No. Okay, it's going to be Abbey of Kings. Remember, though, Vortex in particular doesn't play your Fast Castle English with Abbey of Kings build. He likes to add in longbow. So don't be surprised if you get an archery range after this, considering we've already got 5 on wood, and he's only just started the tech up. Okay, let's check on those predictions. I'll rub my hands together. Vortex, 77% of the votes. No surprise, considering this man is hot off of non-stop English gameplay. Remember, on the weekend, he had the one-trick pony tournament in which he could only play English. Goes feudal in with King. Yeah, and I think it's kind of interesting that we've moved away from 2TC English because that, I feel like, emboldened Vortex. He's not really the type of player that thrives off of that 2TC meta. He's always been about aggression. And with the way Abbey of Kings functions now, it's just kind of like a better version of the old school Council Hall rush. You know, the way I keep describing it is with longbow spam, you basically get the old campfire that used to heal you. What was the counterplay to the 5 villager pool? Yeah, you just scout and then you just overgather gold. A lot of these type of plays, we talked about it like with the new Japanese Dark Age rush. If you're worried about getting like de-rushed, just scout. If you're ever in a matchup where you're like, he might just attack my resources, go across to the side of the map and confirm. So tech up complete. Dervish is coming in 30 seconds. And there's the archery range follow-up. I'm still curious. I'm pretty sure Vortex can run by this tree line. Just for quicker access. Rough part for Wham. This wood line is opting for. Could easily get harassed. He's going to need to think about getting some units in. We have got an insane amount of wood for Wham, by the way. 600. He's still gathering. Does he think he's playing Mongols right now? Was it him who... No, he picked Abba as the alternative. So there we go. It's a lot of wood for just double stables. Is this going to be archer ranges afterwards? I think Wham's idea here is it Desert Raiders? With the Dervishes, you can try to intercept the Lombos as they trickle across. The Lombos are only really a threat to the Dervish if they reach critical mass. Same with the Desert Raiders. No, okay, thank God. I was going to say, like, saying it out loud, I wanted to vomit a bit. Because Desert Raiders is, like, very tricky to make work against LBs in general. So Horseman it is. Funny thing about Horseman here, Vortex is trickling Longbows and Spearmen. So Wham, with good micro, can just snipe down the spears one by one and heal up the Dervishes. Yeah, we could end up seeing how broken Dervish heal is here if Vortex misreads his timing. Because Vortex does have his own heal, remember, with the King. Problem with that King is it's negligible by comparison. It's a weaker heal aura that only works out of combat. Dervishes are just giga charged. They will heal you while you fight. Love the body blockers as well. Outpost is going to come up before he moves the Horseman across. Already it's going to look to intercept. Palings are coming up here. Spearmen are getting some stab-ins, but not enough. Good micro so far by Vortex to minimize the losses. But the problem now is, like, they've lost a few troops. On top of that, because you couldn't convert, these are going to get healed up 1 HP. Come on. Vortex, never one to be phased. He's already prepping siege engineering before even getting Steeled Arrow. This seems a little bit... I don't want to say greedy is not the right word, but maybe overly eager? Especially with the position of the gold. Wham is gathering a lot of gold, so it does kind of look like he wants to go for a tag, but he's reattributing. He's reallocating, rather, across onto the berries. You need to be careful of the King as well, because remember, Horsemen can chase you down and kill. We do have the campfire, so no secrets hidden from Vortex here. Steeled Arrow is going to be following this up. Wait, Wham's going pro scouts. We didn't have to do the sheep count at the start. It was 5 sheep. Yeah, he's got 12. So he's got more runway here with food. Then again, he is the pin party, but you'd think that Horseman would be able to get him a way out over time here. I mean, he clearly thinks he can get in and out on the base because he's going pro scouts. Meantime, King is able to draw first blood on the village account. And now we have the Dervish pull out of the base. Yeah, so trade-off. He's not protecting the villages anymore, but he is now looking to intercept. I wonder if actually Wham could have split it. 1 Dervish here, 1 Dervish in the fort. Because, like, if you're at the stage where the LBs can insta-snipe 1, you're going to lose it either way. So keeping both there isn't going to change that outcome, per se. And then if you ever take injury, just back off. Instead, he chooses to leave himself a little bit exposed there, which is bold considering the lack of wheelbarrow. Wow, I'm now trying to move on the counter-offensive. This hasn't been scouted at all. Vortex isn't really holding much in reserve. In fact, he's still shuffling troops out one by one. Gold could become a target, especially for a guy who does not have wheelbarrow and does not have vision. Instead, though, it's going to be an interception on the spears again. It's taking a long time. Great brace. I love that micro. He gets away entirely. Still, this is actually achieving the goal for Wham. Vortex is so busy reacting to this counter attack, he's not blocking pro scouts. In fact, I'm starting to wonder if he even realizes what's happened here. He might have assumed this is just gradual fast castle. He hasn't seen a single deer yet. And Wham is doing a great job of hiding the player here. Ibis not known for their regular pro scouts plays. There was one build that people were doing a few weeks back, guys, which was that you would go for advancement wing, and then with the savings, you could afford pro scouts. It's quite rare. What if Wham walked between wood and gold and placed the town on the other side? Oh, what, here? That's what he's done, like, placed the outpost there that you're talking about, right? Oh, you mean outpost here, wall here? The problem is you're then running towards the king when he attacks you. Like, preferably you want to be running away from where the king's attacking. calming moment here. Vortex has realized what's happening now, so he's trying to intercept the Pro Scouts play, but look at the divide. There's just a lot of wide play still. It's kind of crazy. You'd think that Coastal Cliffs would be kind of bad for Pro Scouts because it squishes resources together closer. But there's almost this kind of diagonal play across the map that still leaves you a bit hard to intercept. Because although, yes, standing here would block 3 deer stacks, I can always go around or go on the wider flank as we're seeing him do. Lumery on the way for Vortex. Not your usual expectation, really. I think it usually gets kind of like overlooked with Spearmen just because they're all about their bonus damage, but I like it. He's trying to maximize what little he has. We don't have many farms, though. In fact, we've got Vortex going on berries. Now, berries did receive a buff to their base gathering rate. It's not as atrocious as it once was. And I understand the thought process here. If he adds more farms, he weakens his timing. And now with being Pro Scouts, that's even more condemning. In fact, he might be condemned either way. Look at what Wham's doing. He's scaling. Castle not too far away here. Vortex needs damage now. Yeah, he's running out of time here. Sometimes when you play English like this, it works out to just slow roll it because you're adding in those farms we talked about. But the Pro Scouts meta just changed it really to an extreme. You end up being the one on the clock in these type of situations. I've got a little bit of a sandwich coming. Spearman? Oh, maybe an ambitious fight from Wham. Not really showing the ample respect to the Spearman. That's a pretty good trade, actually. I think all things considered, Vortex has to be happy with that. Especially considering the Dervish heal is there. Has got more Spearmen on the way. In the meantime, the rest of the army is going to march in. Wham does gather a decent amount of wood up here. Tech up has been triggered. Growth Wing in 1 minute and 45, and it just got scouted. Okay, this is his time to shine. This is the moment he's been waiting for. If he can win the game with this feudal push, it's now. And he's got the wood ready, guys. Remember, Vortex prepped siege engineering insanely early. This could be a triple ram drop. Instead, he's going to start with the outpost. Get right up in his face as much as he can. No wheelbarrow means this is going to take a long time, actually. I get the thought process behind the outpost, but I can't help but feel the delay on getting out here to erect it is just giving Castle for free. We're only a minute away here. Numbers are going to try to strike in. Not quite able to get the kills. Outpost coming up from Wham. He's looking relatively safe here. I don't think you're going to expect golems to come out. It could actually work quite well against this because the men-at-arms, the longbows rather, slow down compared to men-at-arms. But it seems like he's leaning into archer camel lances. Okay, there we go. Racks coming through. So the reason golems are good here is your opponent can't really kite you well. Longbows move too slow. So you gradually gap close, and it's very cost efficient in terms of breaking English all-in feudals. Or just all-in feudals in general. Dive comes in. Double ram onto the outpost. Standing underneath this is painful, though. Gonna start sniping down those archers one by one. Villagers are going to be in trouble. They do get pinched. Great grab by Vortex there. Immediately reacted. And the worker kill count has added up to the point the growth wing is merely going to offset the losses here. 45 to 47 villagers now. Outpost going down. Now, Wham does have plenty of gold to get into the golems. So not dead yet. You're seeing how this location, the tree line, is making it a bit awkward to weave your way past. Veteran Receiver Archers is coming in. Looks like Vortex is going to pull the villagers home now. We do have additional farms coming through. Triple farm cluster is pretty sick here. So reallocates the resources. He was kind of overgathering a bit of wood, and he also had the extra in case there's a ram play. But respects that Wham isn't dead yet. Horseman maybe getting a bit ambitious, though, and the gold... I think Wham's kind of rushing a little to protect this. Yeah, villagers are now in trouble. So he's an age ahead, but he has no eco lead at all. No, camel lancers are also still countered by the spears. Great micro. Vortex just targeting down any injured, heavily armored units he finds. Has to start respecting the golems. It really is the counterplay here. But you're seeing how Wham is kind of struggling to get the numbers together currently. Yeah, good target fire. Takes down everything but the Ghoulems, leaves them to last. The Dervishes have done a good job of dodging being target fired here. And he is going to target heal them. Funnily enough, like, Vortex, if he just committed, that would have been the kill. Instead, he finally says, okay, screw the Dervishes. Gets rid of both of them. The Ghoulems are getting outnumbered here. I can't believe this. Wham, in his desperation to protect this gold. Because he went Camel Lancers as well, he needed to. He didn't have enough cheddar to work with. Now he has to shuffle to the north side. Gets out of his base under the berries on the gold. So not dead yet, but got to give it to Vortex, man. From this position to still look like you're full and firmly in it. When Ghoulems should have been the counterplay. Just a sick read. I think where this went wrong for Wham was a lack of wood to immediately rush into like triple racks drop here. And then you have this issue where you're just trickling Ghoulems out one by one into mass longbows. Remember, last longbows, they have higher base damage. So, you know, with standard like Ghoulam play into standard archer, you get your undermesh, you reduce the damage down to 1. Against longbows, you actually need undermesh 2 because these things have 7 damage now compared to your 5 armor. So you're taking double the damage you would against normal archers with this play. Looks like there is going to be a dive onto the mine. Does get 1 or 2 worker kills. Starts to add up. Vortex is wrapping around. Remember, he's going castle behind this. There's going to be a burn through attempt on the wall, which was never complete in time. Wham has got a lot of Ghoulems running, but I wonder, does Vortex... Yeah, White Tower. Sick read. Able to protect himself. Now, Wham, that's way too many workers. Archer's able to chase this away. And where are you really running, right? Where makes you feel safe here? Longbows are just going to cut you down. The lead is going to be 10 plus. And the gap in Castle Age isn't going to exist anymore. Great trade out with what Vortex has got left here. Wham has only one option left. It has to be a dive. Can the Ghoulems be quick enough here? There's no textile, so possibly. But he's going to have to scalp a lot. Oh my god. Villagers pulling away. Spearman reaction coming in. Longbows reinforcing as well. There's no denying it. The White Tower's going up. Maybe he loses 4 or 5, maybe 6 villagers maximum here. But he's still going to maintain an insane economy lead. This gets so much worse now. Because remember, Wham, although he got pro scouts, he's still on limited resources. English don't have that concern. They've already got farms coming up. On top of that, just look at the state of Wham's economy. The idle time alone stagnated the second wave. So these Ghoulems didn't have reinforcements coming. He's doing a good job of at least hitting the farms out of range of the White Tower. That's only short-lived. We'll eventually get shut down. And we already have crossbows on the way from Vortex. How does Wham now recover this game? Manjaniques is an interesting way. I actually like the Camel Lancer detail. He scouted the farms, right? The problem with Vortex's White Tower placement, he wanted to protect his gold, but he didn't protect his farmlands. These could have been more far forward. So they're not in range. So there is a play with Lancers. He needs every little he can get in terms of kills. He's 13 behind. He went Dervish Wing, but remember, he lost both of them, so no relics coming home either. Why didn't Wham go kill the army in the back of his base? Because he was trickling Ghoulems and losing at the time. So he saw them march around the back. He thought he could make a counterplay happen. I don't think he believed he was scouted on the northern gold and berries. And he's probably paranoid at that stage that Vortex is teching. So like, I don't dislike the idea that Wham had. It's just the timing wasn't right. Diving the enemy base when they're on your own, like realistically, you're hemorrhaging economy. He has more, you can kill more. And because if you maybe like 20 seconds sooner, the White Tower doesn't go up, the Ghoulems are just unkillable here. So like, I actually kind of prefer that Wham done that. Reacting in his base is pretty much him saying, oh, I'm in a bad position. I'm going to try to make it less bad. Counter-attacking is him saying, okay, I want to stick you in a bad position. And we also have to remember, like, when he took this fight, he cleared most of the spears, so, like, that wasn't a quick burn through. It's just because this second group came into attack here, he didn't complete the wall. That incomplete wall is what allowed the quick dive in, and it changed everything. Vortex now moving in with the Rams. Well, the good news is he at least has the goal back here. The bad news is it's down to 1k left. Lancers are trying to intercept reinforcements. The only way he can actually fight this right now. Lombo's just sniping down the few archers they find. Ram is now going to be in. Not very effective against Gulams. Dies too quickly. Vortex is making the appropriate response here. We have got spears coming in now. Just needs something to protect his static location. Doesn't want to have to move away in these fights. Gulam, man, he's not even killing the Vanguard men arms quickly. Crossbows, great micro. Vortex is actually splitting them up. So Lombo's going for the archers and Crossbow's going for the heavily armored. Backstab is going to be coming in here. The Camel Lancers, I don't think this favors them. No, they're not able to prioritize the crossbowmen because of the formation. It's a good micro by Vortex. There's all camels now down. And the Ram looks to resume. Man, Vortex is just so clean when it comes to micro there. It's crazy as well because like initially he had crossbows, Lombos kind of stationed side to side. So when the Camel Lancers come in the back, the crossbows aren't immediately the first thing they hit. He doesn't even get that trade out that he's looking for. Crossbow count is getting a little bit low, but we now do have spearmen arriving. Villagers trying to repair the outpost, but wow, he's trickling troops at this stage. Nothing is getting away alive. And the villagers, there's still too many here. No room for safety. And nowhere really to run at this stage. I believe Wham, has he ran out of food? No, he's got additional deer back here, but he kept the villagers out in the berries to try and play risky now to be safe later. Looking like it's going to cost him. We'll be able to get the clutch repairs in again. Vortex is going to reset. Wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at a Ram just to get that final detail in. So this is just adding up to like an irrecoverable position here. Wham is not in a position to raid still, and that's what's killing him. You're seeing what's happening here. With very limited troops, he's trickling in to try and stop it. That's always going to lose you a fight, right? Like, even if you counter the unit you're up against, you know, if you see like 20 Lombos, you send a Camel Lancer in, it's going to die. Maybe he kills one, possibly two Lombos, but he's still going to die. It's not going to be a worthwhile trade. So you needed to kind of stabilize, get troops together, and come again. So while he's waiting for that, like, I do wonder if Lancers could have been raiding. His concern is, like, if he bails on defending this, Vortex camps here, and then you don't get the deer home. So it's almost like he's sacrificing the arm to save the body. Still, at this stage, I think we've gone beyond sacrificing the arm. We've sacrificed the leg. We've sacrificed the kidney. And we may have somehow lost one of our butt cheeks too. I don't really know how that gets sacrificed, but it's enough to bleed him out. Vortex will make it through to the grand finals. It's official. It is going to be a showdown between Vortex and either Beasty or Numidan on Thursday. Yeah, always the butt cheeks, man. They always get your butt cheeks. So, GG to Mr. Vortex on the 3-2 victory. When's Beasty playing? So we'll be looking to organize Beasty's match against Numidan. Apologies, I actually haven't had a chance to update this. I'm going to do it quickly so you guys can see the full picture. So we know all outcomes except the other semifinals. So Beasty versus B was an insane 3-2. We just had Wham versus Vortex, which was an insane 3-2 as well. Dude, I'm actually happy. We were kind of like... We were kind of at a point where we were risking wipes all the way through. So I'm kind of glad that we didn't end up with that in the end. Instead, we got some really, really cool series. The Beasty B one, 100% delivered. I recommend checking out the YouTube VODs later for that. Weren't able to cover the other two games of Wham versus Starlock, but that was a free, of course. I'm just typing them all in now. So we just watched Wham up against Vortex, 3-0 victory. Vortex now in the grand finals. And then Beasty versus Numidan will be happening on Thursday. We'll aim to have that before grand finals. There you go. So that paints the full picture. So yeah, Beasties one we'll look to have before grand finals, so that we'll have a best of 5 and a best of 7. Should be fun. Numenon's kind of crafty though, man. Like I wouldn't write him off entirely. Like he wiped Anatan in very clean fashion. It didn't even look close. So keep an eye out for that one. But guys, I'm really freaking hungry now. We've been live for 6.5 hours and I haven't eaten in a long time. I think what we're going to do is get ready to raid someone, and then remember, break day for me on Wednesday. We'll be back on Thursday. So remember, guys, keep an eye out for that. You want to join the Discord if you want to keep updates, or keep an eye out on my Twitter side for when the streams go live. I'm going to drop that in for the YouTube people as well. Always an easy way to stay in contact with me, the community, know what's happening, etc. And, maybe meet some like-minded people that you can go and game with. So YouTube, I'm going to end the stream now. I'll see you guys